Well, I'm back home, but it was a close when I left in March, and also in May. I didn't make a promise that I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere from Nigeria, so it doesn't matter what anybody tries to do, and that is why when I was informed, and I got a copy of their memo to the airport that I was declared wanted. It just made me feel very proud that I was once again upgraded by Nigerian government. I've been on the watch list of Nigerian government since I was in the university in 1992. But I found out officially that we upgraded to the highest possible level. So,
what do you mean by upgraded?
Well, so they have different grades. There are people who they watch just generally, they're living in the country, they just try to figure out where you're going. But the level that I'm on is the level in which whenever I arrive, I'm supposed to be accompanied, arrested, detained, and taken to the office of the DG of DSS. That's the level that I am. I think it's the highest level. It's like the GCON of the GCFR of the National Award for troublemakers.
So what happened this morning? Because we saw all of the drama that unfolded at the airport. We saw security forces trying to sort of whisk you away, and at some point it looked like they let you go.
Yes, when I arrived, they seized my passport. The immigration guys seized my passport when I presented my passport for processing. And then after standing around for a while, I said, what's the problem? He said there is some notation on my passport that I should, that needs clarification from Abuja. I said, who is that? Who could do it? Because I knew something. They said they're going to make them, they started making all kinds of calls. And then they asked me to sit down at the place. I sat down beside them after I went back to them and asked, what's going on? It's been like, to tell it.
Hello, welcome. Upon his arrival at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos this Sunday morning from the United States, agents of the Nigerian government seized the passport of Omoyele Sowore and detained him. His supporters at the airport blocked the entrance and disrupted activities. The government finally released him and handed him back his passport. Omoyele Sowore's ordeal aligns with Bola Tinubu's government's efforts to clamp down on voices of dissent. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. As the media space in Nigeria shrinks, Precious Enyi, TV anchor and station manager with Voice of the People TV, is joining us on 90 Minutes Africa to discuss her perspective as a media practitioner on Tinubu's administration's economic policies and the role of the media in Nigeria. All right. Welcome everybody. Our guest is here, but there are technical problems, so she will join us as soon as possible. But the story we are following today, this morning in New York here is 12:34. In Nigeria, it's about 5:34, and we saw a little bit of the clip from Omoyele Sowore, who was detained at the airport today on arrival from the United States. We are going to talk about what's going on in Nigeria concerning the media and political opposition. This is just at the beginning, and I think it's something that is important that we talk about. Our guest is, as I said, is having a technical problem. She will join us as soon as we get her online. But this is very important story that I want us to.
It's difficult to harass me. It's mean to harassment. I'm very calm in the case of provocation, but in fairness to them, there is nothing. I'm talking about immigration people. But you remember that the immigration DG, or this CG of immigration, has said this during the August uprising. Yes, they have some people on watch lists. So I think this is a list. She was disgraced today.
All right. Now, this freedom that you have now, I mean, is it temporary?
I don't care. Whatever happens, it's, attitude to life is just whatever we'll deal with it. But the most important thing is that we get the appropriate freedoms, qualitative freedom for our people. When I was about to start my journey, I sent some messages saying that was after it was revealed to me that my name was on the watch list. And we have a country to save, and we cannot be disturbed by all these distractions. These are distractions by those in government. And they know it. They are running out of time. And that's why they are very desperate. Interestingly and coincidentally, the president is supposed to return today. So, but you know which one is more eventful, the real president. And the whole country knew. When he comes in now, nobody will know. But that's on the lighter side. We must get our people to move very quickly to save this country, to save themselves from the destructive attributes of this people in political power. Because a lot of people cannot believe that Bola Tinubu, who was accused in 1994, forced by the military, trying to bomb the Jibo depot, is also doing the same thing to protesters. He was accused by Abacha. That's the reason he left the country. But contrary to their own decision to leave, I am not leaving. But I will continue to maintain my right to travel freely whenever, whether you put me on watch lists or down lists or plain lists, whichever list you want to put me on, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that we must save this country and we must liberate ourselves. We have people to liberate, and that's our focus right now.
All right, now talking about liberation, I know you've been very vocal as to the protesters being detained, the end-bad governance protesters being detained at the moment, the likes of Michael Lennon and the rest. I'd like you to speak on that.
Well, part of what I'll do now that I'm here is to work to ensure that they're released from Kano to Kaduna, Michael Lennon, and whomever. We found out that the professor at Base University was also abducted by DSS and he's been in detention all this while. So we're going to put a lot of pressure to get everybody to be free so that we can prepare very quickly for fairless in October. Yes, we'll need all the protesters to be back on the street as soon as.
Right, welcome back, everybody. This is our guest for today, Precious. Precious, welcome to 90 Minutes Africa.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
It's wonderful that we had the arrangement to have you here today, and then this story that is breaking, which was the arrest and detention of Sowore at the airport this morning in Nigeria. You are in Lagos. What do you know at this point?
Exactly what it is that happened. So it's disheartening. I was just about to, I got messages from Sowore's team early this morning about the arrest, and I wasn't surprised. I had a few contacts reach him to confirm it was true, and I had to send my crew to the airport to cover the incident. I wasn't surprised. As a matter of fact, if I had my way, I perhaps would have begged him not to come to Nigeria. If I were his wife, I wouldn't let him come because I knew it was going to happen. Anybody who knows that it would happen. So it's not surprising. But what is more surprising is the fact that the this administration would let it happen, will be so predictable to let it happen. That is what is surprising. If I were a Bola Ahmed Tinubu's advisor in any way, I would have not been so eager to clamp down on dissenting voices. So the thing is, Nigerian authorities do not know that giving a semblance of freedom of speech and information and movement, a semblance of democracy, makes it actually look like they're working, even when they're not working. So this whole authoritarianism, as it looks like, a subtle authoritarianism, will not lead us anywhere. As a matter of fact, it means more evil than good for the government. I wish they know, because for all I care, we have ended up even, adding more feathers to the cap of Omoyele Sowore with this arrest. So I did, as I said earlier, I did wish they never did it. If they knew, they wouldn't have. Because for what reason, really? So you cannot run a government where everyone must speak in the same voice. You can't run a government where everyone must uh, lick your A, as it were, forgive my language. It's not possible. As a matter of fact, we must disagree to agree. I think that this thing about African leaders leading in such a way that they do not think that they are subject to the people. They rather think that people must be slaves to them. I think that that's the major reason why we are where we are today. And it's very sad. But I dare say this is just the beginning. You guys should brace up. You'll hear more stories like this.
Wow. Thank you so much. I know that you've interviewed Sowore. Can you give us? You did in the past. I know. Give us any insight on how you understand him, his politics.
Okay, so Sowore, I would like to say is I like to call him a pure revolutionalist, as it were. His Anogugu is from another level, from the level of school unionism, and he ensured that he maintained that tempo and never backed down. We have very few of them in Nigeria. Not so many would be like that. Not so many will be as brave as he is to maintain that tempo. And some would perhaps have joined politics. After all, we thought Adams Oshimole was a unionist too, but we've all seen how it ended up, right? So a lot of people thought that maybe he would get money tomorrow or give him an appointment tomorrow and, calm down. But Sowore is a unionist. And speaking about my interview with him, I was just on during the 2023 election, and of course we did speak on what his policies would have been were he elected president of Nigeria. And he made sure he kicked me a lot when I tried to ask him. One of the questions that was on the lips of so many people across social media, that's on his constant peaking on P2B, his counterparts from the Labour Party. And I did ask that a lot of people thought that I would say or are saying that that you wished you had the backing and the you had the youths galvanizing and supporting you like they are for P2B. Are you in any way jealous of him? And he said you're an obedience. And I said, no, I'm just asking a question. Of course, Sowore is a stubborn man. You know that. But I like his doggedness. As a matter of fact, it is a kind of spirit that we need to get it right in this country. And that is why constant sensitization and consciousness building is very necessary. For those who just have talks about politics 1 or 2 minutes and feel like they're tired because it's not yielding any result, it's a lie. You can't stop. We can't back down. As a matter of fact, the people in power want us to get tired and back down. Did you not hear that secret meeting that we heard happened? I don't know if it was rumor between some powers in the presidency during that end bad governance protest, where a few of them were saying that they were, certain options to give to the people protesting, either to leave them after some days, they'll get tired and they'll go home. Because they know that we don't have, Nigerians have very short attention span. So they feel like we don't have the power, the spirit to sustain an agitation. And that's exactly what it looks like. But he's been one of those who's been able to sustain an agitation over the years. and he rather intensifies effort in it. So I must give him kudos for that.
Mhm. As a way of full disclosure, I must mention that I met with Sowore in New York here just on Thursday, and one of the things we discussed was possibility of him going back home, what will happen, and
Why did you not beg him not to come back now? He would have said it.
no, a lot of people actually called me and said, he listens to you, probably you should tell him not to. I didn't even try, even before I started talking about that. As soon as I mentioned that about his possible going back home, and he said to me that he was the one that released the memo from the DSS saying that he should be picked up as soon as he gets to the airport. So it's quite interesting that you got it right about his personality. He's not the kind of person that will run away. If there is danger, he will run towards that. And
I like that.
what was surprising to me was basically the our so-called intelligence agency. They were very predictable. That they would do what
Disappointingly so.
Yeah.
Disappointingly so. I wish they weren't. Because if I were the head of DSS, I won't. I will ignore him. I will let him do him.
Very, very predictable. So sad. We'll talk more about this and other issues, but let me get you to tell us about the state of the media as a whole in Nigeria, because it is not the first incident. We've had other reporters picked up at the airport. Some are still being detained. How is it going? How do people who work in the media in Nigeria operate now? Precious, we can't hear you. Yeah, I think your internet is probably. Can you please check? And while we wait for her to reconnect, that's part of the problem with Nigeria. The internet is not totally reliable. We're talking about the state of the media in Nigeria, also the struggle, the economic hardship that people in Nigeria are currently facing. It impacts everybody. And because the government has not been able to bring relief from people, the suffering, there is this effort to make sure that people who are criticizing what is going on do not have the freedom to express themselves. We are talking to Precious Enyi, who is TV anchor with television station in Lagos called Voice of the People TV. She will join us as soon as she reconnects her internet. Thank you so much for joining us, all of you, wherever in the world you're joining us from. We are going to, as part of this program, we are going to bring you in to get an opportunity to talk to our guest. Again, our guest is Precious Enyi, TV anchor from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's take a break and we will be right back.
Can see that there is an end to this. But from my perspective now, from this seat, be patient with us. I'm working with a man who I can personally vouch for, in the sense that I know that he's going to bed at 2, 3 a.m. every single night, including Sundays. He's waking up at 7, 8 every single morning, including Sundays, opening his files, working into the late night when no one's there to say anything good or bad about him. He's doing the work. He's a workaholic, and he's doing it all to build a country that is reflective of the progressive, advanced, developed, and prosperous society that he's envisioned, the same way he did in Lagos. And I'm asking our people, on the basis of that privileged knowledge that I have, working closely with him every day, to support this man. He means well. This is not me, a spokesman, getting his salary by doing a job. I'm speaking to you from the soul of Ajuri Ngalawi. This is me telling you what I see in this man. And I'm hoping that Nigerians will give him the support he needs to do the important work that he's going to do on all of our behalves. Thank you. Like us. We're saying, hey,
All right, welcome back. And our guest today is Precious Enyi. Let's bring her in again. All right, Precious, can you
Yes,
hear me?
please.
Okay,
Apologies for that caught in network. You know now, typical of Niger. Forgive
I know,
me.
I know. All right,
Thank
so
you.
you were talking about, I think I asked you about the set of the media.
Yeah, the media. Um, it's worrisome. It's worrisome. Now, the clampdown on dissenting voices does not just rest with journalists. It's not about journalists alone or activists, as it were. Of course, he may get to reach media houses too. He may, but may not have so far. But the most worrisome thing is if you look at the codes that back up the media practice in Nigeria or the regulation Nigeria, you find out that it's as if you have laws but don't have laws, or where you're giving freedom to express your duty, but you're not giving freedom at the same time. And I think that that's what we worry most about. As a matter of fact, I would rather even say that if we follow those laws, then we'd have to say that the government has even been magnanimous, because you have situation where it's as if they tell you that you can go about your profession, but you cannot do so many things. So there are too many laws, too many regulations that the government can actually clamp you down with if they wanted. That is talking about media organizations now. And it's very worrisome because you really cannot have that freedom of expression as other countries do have, in saner climes. And that's what's most worrisome. If I can run you through some of these platforms, for instance, if you go through the NBC code, which is the guiding principle for broadcasting in Nigeria, rather even call it, so we journalists call it, broadcasters call it, the broadcasting Bible, because that's what guides us. You look like, if you check a section like the chapter 1 of the broadcasting code and subsection 1.9, where they talk about program presentation, for instance, and you see that that section reads that a broadcaster shall ensure that its presenter or anchor shall be decently and appropriately attired in a manner that is consistent with the Nigerian culture. Very good. And then a broadcaster shall ensure that its presenter, continuity announcer, shall have a good command of the language, which is very good. A broadcaster shall ensure that its presenter anchor does not express all his or her opinion in the program. So sometimes, and I like the fact that I am stating this to especially the diaspora audience, because most times the diaspora audience, I remember during the election, some people were like, Madam Precious, where do you belong to? Are you for Peter Obi? Are you for Atiku? Are you for this? I say, I'm not supposed to be for anybody. I'm supposed to be like Buhari, for everybody and for nobody. Do you understand? So, so when they come for me for that, they do not know that it is because I am trying to be as professional as possible based on the guiding principles of the profession. So it's very difficult for a lot of us journalists, especially broadcasters in Nigeria, because you know how something can be biting you inside of you, but you don't even have the guts to say it because you're not supposed to express an opinion. That's how difficult it is to practice journalism, especially broadcasting journalism, as it's got to do with electronic media in Nigeria. So anytime you see a presenter on radio or TV that manages to put their head above water to try to want to air an opinion or make it look like they're airing, for me, sometimes when I want to talk, I don't make it my opinion. I say, people are saying this. But in my mind, I've used to say what I'm saying because somehow I am a stakeholder in the industry and I must be able to express concerns of
We're still having problem with her internet connection, and hopefully she'll be able to reconnect because we can't hear her anymore. It's interesting that she's talking about the codes. One of them is about how to dress. I didn't know that they control how you dress. I thought it's in the TV stations that will decide how they want their people to dress. I understand the issue of opinion, expressing opinion. On the print side, the opinion pages are always different from the news pages. So, but I was concerned that the commission determines what should be.
Better now. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can,
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So I don't know what you. I don't know what you.
We
Hearing me?
lost. Yeah. Hello. Hello. All right, we're still having difficulties hearing you. I think your internet is frozen again. But as I was saying, it's quite. This is something that we are not familiar with outside of Nigeria. Precious, can you hear me? Precious. Okay. She still cannot
Yes,
hear
I
me.
can. I can,
Okay.
but I don't know if you can hear me. Yes,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can.
Okay.
I
Go
can
ahead.
hear you.
Okay. Go
Yes,
ahead.
please.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me? All right, great. So I would.
Oh. All right. We lost her entirely. She will try to reconnect. She's willing to stay here for 2 hours and get a chance to talk to our viewers who are interested in asking her questions. You can see her on, like I said, Voice of Nigeria TV, Voice of the People TV. She's also on Voice of the People Radio in Lagos. They are in Abuja, Benin, Port Harcourt, I think Oka and Kano. So it's one of the rising TV channels out of Nigeria, and we will be hearing more from her and from their production team. All right. So for those who are interested in joining the conversation in another probably 10 minutes, I will let you in. Precious, let's try again.
Yes. Okay.
Oh,
All right. Please forgive me.
no,
Please
it's
forgive
not.
me.
We are
Please
used
forgive
to
me.
it. We are used to this. When we call
Okay.
Nigeria. Yeah, go ahead.
So these are a few challenges Nigerian broadcast practitioners are going through or are facing, and it makes the practice of journalism, especially in broadcast or electronic media journalism, very difficult because you have to practically walk on an eggshell. And I'll read another session of that, another session of what we call the NBC code to you. Okay. In fact, another part says a broadcaster shall ensure that its presenter anchor of any program, especially phone in programs, shall handle it with professionalism and sound judgment to ensure that it does not lose focus or lead to unfair treatment of any person or institution. So when people will call in during calling programs and say, APC have ruined Nigeria, government can decide that you have infringed on this part of the constitution of the broadcasting code. Oh, this Bola Ahmed Tinubu government, he has scattered this country. So when we do not let people use words like that, and they now say, "Oh, they started calling me APC woman leader," innocent me, oh, they don't even know. So because I try to ensure that I create balance, because that is what my profession demands, that you must balance your conversation. So it looks like it's a problem when you do not do so. But what they do not know is that whilst Nigerians are very angry and want to voraciously speak about what they are going through. But they do not know that laws like this could could make the authorities pin down on the broadcasting institution or that particular broadcasting house. And if they do, I may be fine because I'll jump into another job immediately. As a matter of fact, I don't just have one profession alone. But the owner of the business will suffer. But then that public edging you on will quickly move to another available media house. And the owner of the business would have lost. So it is very important that we throw light to this. You see, in fact, if you go to the section that even speaks on hate speech, you know that we don't have what is defined as hate speech in Nigeria. So hate speech is practically what you call it or what I call it. So government can decide for you to say that APC administration is not doing well is hate speech. Should be, you know. In fact, government can wake up this morning and not decide that, oh, for you to say that, oh, the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is clamping down on dissenting voices, you're hating the government, is hate speech. They can decide that because hate speech is just basically what you call nation outlined by your constitution as to what most terminologies mean. It's a problem. And I don't want to believe that most of those loopholes are deliberately kept so that they can look for a way to, you know, reroute the law or use the law to their own gain. Because I just wonder why we would have, for instance, an electoral act of 2023 that states that INEC must ensure that they bring out a guideline or set up a guideline for an election. And one of those guidelines may mean that, oh, they may decide to use electronic immediate transmission, electronic real-time transmission of results to their own platform or on their own platform. But that same INEC or that same law now also gives them the liberty not to use it if they don't want to. So how can you make a law in one hand and take it on the other hand? So much so that the law, especially the Supreme Court, can now interpret that section as saying that, wait, INEC guidelines are mere promises. So those promises are not supposed to be kept. We cannot hold an institution that we gave over 305 billion naira to run an election to their words. Then how do we hold them accountable for the credibility of the election? That's the question. So when we have laws like this that make it look like we don't have laws, that is the problem. And I do not want to believe that the Nigerian House of Rep is just a bit lazy or clumsy to ensure that they block loopholes in most of these laws. I think that maybe it's just a deliberate thing so that they would always see a way to use the laws against to their own benefit. That's just what I think. And that's why it's very important that we state this clearly so that people will understand that it's not because most media houses would not like to go all out there to call out the government. But while you do that, you cannot even do that while you're in this country because it's going to be a bit of problem for you. You see, because our governance and government in Nigeria is giving so much power that they can do the undoable. And that is why, remember, there was a time Goodluck Jonathan stated that if he has not used as 5%, 50% of the powers he has, you remember that? Because he has a lot of power. The president does have a lot of power. And that is why I don't think that what we're running, I don't know if I should blame the Constitution or I should rather blame people who use the Constitution. Because I know that in countries where they don't even have written Constitution, for instance, you still have people with good moral standard operating in those countries.
All right. Again, the internet is disrupting our conversation, but we will continue.
Don't forget.
Can you hear me, Precious? Okay, good. I can hear you. Precious. Precious. All right. Apparently, we can hear her. But when she comes back, we are going to talk about how her station plans to cover the election in Edo State. We're also going to look at a larger issue about compensation in the media, the challenges that they face beyond the laws or the guidelines in the code of conduct, which is one of the things creating problems for them, because sometimes we outside the country, we tend to think that the media, they don't want to do the job, but they have a lot of challenges. And those challenges are sometimes difficult for them to overcome. So we will get into that and all the other issues around media in Nigeria. And we'll bring you in as our viewer to be able to ask questions. So let's take a little break. When we come back, we will continue the conversation.
onye ọma zoro obi o akwa nwa zoro obi o Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa nwe ilochi ya biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abụ mmanwụ zoro dosari ibia unye nigana mo ulaga doni biazigo mo ulaga doni biazigo abamma wilo chino bigora buzono ona wazi mazi wekoma odogu no kwerezi nanka onye mani gadele mo mazini mazini ibu go with melody ikachugo wechofo odogu nachala noka Ezi nwanne m n'ịgadele mmụọ ụlagado n'ibezigbo mma ụlagado n'ibezigbo amammanwụ ilochilo bigoro abụzọ anabazi tee onye ọma zoro do amammanwụ azoro n'esori Ibia munya nukwana mo ofube naru Mulaga doni biazugo Nazaboy Mulaga doni biazugo Awamma wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Aiz Odogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika gugogia Oligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele begia Hey, you won! Eku kampu nekene Omogo ndi nso Chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene ni Ịlapụ ife nini na-eme wee bịa Kagosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na nkeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọgbamanwụ iyo iyo biko la
The person is just a pickup. It's not a waiting point. The last time, even as John said, you walk through this place, welcome him as So we
Sorry. No, don't just do that to the water. Just calm down. That's just like nursing. It is our right. This is a public place. So you cannot tell us not to go to where we're going in a public place. For what reason?
Please don't make it otherwise.
Who mentioned violence there? You are taking us up from there. If you see violence, we stand.
It is not a this is the video.
I've already done that. I just came out. I drove in. I came out.
Nobody's going to stop you.
I drove in. Ask the lady there. But the fact remains that
This is the video.
this is the last time that we did. This is the last time.
Okay, excuse me. Why is this officer mounted there?
They were here last time. They were
Boss. I ran a bit.
This one, come over here and eléyìí rajà láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù. You don't buy job wey your mama say no fit set you.
All right, welcome back. We are having a conversation on the state of the media in Nigeria, as well as the issues concerning the government, how they are struggling with the economic policy. Our guest today is Precious. Precious is anchor with Voice of the People TV in Lagos. Precious, welcome back. Welcome back, Precious.
Thank you, Sean. But I'm a show host with the radio station, just to say that clearly.
Oh, okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. So I know we are having disruptions, but that's okay.
Apologies.
You should.
I have gotten like 5 internet options. I just hope that the 5 of them don't fail me at the same time. So let's just do the work.
Yeah, I understand. We do understand. But let's talk about Edo election, because that's next week. And how are you planning to cover that election this session?
So hopefully, personally, I'm not interested because I just know that it's the same garbage in, garbage out situation. I mean, after all the clamor and all the pain and complaints of the 2023 election, and we saw the way Bayelsa, Imo State, and Kogi State election went, I lost hope in those in elections. I think that it's important for us to begin to have politicians who will match the existing politicians aura for aura, strength for strength. I think that that's just the way out. I don't know, but maybe that's one of the ways out. Because if care is not taken, you see the subtle intimidation that is already playing out in Edo State. That is definitely going to be the case. And it doesn't matter the capacity of whoever it is they will put in power, but they will ensure that the person gets in there. It's just a question of the person who has the might. For instance, a situation where you have a friend of Nyesom Wike, my former governor, as the state rec, and we all know that Wike is a very vindictive person, so he will ensure that he shows Obaseki, say, I senior him for politics. Shebi, I help you before. You can't do like say I not help you, and he refused to go with him. Leave Atiku's camp. So he would ensure that he deals with him. He would ensure. And then, of course, they have the federal minds. So it's for me, I see it's more as it's supposed to be a 3-horse race, but I see it more as a 2-horse race and a 3-horse race. 2-horse race, not because Akpata would not have had a force. He would have that force because of the strength of the tsunami of the Labour Party right now, or the crowd of the Labour Party right now. But I think it tilts more towards the APC and PDP because of the government in power. naturally. So remember that APC has made it clear that they want to have more states. They want to ensure that they gather more states, as many states as possible. And they are not going to sit down and watch and just let it happen. They will ensure that they live true to that word and get it. So it's more like, and then the sitting governor being in control of the state will not also watch by and let them just take it that way. You notice already what played out with signing of the peace accord, which I think should be scrapped in the history of our election because it's bullshit. Thank God I finally have a voice to say this. I can't say this on air.
No, you can say anything you want here.
I can say this here now. It's my opinion, personal opinion, on my own. No, this is not in my capacity as a media practitioner, as an individual, as an existing Nigerian or as a Nigerian citizen. So I think it's crap. How can we have peace accord that is never adhered to by politicians? I remember one very crazy interview I had once with, I think that would be Chief Tony Princewell, Prince Tony Princewell, then when I was with Wazubia. And he did state, but perhaps reminded us what we know, because of course I came from Port Harcourt. And then he said that in Port Harcourt that we don't do elections, that we write results. It was painful to me to interview someone say that on national television, knowing that that is my state and knowing that I know that much, that it is true. It's painful, but that's a reality of what we face. Of course, we had Okorocha, the former APC chairman, say that when he was the chief of staff, that is in his office that they write election results. That is the reality of Nigerian elections. And then at the end of the day, you call it election. You don't call it election. But then again, that can only happen when Nigerians continue to leave them to do it. And that is why to build consciousness in the minds of Nigerians is a very proper thing to do. That's why they don't even want you to come out on election day. So they'll pull all sorts of tricks with, deployment of number of personnel. You see, they can't deploy to a state election. And you'll be wondering how many thousand policemen are deployed to the northwest, where you have issues. No. You see, there's a lot happening in this country that I can't say, good.
But let me ask you: do you have you been threatened?
Business as usual.
Have you been threatened before? Do you have any fear when you do your job as a journalist?
Oh, yes, I have been threatened. And I do not think you would have done your job if you're not threatened, even though some people call me a PC woman leader. But then those who threaten me still threaten me. So, yes, I have been threatened. And, but I don't have, having fears, I think it's just my family that have fears for me. That fear naturally comes with what becomes of you because of your family, generally. But then, Nigeria is in such a place. Let's even forget about the journalists that are being arrested. That would have been better. People are disappearing and not coming back. They're disappearing into thin air. And that's the scariest part of it. And nothing is impossible. So yes, and of course, journalists have also disappeared. That Yatta is a case study. You know that.
So knowing that, how do you wake up every day?
And it's not like it rests with him alone. So just because some of them may talk is I lost you. I don't know. I can't remember.
I lost you. It's a delay between us. I'm saying, knowing that, how do you wake up every day to go to work, and do you take precautions?
Precautions, yeah, but at the end of the day, everyone has to die. It's not like I'm afraid of dying, but I just feel for my family who worry about me all the time. So that's just it. We'll all die one day. And I try my best to ensure that I get professional in my job. I am as professional as possible in my job. And that is very deliberate. So that even when you call me for questioning, you won't have what to hold me on with, because I know that I haven't faltered or flouted any rule. So I try to be very professional. And that's why sometimes I become annoying to people who want to go overboard. I don't blame them, because they just want to pour out their hearts. They don't even know that it's not easy for us either. I remember sharing with you my experience on the day the election result was called out. I was crying like a baby. If I play that voice sound bites to you now, you would laugh at me. I was weeping like a baby. And that was that early morning, because I was the breakfast show, because one of breakfast shows early at 6 a.m. And I wake up at 4 a.m. called out. I was weak, I was demoralized, I didn't have the courage to even come on air. I needed to speak with someone. So I remember calling a friend in the US then. He wasn't available to talk. I needed to talk to someone. So I sent a voice note. I was weeping like a baby. I said, I know how old I was when Buhari took over government. And look at how old I am today. I can't even pick or point at what I've achieved within the 8 years of his administration. Now, this is the age I'm going to be by the time whoever is in power will be done with this country. And I fear for what will become of my life and that of others by the time he is done dealing with the country. As if I knew that things would go bad. And then I came on air and I was smiling and I was, all jolly, lovey on air and sounding professional. So most times people not like it's any easy for us on the other side. We live in the same country too. So we feel the pain. We do wish that we can say things differently, but our hands are tied to actually saying them different. Fortunately, for someone like me, I probably would have been pouring my heart out more on social media platforms. But I'm just a bit too withdrawn and I'm not someone who likes to be really out there. So I'm a bit too private to pour out my heart like that. Maybe just platforms like this could just let me, to talking exactly how I feel about things happening in government. I don't know if I've lost you again.
Yeah, I've been infected by the Nigerian virus. All right. Thank you so much. Let me quickly get to. Can you tell us the vision of the Voice of the People TV? How is it different from Arise or from Channels TV or the new one? And what is the new one that is called News Central? How is it different?
News for television is truly a television station that lives through to its name, the discharge of our programs, in even building our programs. So whilst other stations may perhaps focus on, have their focus, as it were, but our focus is basically the people. And because we know we speak to the Nigerian populace generally, we also have to tilt our programs to be appealing to the generality of the Nigerian populace. And for us to do that, we have to look at key factors, like we have to look at the language of expressing our concerns. We have to look at the style of broadcasting. We have to look at the type of programming. For instance, our news does not just look at news alone. Go out to the street to take opinions of the public on those news stories. For instance, the Dangote and NNPC brouhaha, we cannot just read that news one without analyzing it. We read the news and then go out to the. Oh, yeah, just fall back. Is it the end?
Yes.
Hello? That is not from my end.
All right.
Okay. Is it fair now?
Yes, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so we will not just have to read a news story. We would read the news story, have an analyst in the house to analyze, the key stories from the bulletin. But most importantly, we go out to the streets through our reporters to get opinion of Nigerians on how those government policies or actions or inactions as they were affect them. Because true to our name, we are living and existing for the purpose of the people. And we must ensure that we carry the people along. And then in our language too, we try not to be very elitist in our language. We try to tone our language down as much as possible, because we do understand that at least 70 to 80% of Nigerians will want their language to be very basic and minimal so that they can understand properly. And then we also incorporate calls into our programming, which Arise and maybe Channels may not do. So we incorporate people's opinion through phone calls to our programming. And yeah, that's basically the niche that we have over. And then, hey, we are also going to have to incorporate an iReport platform so that people from across the world can send in true life story, true life reports of whatever they experience, and we air it on in our station live and give them credit for it. So it's truly a voice of the people and a television station for the people.
Wow, that's fascinating. And do you have a sense that you're competing with the other ones?
I don't think there's a basic basis for competition, if you ask me. Really, we're just on our lane, and our lane is where the people are. So we're just on our lane. I think it will be unideal for us to get into an industry and want to just begin to compete with people. We're just really new in the industry. The station was established or licensed in February last year. We started, I came on board in November. We were doing skeletal programming, just 2-3 programmings at the time I came in. So at the time I came in, I built full programs for the station, and we started full programming on the 14th of February. And I pride to saying that we have done really good for ourselves. If you even chronicle our growth, even on YouTube, the only streaming platform for now before we go to cable. By the way, in the next couple of weeks, we're going launching live on cable network and satellite. You would see that we have really improved, because I made the station at less than 100,000 views, and we have done over 1.2 million views right now, in just from February to now. So I think that, and that is a growth that is very uncommon, especially in television. Now, building a television station is actually much more difficult than building a radio station, because it takes a whole lot of effort to do that. So for what we have achieved so far, I think we're in the right path, and the sky is just a starting point.
All right, this is a good time to talk about a partnership that we have formed with.
Yay! I'm excited about that. I'm excited about that.
With the Voice of the People TV. Can you talk a little bit about that? Okay. Precious. All right, so we lost her. When she comes back, she's going to talk about relationship, a partnership that we built. I think starting from next. Precious, are you back?
Yes, I am. I'm fine.
Yeah,
I'm here.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, so you can talk about that.
Okay, so for everyone watching, we have an amazing partnership with Dr. Okonkwo and the rest of you diasporan audience. So as a matter of fact, my chairman, traveled to the US recently and thought to have shared with me about an idea of having a show that would incorporate incorporate Nigerians in Nigeria, Nigerians in the diaspora. And I thought to myself, fantastic idea. And of course, it falls on me to have to interpret that idea and bring it to fruition. So there you are. We came up with something together in partnership with Dr. Okonkwo and his team. We came up with this name, the Diaspora Perspective, which is basically like from home and abroad. As it is at home, how is it in the abroad, as we call it over there? So it basically works towards looking at Africans in diaspora perspective to critical political, government, economic, developmental, leadership issues in Nigeria generally. That's what it looks at. And I think it's a show that people should look out for, because when we look at policies or things like this, for instance, what we're discussing about today about journalism in Nigeria and the fears that we've had, I've not even finished those fears to you, because there are more fears. I did tell you earlier off camera that there are sections of the Constitution that will tell you that you cannot do anything that will make you look like you are inciting hate or making people hate a particular group of people. So when you say this, that's why you cannot say Fulani headsmen. That's why you say headsmen. Do you understand? Because as a journalist, you can't say Fulani headsmen. It's looking like you're deliberately, speaking to the generality of the Fulani populace that they're all the same thing. So things like that, laws like that, it makes it very difficult for you to practice free journalism as it were in Nigeria. And that is why we have shows like that, so that we can, x-ray how it is done elsewhere and how it is here in Nigeria and what we can do to better things. The major brain behind this is so that Nigerians will be aware. Because as I said earlier, there is need for that continuous consciousness building in the mind and heart of Nigerians. We cannot stop talking. And I don't know if I said this here, but I like to say it. The day we stop talking is the day we start dying. Except we just want to surrender our lives to the people. That is why they don't want us educated.
That's good. Thank you so much. So this show
And that is
starts.
it of your medical care. Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to say this show starts on Saturday next week, and it's for 2 hours every Saturday. At what time?
At 2 p.m. Nigerian time, it would be, and that'll be 9 a.m. your time. Yeah, so 2 p.m. Nigerian time, 2 to 4 p.m. Nigerian time.
Okay, very good. And any other comment or question before we go to our audience? We talked about, you've worked for many years in the media. Do you think that things are better now than they are getting back to how it was during the military era?
Do you know the broadcasting code we're even practicing was, I think, as a result of Decree 38 of the then 1992 military rule?
Wow.
As it were.
So it hasn't been updated. All right. I think our internet is
so it was adopted, and that was what.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Yeah, I said, did you know that even the broadcasting code that we practice now is as a result of the Decree 38, I guess so. I hope I'm correct. I will have to cross-fact check that, of the military, era, as it were. So it was adopted. Same with your constitution. A lot of people did not know, or probably may forget, that Olusegun Obasanjo was not even sworn in with the constitution the first time he was sworn in 1999. He didn't have a constitution. He didn't swear in. I mean, he wasn't sworn in with the constitution. It was after his swearing in that a constitution was hurriedly put in place, and then that was what that was used to swear in the National Assembly members at that time. And of course, who made people who put up the constitution together. So maybe that's where we are, and that maybe that's why we still have a Nigerian police force that make you understand that you must do everything with force and you must abide by law and order, because it's almost like a decree, and we're still in subtle military era in Nigeria.
One last question.
Maybe that's why we have so much power. Yeah. Okay.
Before I bring in our guests, people who are in the studio, compensation for people in the media, has it improved? Is it still as terrible as it was when I was there?
No call on compensation, I call on salary. Call on waiting it been. I say the salary, the allowance of Nigerian journalists.
Yeah. Has it improved?
It is bad. It is bad. I don't know of any journalist who will just do journalism and go. I would have to be true to myself. I don't know of any journalist. As far back as when I started journalism about 2 decades ago, I have always done side gigs. In fact, I established my company in 2012. I run a foremost outsourcing customer service and marketing company. I do PR services too. So, Nigerians don't care so much about customer service, or perhaps if they care about customer service, they care more about before sales customer service, but they pay less attention to after sales services. And I thought of the idea, how about we, have a team that have call agents across the world that handle your customer service as though it were your company directly, and outsourcing. But just that the pain and the downside of that business is that a lot of companies do not believe in outsourcing in Nigeria. They must see you enter traffic and come to work every day, else you've not worked. But then again, going back to what it is, every other media practitioner that I know must have 1 or 2 sidekicks, because you can't survive. And because of the popularity the job gives to you, it makes you appear larger than life. So much so that with a little mega salary that you earn, you can live up to the standard or the expectation of the public if you're not able to do a thing or two. Except for people like me that after our work, we run back into our cocoon and hide back. So the world will not know much about us. But for those who perhaps like the limelight and like to show off, it makes it a bit difficult for you to cope with that popularity.
All right, Precious, thank you so much. Stand by. Let me bring in our audience, people who are in the studio. If you want to join us, please click on the link. I shared it on the comment section. And when we bring you in, you'll have an opportunity to ask our guests just one question. Go straight to your questions so that we can get as many people as possible. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me, please?
So, meet our... Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we can.
Lady Precious, for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, I sometimes have conversation with you on your radio station. I'm James of the Gambia.
Oh, you're
Yes,
James. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank
Welcome.
you. It's a pity you guys are going through hellfire in the journalism profession in Nigeria. It reminds me of decree number 4 of Yakubu, of Tunde Diagbo's era. That's Muhammadu Buhari's era, decree number 4. That sent Tunde Thompson, Unduka Irabo, Tunde Thompson to prison and those kind of stuff. Things have not changed. The situation still remains the same. The root cause, I will not ask you a question. I just want to make a comment and wait. The root cause of this problem is the constitutions we've been operating in the country. Since independence till now, it is the same class of people who draft the constitution. When it comes to assembling a constitution drafting committee, it is from the same ruling class that will recruit these people to draft the constitution to protect their interests. That is the root cause of the problem we are going through right now. As for Mr. Bola Tinubu's administration, the issue is this. In 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 22, it says, if I fought wild animals in Ephesus with human motives, what good did it do me? If the dead are not to be raised, then let us eat and drink today, for tomorrow we shall die. This is their time. They are eating and drinking. They know that when tomorrow comes, the show will be over. So they are prepared to do whatever they can. They are prepared to even commit murder to get away with whatever they're able to loot. The amount of theft going on in the country right now is unprecedented. This is why some time ago, I was not very happy with the way Dr. Lawyer Darlington answered one of my questions. I told him the country has collapsed. Nigeria as a country has collapsed. But his response was something else. Anyway, thank you very much.
Unfortunately, he had to answer you like that because you can't say Nigeria has collapsed. I was just telling you why you can't say that. Because the government will come for us as why we had to use our platform to let you say that.
Kindly watch your back. Yes, continue watching your back. We wish you well. And I hope to be with you on your radio station sometime again. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to having you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please let me be at the backstage.
All right, James, thank you. All right, Alaba, you are next.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Damage. I've not seen you face to face since you got back. Always come after you're gone. And Precious, how are you doing? I've been listening to Voice of the People. I listen to it a lot. You guys cover quite pretty interesting topics, and I love the idea that people call in. Although I'm a strong critic of the fact that you don't always let the people speak to the fullness of their voice. But I understand the laws are holding you guys on tight. And I've always told a friend who was a surgeon that if you're a doctor, a lawyer, or a judge, and your hands are tied, you should not be operating on a patient. That's my philosophy. But the importance of the press cannot be overemphasized. They are the voice, they are the eyes, and they are the ears of the people, particularly in a democracy. Therefore, my question is more targeted towards solutions. We could highlight all the problems from beginning to the end right here. I know how Nigerian journalists don't do a lot of follow-up questions. They don't ask questions. They don't do investigation. They don't use the media as an opportunity to educate our, I want to say, illiterate population, and both the literate population who having a degree does not literally mean our people know what they're doing, as we can see from this democracy. So my question is this. Knowing all these problems and the things that ties the journalist's hands and the needs for journalists to operate freely for the sake of the nation, is there a Nigerian Journalists Association that is pushing legally through the law that is part of their agenda? If they exist, I know they exist. If they exist, it's part of their objective to push through legal means, through political means, to see that laws that don't favor their profession are changed or amended or adjusted. You understand? If this doesn't exist, what are they doing to make sure this exists, particularly in a democracy? And apart from that, are the journalists involved in our political dispensation in such a way that they have a voice? They're the ones who hold debates, like we see here in America. They're the ones who not just hold debates, they're the ones who call the politicians to order. So how can this be fixed? Or are they pushing through? Do they endorse political party in the civil society? Are they all of them politically attached? Do they have political affiliation? I mean, how vital is the Nigerian Journalists Association is in pushing the fight for the freedom of the press, which we know we don't. That's my question.
Right.
So I lost a few of your questions. I kept having
break up. Or I'll quickly summarize it. The question is
distortion. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, let me quickly summarize it. The question is: Nigerian Journalists Association, do they exist? Are they at the forefront of pushing for legal changes to the laws that handicap the press?
Yes, there are quite a couple of associations. You have the Guild of Editors, you have, Nigerian Union of Journalists, you have quite a couple of pockets of associations here and there that, make up or supports the journalism profession in Nigeria. Yes, they do exist. In terms of pushing laws and all that, so, I don't know how to say this. We still do not have one voice in Nigeria. So much so that it's a situation where one person may be in support of pushing a law and the other set of people will backtrack and leave you behind. So that is still not very clear yet. Yes, there are laws, there are efforts in ensuring that we get there. But the thing is, will the government in power even ensure that that happens? Because to any government that you push those laws to, it will look as if it comes to those governments as if it's a personal attack on their immediate administration. Now, forgetting that whatever laws they make or not make may transcend or naturally will transcend the administration. So it's not about them alone in power, but it's supposed to be something that would, go past them. So that is just where we are. But then I think that there is a solution, because the solution is in continuously talking about it. I do not believe that we should just talk and forget about talking and then leaving it. And that is why you have such platforms that keep talking about the issues. For instance, for the shows that I run, I choose my topics very carefully, and it is deliberate. I as well could have spoken about any other thing, but I carefully choose those topics that tilts towards that should be people-centric, that tilts towards what people should understand as to what is happening in government or government's actions or inactions. It is deliberate. The idea is to continue to educate Nigerians and build consciousness in their mind. So I don't have to come and challenge the government and abuse governments for me to be a journalist or for me to be driving towards a change. But if I can educate the people and continuously build consciousness in their mind, I perhaps would have achieved something. And that's a line I am towing. So I do think, yes, that there is a solution, but that solution may not come as quick as we think it would come because of the immense power that that politicians in Nigeria have. And you know how power can be. Power is something that is so sweet. That is why any politician that manages to make money like this, they would want to, you see, poverty is a disease. So once you've made small money like this, you find out that wealth is so sweet that you never want to be poor again. So if you have gotten to that platform, if you use the platform or rode on a platform to get rich, for instance, would you want anything to affect that platform that took you to power? You understand? You want to try as much to that platform so that you hold on to that power. So I think that is a gradual process, and that the change that we did seek for would come.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics. Here next.
Yes, Dr. Damages, welcome back to the show from the Bloodless War, which I believe you have gone to and come back. And our guest today, Precious, I just looked up some of your profile. You realize that you are of the 70s, from what I see. That you were after this, of the 70s. Of the 70s, after the 70s. You were born somewhere in the 1970s, meaning that you didn't see the Civil War.
I would keep personal issues private. I don't talk about personal issues.
I'll leave it right there. I'll leave it right there. Well, the reason why I was trying to make my comment is that understanding what the conversation is on today, both on Edo politics, the media practitioners in Nigeria, and the rules of engagement. I appreciate the way you have made the presentations here today. Professional, which is what it is. For being in Lagos and Edo State, I'm going to point specifically to those areas. I had a friend of mine, Dr. Seli Okogu, who was working with Young and Rubicon, and he was running Channel Communications in Lagos. But somehow he just died. So that was my go-between Lagos and Edo State. He actually ran for office in Edo State, and his motto was, "Keep me out of evil." He had no business with evil. So with him gone now, there's a vacuum right there. Therefore, I keep away from the Edo politics or the Nigerian politics for now. On the other hand, Nigerian Independent Anniversary is coming up, being celebrated around the globe. I have been called upon time after time to show up one place or the other. As it stands right now, I am not answering calls. Sorry to say that, because of what I'm seeing as a part of what our Nigeria is turning out to be. So, Precious, if you stay here, I do know that your thing is cycling now, which is a problem. Anybody who can solve the issue of internet connectivity for Nigeria, I think that would be a very, very big boost for our efforts around the globe. So, again.
All right, Igbo Basics, thank you. This is why I say we should try to make comments, a question very brief, so that
there comes my question as soon as she comes back.
Because we're having internet problem, we're glad that she's able to join us today. And please, so when we come to you, make it go straight to the question. We can continue to have the conversation after she's gone.
Absolutely.
For the sake of getting everybody a chance to get from her. All right.
All right. Yes, please. I didn't get your question. Apologies. The network was, doing his work again, so I couldn't really hear you.
All right. My question is that there are people whom you stood on their shoulders to become a journalist today. Everything is comedy in Nigeria as we speak today, because almost everything that happens, you see people, everybody is now a media practitioner. But there were giants on whose shoulders we stood on. And those giants included names like Chief Zebediah Okorigwe Mobe, alias Fortan. You've heard that name, I'm quite sure. Have you?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. The problem we're having, or I am having, or some of us are looking at, is that when these giants are gone, the high and mighty will gather around and shout, "Oh, they were such great people." What are we doing to see to it that such giants, now that they are still alive, that they can still smell the coffee before they depart to the great beyond?
All right, thank you, Bobby. Precious, you want to take that?
Yes, please. Yes, of course. I'll take a dive on that. So you see here, I'd have to be as sincere as possible. For a start, the case in Nigeria right now is that of the survival of the fittest. Everyone is struggling to keep their heads above the water. So For elder statesmen like Chief Zebediah, Abike Dabir, of course, is one of those people we looked up to too, but she's now in politics and in this government now. Quite a couple of them too, I dare say. So you see, that's why we have guilds that should cater for all of this. And such guilds, I'm sure, will work towards ensuring that they do things to keep them alive. But on my part, personally, what I do from time to time, I try and I will try look at how I can involve and invite them to join modern shows so that people who did not get a feel of them in the past can see what they're about now and then, get to learn from their wealth of experience. And then from there, who knows what happens.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Bob. The flagship, you're next.
Good afternoon from here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very well. Crystal.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and good afternoon, Precious. It's good to see you.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much. Good evening from here.
Thank you. Rudolph did ask one of the questions I was going to ask, so I'm not going to delve into that. And in summary, it's just asking if the profession has regressed or progressed since the military era, and I think you took a good shot at that. Alaba also asked a very formidable question I was going to ask in the first part of his. But here's my other question that I want to really know about. Why is it that the Nigerian journalist, and I get the big picture you painted, why is it that the Nigerian journalist does not follow up on breaking news that are very pertinent and important to the people? I give you an example. The Olympics and the money that was spent. What happened? We've not heard anything about it. There are many of them, but I just use that one as an example. And lastly, are you guys involved in the process where these codes that you talked about or these regulations that are put together for you guys to operate under? Is the Nigerian Union of Journalists or folks in the media profession, are they involved in the process where these determinations are made?
Unfortunately, such decisions are made, by politicians, and they just call journalists for press briefing. Basically, that's what it is. So journalists are not involved in decision making. I don't know if the country where you are, if journalists are part of decision making, but in Nigeria, as much as I know, they aren't a part of decision making, but they are involved when government is ready to express such decisions to the public. That's the much I do know. And then speaking about, digging further, the ones that dug how far? The Pidoms and David Hundains of this world, where are they? So you cannot want to step on the foot of somebody in Nigeria and you survive it if you have to live in this country. It's not like companies do not, it's not like media houses in Nigeria don't know how to do their due diligence or investigate situations. But if those investigations have to affect the interest of one or two powers that be your people, and it is something that, in fact, they may even have to clamp down on your media. And somebody may even have to call your media organization, see that story, don't carry it. If they know you're privy to a story that may affect them personally, see that story, don't carry it. And sometimes, do you think that David may be a witch as to how he gets stories? He gets it from people in Nigeria here. Do you understand? A Pidom is also not a wizard. He gets stories from people in Nigeria here. But it's just that those people cannot express those concerns themselves, except they want to die. Why did you think they came for the source, Pidom source, when they arrested him? Because they wanted to know those feeding him information. That's why they want to know. So journalists may have done their investigations, had reports, and they try to push it, and the owner of your media house just says, you know what, they say we should kill this story, kill it, kill it, kill it. So that's why in journalism, we say that a news is what you actually call it. So what you decide that is not news. But what you have decided that is news, the one you put out there, is what the news is. So there are actually so many news in the news that is not news, because it doesn't come to the forefront. So that's why they're not news. But it's sad. That's what we are. And that is a peculiar thing about Nigeria. If you must be alive and live for you and your family. So You have to do what you have to do. And please, I would like to categorically state, most times, this is not about brown envelopes. I feel personally offended if people assume that every journalist is a brown envelope journalist. That's very insulting, because I do not know how much anyone would give me to make me not to say or say things. You know, it's really very insulting that if there is that general conception, that idea that, or misconception, I rather say, that every journalist is a brown, because I won't let you talk about government. So that's why, that means I'm a brown envelope journalist. That's not true. As I just explained, there are other factors that may restrict you from using such stories. That does not mean you have collected money. Please, it is very important that we put things right as they are. Thank you.
In 10 seconds, Rudolph, if you permit me, please.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say that. And thank you for your response. I really appreciate that. In the conversations that you guys have in wanting to make reforms in your profession and make things better for what you do and for the Nigerian people who you are centered on, I think when you all meet and gather, this should be something you should talk about. That you all that are professionals and know the nitty-gritty about the profession and how news should be dispensed and reported in Nigeria should be involved in the process. And yes, where I live, whatever regulations that are going to be made or codes that are going to be written, they have professionals from that industry be a part of the process. So you all need to push for that. It's not enough to say that the politicians who really don't know nothing about how or what journalism is, you went to school for it, you're trained for it, they cannot make that decisions on how you should carry out your job. I know Nigeria is a peculiar situation, but in your conversations, when you all meet, I think you should push for you guys to be involved in the process of these regulations that are being formed. Thank you.
I appreciate that, but are you talking about the same country that has a minister for education that knows nothing about education? Come on.
I'm just
Come
saying.
on. Let's be realistic now. It will not take a journalist to change the situation. We're all in this mess together, if I have to say that. Now, let me explain something to you, yeah? I'll give you a scenario. About 2 weeks ago, just after the APC was captured by Turji Bello and his crew, someone called our television station and called anonymously. And he was speaking with fear. You could hear the fear in his voice. He called but didn't want us to put him on air. I can say this now because I'm not on air. But he called and said that he wants to remain anonymous and that he just wants to let us, that he called us because he noticed the way we report things about, issues, and he thought to inform us that what is going on with the military is beyond what we know. According to him, I wouldn't tell how true or not his statements are, except there is proper investigation. He did mention that the military personnel who went for that mission, that operation that had the APC captured by Turji Bello and his crew, were mostly Southeasterners. He said so. I am not him. And that's subject to investigation. He said that the military personnel who were involved in that operation were mostly Southeasterners. He said that there was a time they were even stranded and they were calling for help for days before that capture. And they did not get the assistance that they needed. So it was almost looking like it was a deliberate sabotage to put them in the hands of these people. So when we thought to, let's put you online, let's talk, he said no, that his line may even be monitored. He's living with fear. But I can't use that story, neither on radio or TV. You know why? Because I can't use it. Even if I had recorded him, I still can't use it. It's unfortunate because this is about national security. There's no way I could have used it. So, except I don't want to be alive per se. I mean, what did Pidom say that he was charged for treason? So there are things like this that you cannot do if you must remain alive in your profession. We saw that. A couple of my crew and I noticed that. In fact, it was my staff that was at the back end that called my attention to it, my this, my that. But what do? We got his details and tried to see if we can keep the numbers, but we lost track of everything and we let it go. But that is what it is. We even tried to beg him, let's record you. We will mask your voice. We will tweak your voice so it doesn't look like you. He said, no, they will know I'm the one. Because after most of us that are in that operation that's surviving. You see how difficult it is? That's as bad as it is. So there are so many things that many journalists are privy to, but they just cannot say. And so they are not news because we're not saying them. It can only be news if we bring it to the forefront.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. Let's go to Francois.
Thank you very much. Hello to our guests, of course, the host, Rudolph, and fellow panelists, and those who are in the comment section. Ma'am, you see that time is a very precious commodity here.
More precious than my name?
No, because yours is valuable, right? And highly prized. I want to commend you for your elegance, obviously. It's pleasingly stylish in manner and appearance here. So you're very welcome. I would touch on a couple of things because I have a very small window. I'll touch on conformity from the things that you're talking about. Every government, they have all kinds of impediments for journalists and all kinds of things, but you do have rights as a journalist in the country. We copied our constitution ipsissima verba from that of the United States, right? So I've just given you a signpost. I want to, within the very short period, I'm going to talk about development in the new thing that you're putting together, the partnership. Like I said, I'll talk about that conformity, and then I will talk about the types of journalism, because we can throw around that journalists don't have any rights, stuff like that, as much as they can. They should, but you have investigative journalism, right? Absolutely. They have liberty to investigate.
Of course.
You have
and
opinion.
That's different from what I do. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of setting it up so that in the light most favorable to you. But at the same time, we have to split it and get to the facts, because this is actually how we're going to have to liberate both the journalists and ourselves in that country to deal with the substantive issues, right? So you have opinion journalism. In Nigeria, you still have the right to have an opinion.
Absolutely,
right?
No. If you have to be a broadcast journalist, you can't have an opinion if you go by the NBC code. And I
right, but what I'm saying.
I just realized. In fact, as a matter of fact, I can screenshot and send to Dr. Rudolph so he can put up on the page.
I'm not doubting you, right? I'm from Nigeria, and I was sharp as they come when I left the country.
Okay.
I know everything down there, right? And I monitor it. So what I'm saying is that even if in your studio, because I think I've seen you a couple of times in a program on the internet with what's his name there? The guy that's on another show on I don't know if it's Arise. Rudolph, what's his name? What is his name? Rufai. Yeah, Rufai. Is that you on the 90 point something with Rufai sometimes?
No, I'm never with Rufai. His show is different from mine, but yes, it's the same station.
Okay, great. So what I want to say to you is that here we have a lot of information, including what's going on down there. When you say that, it's insulting to say it's a brown envelope thing going on, right? Well, it may be insulting, but true. Something can be both, insulting and true. You could say to Tinubu, for example, you don't know how to run this economy. You have inflation going off the roof. You've insulted the president, but it's true. Now, that is not particular to you, obviously. Like I said, you're stylish, you're smart, and you're fair here. It's not you when we say you, but there's no doubt that the corruption in that journalism circle is what the problem is. It's part of the problem. We have to have a free press, but you cannot have a free press if they're corrupt, and they are corrupt. It's not you. It's the country, the state of the country. Corruption is everywhere, in the government, in the private sector, in everything. Now, you in response to a question that was asked you of here, Igbo Basics, and he teed it up for you to name some people you stand on their shoulder. You made it a point to mention Abike Dabere, right? Abike Dabere, who is now for the diaspora, was involved actually not long ago in some kind of kerfuffle on tribalism. You mentioned her. Well, you do that. We'll have to extrapolate, because I was in a good spirit when you came here. I was trying to learn, but you can't have heroes like that when there is a Spanish saying says that one of the most well-known repeated proverbs that we know says, "Tell me who your friends, and by extension your heroes are, and I'll tell you who you are." These people, such as Abike Dabiri, she's not a good actress in the country. Yeah. So let me come down to saying, basically, I give you one of the things I was going to talk about is Section 138 of our Constitution, for example, right? Rudolph, let me post the link here so you could show that for just 1 second now. Just hold your horses a little bit. I'm almost done, right?
Just summarize what is there. We're not doubting what you're saying. Summarize it.
Okay,
So,
what it says basically is that a president the president shall not, during his tenure of office, hold any other executive office or paid employment in any capacity whatsoever. That's Section 138. It's very, very clear. The president shall not, during his tenure of office, hold any other executive office. Now, you would agree with me that the Minister of Petroleum is an executive office. It's appointed by the presidency. That's what I mean by executive, right? You have the judiciary, you have the executive, then you have the legislative. So now, when you have journalists in a country where these people appoint themselves, that is a devastating blow to our country.
All
that
right.
the president can become the Minister of Petroleum. We're done.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me land. Will you let me land, for crying out loud? I have a question for
How
you.
long have you been here giving commentary?
Okay. Let me then politely ask that I be given a couple of minutes.
No,
here.
I'm not giving you. Please, we have to move on. You can hang out if we finish and she has more time for us. We want to get to everybody.
Could you at least, courtesy, ask her if she would allow me to actually?
No, I'm overruling that. So your question is, why should we have journalists in Nigeria when you have presidents who are disobeying the law? And it's not Tinubu that started that. Okay, Precious, go ahead.
I thought you were going to tell him to go to court if he doesn't allow you to talk.
I should.
So that's fine. So I'd like to respond to your first question about that. I didn't mention Abike Dabiri in a capacity of someone I admired. I rode on her shoulder. I didn't ride on Abike's shoulder. Yes, she was one of those I admired growing up. But there were other people. There was a Ruth Benemesia Opia, for instance. There are quite beautiful journalists out there. So I just mentioned her regarding people who perhaps were old journalists, but are still in the limelight now, but in a different direction. And that's why I mentioned her. And not in admiration.
But can you now repudiate her? Would you go that far? Because you're not on your studio.
Would I go that far
to say that she's not a good actress?
You have taken my light now. You have taken my light, you see, because your question just keeps coming.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. But you still shine through. The light
okay.
can't even do anything as far as your stylish elegance, and you shine right through. So go ahead.
I am flattered. Go ahead. So can I do what then? What did you ask?
Yeah, what I was saying, since I misunderstood when you answered that question by citing her when Igbo Basics asked you that question, would you then now specifically say that she is not one of your heroes as far as somebody climbed on her shoulder, and her role today, it's not one that you admire? Being a journalist, you must know that she has the role to help those in diaspora, and she's been very selective in the kind of people that she helps, the kind of issues. A lot of Nigerians in diaspora have a lot of problems, and she's nowhere to be found. So I just want to separate her from your role models, basically. Would you go that far to say, look,
you are forcing me now to toe your lines and to adhere to your thoughts, the one in your head? That's what you're forcing me to do. I'm twisting me to accept that Abike Dabiri is not my role model. And did I admire Abike Dabiri growing up as a child? Yes, I did admire Abike Dabiri. I did love her presentation of the Newsline in NTA, 9 p.m. every Sunday. Most people who grew up in Nigeria who watched that show, of course, would look forward to joining the show every day. She did beautiful presentation. But do I admire who she is right now in politics? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. And that is up to me. And I'm not saying this because you have to untwist me to say it, but it is because it is what it is. Back in the days when I was in the university, I did remember most of my colleagues saying that, 80% of the problem that I had were problems that had to do with other people. They used to call me defender of the universe. You say they see people who know too tall, they get short temper. You understand? So I would defend people. I hate injustice in any shape or form. I do not like it. So of course, I do not agree with the things that she does. The way she goes about her selective judgment, the fact that she's deliberately blind to things about some tribe against her tribe. It, of course, is obvious, visible to the blind and audible to the deaf, I dare say. So I do not like that, and I wouldn't do that. As a matter of fact, speaking about ethnicism and all of those, I actually do not care who the president of Nigeria is. And I think that the generality of Nigerians are beginning to be tired of who the president of Nigeria is. We're only looking forward to a Nigeria that works for all of us, irrespective of who the person is. And that is the level I am. So I don't care about tribe. One of the finest friends I have may be Muslims from other tribes apart from mine. It doesn't make them lesser humans than I am. Detribalized. I don't have religion. I don't care about those things. As a matter of fact, let's not talk about that issue. It's a matter for another day. So I don't care about most of those things. I care about who we are. So I do judge people more based on the content of their character than where they come from or the religion they practice. And I think it is important that we see people truly because of the content or through the content of their character than who we are. I was telling Dr. Okonkwo off mic, off the stage the other time that is why I do not believe that our politicians are a reflection of who we are. God forbid that a Muhammad Buhari is a reflection of me, precious king. It's not true, because I am not like him. And God forbid that I am any other leader in this country is a reflection of me. I don't believe that. They are who they are. I am who I am. And that's why it can be very painful if one is judged as such. That carpet statement that, oh, because you're Nigerian or because you're this and you're that. And that brings me to that question of, there was a question you asked about brown envelope or that. I like to get a question so I can treat it.
Okay. By the way, let me say that I did go to your Instagram, and you do celebrate with your Muslim friends. One of the not long ago, and the other thing is that you had a Dennis Amakere, a retired assistant director of the DSS, on your show not long ago. I don't know if you recall that guest in your show. Dennis, so on the point of the brown envelope, I was saying that you said it was insulting to.
Yes, it is.
Right, it is insulting, but when it comes to you, I'm saying that something can be insulting and true. We believe.
Let me take you from there. Let me take you from there. So, there is no denial in the fact that corruption is inherent. It is embedded in the grassroots of the Nigeria generally as a country. Corruption is a thing. It's very easy. It's everywhere. But is everyone in Nigeria corrupt? Absolutely no. I do not believe that. So as much as we may say that corruption is rife in Nigeria, but not every Nigerian is corrupt. And that's why it is painful to be judged as such when you know you're not one. And I begin to get emotional when I speak to this direction, because it's very painful when you know that you're different and you're judged as being the same. It's painful. But then again, I am someone who already makes excuses for people who do things even before they do it. So for friends who are close to me, before they hurt me, I already make excuses for them. And maybe 1,001 reasons why you may have done it. For those who may also be involved in one sort of corrupt practice or the other, I don't blame them. You know why? It is the country they find themselves. Irrespective of the fact that the environment, the Nigerian environment generally makes it easy for them to be involved in corruption. But have you seen hunger? We say that hunger is a good unifying factor that will unify us. It's not still unifying us enough. You know why? Because there are some people still gaining somehow from the hunger. Now, the average Nigerian spends more than they earn. The average Nigerian. And it's worse with journalists. Journalists, police, all of those military, they basically spend more than they earn. So where do you expect them to get the money to make up for their expenses? Do you know how much school fees is? Do you know how much feeding is? To feed a family alone. So it is difficult for some people to now be offered that brown envelope and they say they will not take it. The reason why I will not take it is because I have other streams of income. Not so many people are opportuned to have other streams of income. So you cannot tell a hungry man to, to see money and say he will not take it to feed his children when his child may be dying of sickness in the hospital. I think it's very unfair for you guys to sit in where you are abroad and assume that people can just be going through a lot of difficult situations and look the other way because they have to keep decorum. There are so many factors that may enable people or push people to take some action that they may not even be proud of at the end of the day. So that is why I cannot judge anyone for who they are and what they do. It is sad, but it is true. So that being said, of course, yes, there are people who are brown envelope. There may be them, but I do not know them. And I am not one of them. I hope I answered your question.
I believe you, but could you stay? Could you let me hold on? I want to say, could she stay?
Kenneth, you're next.
Could you extend your stay? Because I want to have a follow-up with you.
You just want to follow me like my village people like this now, eh?
Can I go ahead?
Please, Ekene, please, Ekene.
Okay, Mama H, go ahead.
Please, I have a meeting by 1, which is your 8 o'clock. So, and I don't want to go out without talking to my beautiful sister. Sweetie, I love you.
I love you too, Mama.
You don't meet for VOP.
We meet. I'll tell no quarrel when we meet. We'll not quarrel, Abby.
You there for VOP?
Yes, I did there.
Now me and Mary don't yarn well.
Okay.
And now I don't fall in love with Cody.
Aww.
Stop it, I like have to love you.
You have to. You don't have a choice.
And we get what we're going to do together.
No problem. I'm ready.
We will do together.
Thank you. I'll be glad to.
And DSS, Chief Tinubu, my darling. People are hear our talk yesterday. When I arrest my pikin Sowore, and I call liver. Good. I hope when I give her a passport too. And before I go ask my very sister question, I want to send message to DSS and go and Chief Tinubu, Remi Tinubu. Nnamdi Kanu court case they come.
Mama Echo, can you
wait, let me just run down. No. I will, please, because
Mama Echo.
Wait, Donkey, just leave me. Please. I am begging you. I am begging you, don't waste my time. I have yet to go.
Mama Echo.
We come the next election court day. If you make una release her, if una not release her, it is time for us to play what that they call last card. Una know what that they call checkmate. Now we go play. After this court case, if una not release Nnamdi Kanu, now wait till una never see for the history of Nigeria. Now me and my children go play. And all the abiamo in Nigeria and above. I go talk on that later. Make I come back to my very sister. Sister, I dey hear you for backstage. And you dey tell us, say, things they one are supposed to talk. But these yet people, not they let una talk. Una, because of una life, una get to zip una mouth. No problem. You see, those days is over now. Did you hear me? The days are over. Because it is time Mama H.O. will come out of her chair. I will go fight this fight together. God not give una that mouth for nothing. And he not give you the talent of journalism for nothing. So the people when they just say, Una not fit use una talent to serve humanity. Now listen and listen very good. Mama H.O. is sitting on the throne. Yes. Una want be men, una not very small. The good one, make una not very. But all the bad one, when una vow say, my children not go fulfill destiny. Now lie, now talk. So all of una want be say, una be investigating journalists. David, on you day that they chase you up and down. You get other ones when I write their name down. I beg. And they talk am for air now. I go find way to reach out to now. Or make una reach out to Dr. Udo for me. Make una collect my number. We go open their nyash from every angle. There is no place for the wicked. I agree with you, my beloved sister. My very daughter, I want to correct. You say you know they judge my children when they do certain things to survive. Me and you have the same belief. Because the very truth, the people, when it be Yahoo plus, now these politicians and some elite will not be politicians. Not ring bell for me because you not ring bell for pastor. Some elite will not be politicians. When they make money from all the wuru when they do for NIPC, all the wuru when they do for NIPC. Me, I come from Niger Delta. From Delta State precisely. From Agbarauto, my father's hometown. Me and the Hebrew family, we came from the same locality because Agbarauto is divided into 3. Me and the Hebrew, we share one. But when you now go to Agbarauto, or you now go to some of this Ijo area, look there. They're supposed to give our people paycheck like Alaska every month. But no, they do nothing. All our shift them.
Mama Echo, we have to be concerned with that people. I will remove you. I won't have
you. Not stop, Pastor. Let me finish.
I removed him, and I will remove you if I have to. Please.
Remove me now. Remove me.
Just summarize your question, please.
Remove me. Because you not remove pastor. So if you remove me, now my children go fight you. Remove me.
All right. So we have to get order here. I'm sorry. We are going through a different era. We are really going to be on TV. And we can't do this on TV. And I want people to understand that there has to be a change in where we act. And for your information, I removed Pansat because you just have to take direction from whoever is moderating. I made it clear that she's having internet problems, which we know happens with Nigeria. And you have to care about other people who are part of this conversation. We have only 2 hours with her. And you can't be talking for a long time and don't take directions. No, we can't do that. This is a new era. I know I probably encourage this and allow people to just talk because I think people deserve to talk, but there has to be kind of a guide. All right. Precious, I don't know if there's any question from what she said and anything you want to say. If you have anything, otherwise I'll go to the next person. Kene, you're next.
All right, so it's okay. I realized that I didn't also treat the issue of the petroleum minister before I come to Mama. I'm from Niger Delta like her, and the environmental devastation of the oil drilling in our environment is overbearing. We know that. My people cannot, lean towards the occupation anymore, including farmlands, and most of our waters are destroyed. We do know that. It is very painful. And I did not. Okay, let me speak to the issue of the petroleum minister. So if I have to blame anyone for that, I'd first of all blame former President Olusegun Obasanjo, because he set the precedent for that to happen. He was the first person who took up such position in office, and it became a norm. And he cannot enjoy it, and then other people will now not enjoy their own. Nigeria is turn by turn. You understand? He has enjoyed his turn now. Any other person will enjoy his turn. And that is why I feel like most of the things that we're going through in this present day democracy would have been corrected by former President Olusegun Obasanjo, if not that his quest for third tenure allowed him make some mistakes. For instance, there are lots of changes he would have done to the constitution that he did not allow happen. He had the opportunity as the first democratic president in this present day democracy to ensure he effects a lot of changes. But most of those changes were not effected. And that is why we are where we are today. It's very painful. But then, so if journalists ask, does it solve any problem? The ones that have asked, what came out of it? And do remember, just like one of the callers did ask questions, we have different arms of journalism. Every journalist cannot be an investigative journalist. And I do not think that the witch hunt on investigative journalists in Nigeria is just about Nigeria. In most countries, you cannot want to be digging issues or digging facts about Putin, for instance, and you remain in Russia. So almost everywhere in the world, like that most people who want to really dig out facts about their government has to be wary. They are always on the run if they have to spill the facts. But it's also important to state that there are different arms of journalism. Because I am not an investigative journalist does not make me lesser a journalist than the person who is an investigative journalist. So it's important that we state that clearly, and so that we do not look at all journalists as, come with the opinion that they must all be investigative to make them journalists. No, that's not correct. And I share Mama's sentiments and her pain on what she's going through. I wish I could speak on the Nnamdi Kanu situation, but unfortunately, some of you may eat me raw here now if I speak to that fact. You see, so it is issues like this and this kind of anger that is the reason why government will even want to hold him back. I'm sorry to say, I was practically elated when there was an option for a political resolution of these issues. I liked it. You know why? We run a kind of country that anything will happen, the sky will not fall. Why do you think that an Omoyole Sowore would be released and discharged of all the allegations on him? A Sunday Igboho would be released, but Nnamdi Kanu is held down. And that is again another reason why maybe sometimes I may not just be as voracious or as outspoken as some people think I ought to be. Because you know why? What goes for one in this Nigeria does not go for everyone. Or what goes for one does not go for all. So if you find out that your name is not good in whistle, so you know how to respect yourself. That a Mr. Lagbaja can come out and be very outspoken and say what he has to say. That's a Mr. Lagbaja. When you know that there is really no fairness in your country, you will not do things because others are doing it. You will do things because you would have to. You have the conviction to do it. Because a Mr. Lagbaja can get away with it, does not mean that you can get away with it when you try it. And that's exactly the case of Nnamdi Kanu, as bad as it is. So I think that seeking a political solution or resolution to his issue or to this issue is the best thing to do, because there is clearly very imbalanced judgments in this country. And it's been like that. But it became worse in this administration and the last two administrations, I dare say. But it is sad that it is what it is. And however, I would rather call on the Igbo people to blame their leaders more. Because if you look at what happened with a Sunday Igboho, you notice how many Yoruba elites galvanized in his favor to clamor for his release. How many prominent, very prominent Igbo leaders are galvanizing in support of Nnamdi Kanu? Some of them may, gather in front, but behind they say something differently because of selfish interest or different interest. It is unfortunate. I do not think that all of us have one voice. And that is a big problem for most of us. And I also think that the Igbo people should also hold their leaders accountable. Because if the Igbo leaders that they have elected so far are using at least 60% of the funds that they get to develop their regions. Most of the clamor we have today, we will not have it. How do you have leaders that receive allocation upon allocation, and then you don't even see what they use that fund for in their states? It is painful. It is painful. And maybe that's why they will not like Nnamdi Kanu to be released. Maybe he'll be too much, he'll be problem for them, the way he talks. Maybe so. But it is painful. So clearly Nigeria is where you don't have a fair judgment, and that's why you see them treating a case of a renowned and known band for terrorist like a Bello with kids glove, and government to say ignore him, he's a demented fellow. You can imagine that. Why did they not also think that Nnamdi Kanu is demented? They should just ignore him and release him. Why not so? That is the society we live in, where there is an unfair treatment and biased treatment and imbalanced treatment. So when you know your country is like that, you act accordingly and, be discerning in decisions that you make. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's now go to Kene. Kene, you're on with Precious.
Yeah, Rudolph, good afternoon. Thanks. Good to see you. Looking good. Precious, I agree to. This is Kene.
Thank you.
Yeah, I follow your show all the time. It's Kene Ezike from comment section.
Hi, Kenny, how are you? Good to see you personally. I see your comment a lot. Thank you. I finally put a face to the name. Well done.
Yeah, same here, same here. Yeah, I do appreciate everything you do. I do actually have a very, very simple question, actually. Because based on observation, all the news agencies in Nigeria, or rather the main ones, are all based in Lagos and Abuja. We all agree news is, or journalism is local, right? So why is it that there isn't any news agencies set up in other parts of Nigeria apart from Lagos and Abuja? And I don't believe it's an infrastructure issue, because with the internet you can set up anywhere. And because of the way news is set up in Nigeria, the citizens are pretty much not getting the correct news, right? Or even when they get it, they're getting it late. For example, all this banditry in the north, right? There's nobody on ground to break the news as when it's happening. And you notice that by the time people in other parts of Nigeria gets the news, or even abroad, when we get the news, it's something that happened 24, 48 hours ago. Is there any reason for a setup like this in Nigeria where we don't actually get the actual news locally, and everything, all the news agencies are all in Lagos and in Abuja pretty much?
Okay, so simply put, it's because people from other regions find it less lucrative to invest in the media. It's simple as that. The media industry is not a Tiego with ego business, so it's difficult to invest your money into it for people who may not find it immediately lucrative, but without knowing that there are other benefits of investing in the media beyond the physical cash that you get back. So the reason why you think that Lagos may be one of the center for media practitioner in Nigeria is basically because Lagos was not just it was the federal capital territory, and most of the heads of every agency and parastatals were domiciled in Lagos State before they started moving gradually to Abuja. And looking at the media investment generally, 80% to 90% of most of the media organizations are owned by Westerners, Southwesterners. Most of them, name most of the newspapers most of the television stations apart from AIT though, that was the foremost media house in Nigeria that, after the deregulation of the media industry in Nigeria, broadcasting industry, I rather say, in 1992, and when you had AIT, which is owned by an Edo man. But of course, he had to center it in Lagos State, first of all, because Lagos it's like, the meeting point for every Nigeria at that time. And it still is. For so many reasons, because it's the commercial hub and commercial center of the country. So most advertisements that you have to get and all that comes from Lagos State. You know why? Because most companies have their heads and their head offices in Lagos State, first of all. So the movement to Abuja is just because it's the capital, the Federal Capital Territory. That's all. But most banks, most corporate entities and all that have their headquarters in Abuja. So I would not have a media house when I know that if I want MTN advert, for instance, and my advert will have to come from the MTN headquarters in Lagos State, and I'll go and open a media, even for me that own a media house in Enugu, for me to get an MTN advert in Enugu, it has to come from the headquarters in Lagos. So why shouldn't I have an arm of my media house that is closer to Lagos, so that I'll be closer to where it's happening? That's one thing. And on the other hand, most people from other parts of the country find it less lucrative to get into the media, and this is where I have a problem. I'm sorry to say, but I have to say it again. With most of our southeast and south brothers, apart from the likes of Ibori now and Advocacy, and some people in the southeast now who have now understood the importance of investing in the media and are now doing so. So because media is not practically something that gives you back return on investment immediately, people find it less attractive to invest in. But there are more gains that you have in the media than that physical cash that you get back. Apart from the fact that some people may think that it's also a means of money laundering now for some politicians. That's a matter for another day. But there are other benefits. For instance, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a handiwork and product of the media. It is the media that give us a perception of who we think he is, whether it is true or not. The media built him to be that. And they can decide. So when you own a media house, you can decide to direct the narrative for your own good, or at your own interest, or to your own interest. But when you're not in charge of the media, you give me a Southwesterner, for instance, your news to cover, I can decide to kill it, and that news will not see the daylight or light of day. Remember that I told you earlier that it is what you call the news that the news is. So it's what your editor says is news that the news is. If your editor decides to remove that story from the bulletin, it's no longer a news because it won't exist. But if the editor sees it's important and adds it to the bulletin, it is a news, and that's what it is. So when we have media houses, so as a matter of fact, every media house is with their own interest. Every media house, name them, they have their own interest and political leaning, even though some subtly so. I'm sure that in the US where you are, you also have same thing. That's where you see what's happening with the Fox News and the CNN and the rest of them. So it is like that all over the world, and you don't blame people. But the problem I have is the fact that most of our people find it difficult to invest in the media because they look forward to making back their profit immediately. It's not only financial benefit that you gain from investing in the media. There are other gains that you have to look out for. If a Tinubu did not invest in the media, maybe he wouldn't have had such, a PR that he had that made us think that, oh, he's the one that built Lagos. So we're even forgetting the likes of Jack Conde and all the works other people did in Lagos State. We're now giving Tinubu all the credit of all the works that was done in Lagos State. Even though we know that he's not the one personally that did most of those work. What made it that way? The media created that narrative of him. So I think our people must understand that people in the Southeast and South must begin to understand that there is more need and importance in investing in the media than, just financial gains.
All right. Thank you, Precious. Let's go to Christian.
Yeah. Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Damages and Precious. On the side where I don't know if this Precious is the one of the Voice of Nigeria. I grew up with that, listening to that kind of voice from Voice of Nigeria. But my question is, the role of journalists, part of their roles are inform, educate, and promote. Now that you have in your radio station, because I follow you and your analysts on your radio station.
Okay.
The concern to promote Nigeria has made it a very imperative that you keep on talking about ethnicity, tribalism, in terms of politicians dividing us. Now, does it not worry you that that education, that kind of promotion that politicians divided Nigerians into ethnicity, which is false, because the last time I checked, ethnicity is a unit of classification, you know, and the power of that ethnicity and the power of or the importance of classification cannot be lost on us. So that part of educating the people, the importance of ethnicity and the power it holds in trying to organize themselves, so according to their ethnicity, in order to hold these politicians accountable. Does it worry you that in trying to promote Nigeria and belittling the power of ethnicity and the importance of taxonomy, therefore the problem of Nigeria continue to exist?
Of course, it does worry me. It worries me so much because I'm in Lagos State, and even though I'm from River State, my name is Precious Enyi. And for people in the southwest here in Lagos State where I live, everybody from Benin downward is an Omoibo. It doesn't matter where you come from, you know. So, and whatever hatred or like they have for the Igbos, they pass on to you generally. So it does worry me. It does worry me more because I look forward to having children who will not be judged based on where they come from, and who will not be judged unfairly because they come from a part of the country and not opportuned to come from the other part of the country. It's really very unfair and very worrisome. So it does worry me. But then again, that's where the role of educating and constant awareness comes in. Because if we continue to educate our people, we would understand that we're truly one. Look, these people will divide you deliberately. Now, what's one of the things that would hold you down with your religion and your ethnicity? You know why? Because they know that we're highly, very religious people in Nigeria. And anything that concerns our different gods that we worship, we take it very seriously. And we don't joke with it. So perhaps they've looked at it in their mind. What is the one way now that we can get to the people? Oh, let's use this thing that they say that is very important to them to get them. And it's very easy. They jump on religion, they jump on ethnicity, and they use it to get us. And they see that that helps us a lot. And that is why somebody will be somewhere and thinks that they can, and may just imagine that they can hate everybody from every tribe, even though not everyone from that tribe hates them. I do not believe that I do not believe that a character trait is ethnic or religion. You can have every character in every kind of tribe and every kind of religion. It is the way it is. But who begins to educate our people to make them understand that that is the case? That, oh, you don't just hate these people because you think they are from so part of the world. The thing you think that that person from that part of the world has done to you, your own family member can also do that same thing to you. So why would you also go ahead hating your family member with that much bitterness because they've done something to you? If you think an Igbo man has hurt you, has a Yoruba man not hurt you before? If you think a Yoruba man has hurt you, has an Igbo man not hurt you before? If you think an Hausa man has hurt you, has an Igbo man not hurt you before? So would you also hate them that way because they have hurt you? Just because the politicians have deliberately made us hate ourselves. And that is why most times when I talk about it on radio, I try to educate people and enlighten people. For instance, I have a charity thing I've been doing for the past 20 years of my life in journalism. My birthday is on the 1st of January. So every 1st of January for the past 20 years, for every station I've worked with, I ensure that I do a charity work. I've been to different charity homes from when I was in Port Harcourt to here in Lagos. And then recently, I just thought of, for the past 3 years, I thought of not just charity homes. Why not go to see real people living in, very critical areas? So I've been going to the downtrodden generally, and I see people there. None of those people are from my village. None of them. But I give them things. I have sent things to villages in Jos, to villages in Benue State, to villages in Kaduna, to villages. I have sent, and I did not send those things because I wanted to help my people alone. No, because they are first of all human beings before where they come from. So it is with continuous education and reorientation, and that is where the National Orientation Agency ought to be doing its job. And I, for one, have been using my platform to call on the National Orientation Agency to do their work and live to that responsibility. The good thing is that they've come up with a charter now that, to educate people
Okay, so the internet has done well. At the beginning, it was difficult. I didn't know we would continue up to this point. I will, when she comes back, I will get Jonava and Bovie to weigh in, and then we will.
Dr. Damages, can I say this?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to actually talk about why they attribute it to politicians, not understanding the power of ethnicity in all these things, because the politicians actually use their strength when they have problem. That's why they resort to ethnicity, because the power of ethnicity is very huge. And therefore, if the people are organized according to their ethnicity, then they will be able to hold their criminals along their ethnicity, along their ethnic line. And the power of ethnicity as a nation, as a unit of a nation building. You know, like the Europeans understood it in 1845 in in Germany, Westphalia.
What did they do then?
They actually understood that the ethnicity.
All right.
Oh.
I hear you. Yeah. Okay. So
apologies. Yeah. So I hope I did answer his question, by the way, as much as I tried to. Yes.
You did. You did. Thank you. Okay, Janaba, quickly, so that we can so that everybody got a chance to.
Precious, welcome to the show. I want to use this opportunity to thank you for all you do for humanity and coming to our platform. And also, as a senior citizens, I want you to live long. So, be a human being in Nigeria is very difficult, especially with the job you do. So, do not worry so much about the question here. So many of us are where we are very safe, so we can say anything we want to say. But overall, thank you for what you do. My question to you may not be in form of question, but just to encourage you for what you do. And I will contact Rudolph, if you will, to get contact how we can be of support to your channel and everything you do. And thank you for what you sent to Benue State. I'm from Benue State. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This means a lot to me. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Jonaba. I'll be your next.
APC women leader area. Yeah, I'm rooting for you to take over from your brother since they fired him. I'm talking about the Ajuri, since he's from your village. So maybe they will look to your side. That's why the APC women leader fits you. You know, that's the qualification rather. They will overlook your body of work and just say APC women leader come and take over after your brother. Anyway, my question is, when you were, at the beginning of this conversation with Rudolph, you highlighted some of the code of NBC, and I can't help to notice where you said that one of the codes says that you can't have your own personal opinion.
Absolutely.
I don't have any problem with that. But my question is, whose opinion is the media projecting?
You're not supposed to have an opinion. You're supposed to present issues based on the different facts. So there's something we call angles to a conversation in the media. Yeah. So if you talk about an issue, you look at it from different angles. You look at it from this angle, that angle, this angle, the angle of people who think is this way. You can even refer to history where such thing had happened before and all that. So you just present it and leave it. And then you let the public choose what they want to choose. If you have an analyst, it's fine. The analyst is now the one who forms an opinion during his analysis. And then that opinion is his, and it doesn't represent yours or that of the station in any way. So you're not supposed to have I think I sent some screenshots to Dr. Okonkwo. He can, post it to you so you see. So you're not supposed to have an opinion. You're supposed to just present the issues from different angle, balanced. There is emphasis on balance. So that is to say that I cannot just have a conversation that is one-way traffic. Because whether you like it or not, no matter how weird an opinion, no matter how weird an angle to a conversation is, it represents someone's opinion out there. So that's why you must have balance. So
do you think the conversation? Do you think the conversation is balanced off across our media houses? I mean, from your just a personal opinion.
I hope I'm not losing you guys.
I think we lost her again. But Ovia, that's a very important question. But when she comes back, we'll get her to answer that. I think Ovia is the last person that is here. We will, as usual, as we do every Sunday, we will when she leaves, we will get a chance to discuss how it went. And yeah, Alaba, go ahead.
Follow up on Ovie's question, saying that the Nigerian media currently, as it stands, the opinion of those they portray are the opinions of the rulers. They do not even portray the opinions of the people. And that law, whatever law it is she's quoting that says they cannot have an opinion, it violates their fundamental human right as a Nigerian. Everybody is entitled to an opinion and they are entitled to express it. So if that law in itself, if it were here in the state, an individual or a journalist will sue the government and saying that that guiding laws in itself violates their individual fundamental human right, because you're a journalist doesn't take away your rights to free expression and opinions. You know, it's the pursuit of happiness that matters. But this is a lot of things are wrong with Nigeria.
Ferrari, Ferrari.
Yeah?
I think you are missing the point of that code, in the sense that they are not telling you as an individual not to have an opinion. They are just say if you want to have the organization, and that's where you quit. The organization just say if you want to have your opinion, don't come here. Go ahead. Just like she's here now.
But newspapers have always have editorial opinions. Editorial opinion is an opinion of the editor. So yeah, you're putting the editor's right above the field journalist right. Look, there's so many dark areas.
Can you just calm down?
And that's why I understand the purpose of such laws is to listen. Let me land, Ovie. Hold on. I know it's your question. There's a fundamental gray area that we are not looking at as people who are enlightened in this law. You see, you're right on that. They're trying to create a balanced opinion. Look at where that has led us. He who pays the piper dictates the tone. If I have a media press, I dictate what opinion is expressed in that media press. That violates the right of the people. The journalists exist for the people, and that should be enshrined in the Constitution. If we don't have conversation to this level, Nigeria is not going nowhere, because the journalist doesn't exist for himself. He exists on behalf of the people to checkmate the government, because everything that is public remains in the public domain. And these are type of intellectual conversation we need to have. Go ahead, Ovie.
Please, can you just listen? Not for your sake, for the people who are listening. This thing is not, it's ridiculous, okay? There's a reason why.
All right, hold on, guys. When
you were talking, I kept quiet. For God's sake, everything will be argument.
I wasn't arguing. I was making a point.
All right, we have our guest is back. Precious, I'm not sure if you had Ovie's question, or if not, Ovie, can you just in one sentence or two just summarize it? I'll mute yourself, Ovie.
All right, I follow what I asked you up by saying that, do you think that the opinion on the national, whereby that television, radio, newspaper, do you think is balanced, right? I mean, of course, your opinion aside, but what do you think? Do you think the conversation that we are having as a people, because there's a good newspaper is a nation having a conversation with itself. So if you can hear me, do you think the conversation that we are having is balanced enough?
All right. So we can see that our internet is still not back.
Yeah, but Rudolph, I think you get my question in the answers. I think that code is what I said is ridiculous, because all of us there, when we hear one of the most followed voice on television, Tucker Carlson got fired. Before Tucker Carlson, there was Bill O'Neill. I mean, unless we are not paying attention to what is happening to in the Western world right now, the way they are cocktailing.
Okay, hold on. Let's
all right.
round up. Okay, Precious, go ahead.
Apologies, network kept taking me off. Apologies.
It's okay. So did you get LVS question or?
I did not. I don't think I did get it.
Okay.
I followed it up by saying that I did agree with you that you are you not having opinion as by the side, but do you think the conversation we are having in our medium of news, that's television, radio, TV, as a people, right? Say good newspaper is a people that talk to ourselves, a nation that talk to ourselves. Do you think that conversation that we are having across these mediums is balanced enough?
Of course, no. Of course, no. Not all the media, not every media house engages in balanced conversation. That's very typical and very obvious. Not so every media house is tilted towards. I mentioned it before. That it's also like that in your United States. It's tilted towards. In fact, has political leaning, whether you like it or not. So most media houses will rather practice journalism or have conversations that suit their interest. And then when they want to have the one that does not suit their interest, they'll just brush it off and move on. You understand? So it's like that. Almost all the media houses. So just quite a few of them have balanced conversation. And I commend those that have balanced conversation.
All right. Thank you, Precious.
Appreciate your take. Thank you.
Hold on, Lava, hold on. So I will just put KJ, and then I'll give Lava and James 1 minute to ask follow-up questions, and that's it. We ended there. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Precious, I've listened to you all the while, and it's been a good conversation. I appreciate your work. I really appreciate your work. Sometimes I fear for you.
No, it's okay. We're fine. It's not as bad as you think it is. So we're alive now.
Because you are doing a great job, and some of the questions are very direct. Sometimes I fear for you, but God will help you all. You see, I'm not going to ask any question. I'm just going to buttress what she has said, and that's some of the things I've said on this channel. Some of you felt I was being overboard, and she had just totally again said those things. You see, journalism in Nigeria is not as practiced any other place, and nobody watches your back. You got to watch your back. And by the way, the money coming from me wouldn't be enough to even solve your problem when you get into it. So you need to watch your back. You need to, as much as possible, no matter how interesting the story is, you got to forget it and move on, because you don't want to do it, and at the end of the day, you are finding yourself in DSS dungeon. So I appreciate your work. I appreciate especially the guy who analyzes for you. I can't remember his name now. He's very good, and fearless also. And all you guys are doing, what you have just said is totally the truth of the situation. You see, journalism in Nigeria started taking a tilt when they started trying to teach that we have to be developmental journalism. In other words, talk about the things happening. Don't talk about any other thing. Don't write about people's their private life. So you don't talk about their private life. Don't talk about except the one government gives you. Take it and just regurgitate whatever they've told you. And that's why it became difficult for them to handle the Nigerian populace when NTA no longer became the mouthpiece of what's happening in Nigeria. And it's like some people have asked you here. You don't want to go. There are certain places you don't want to go to because there are certain things you say and you not come back to the job the next day. So, and even the people who own the house, the media houses you work for, have their own organs they are taking directives from. Absolutely. And so they break down on you to make sure that whatever you are saying is in line with whoever is feeding them or giving them contracts to make their station keep running. And again, every journalist, I have a friend, AIT, who told me that when they give you your ID card, they tell you this is your passport for your meals or your meal ticket. So use it and make money for yourself. Nobody's going to come and pay you, as at when due. So you go out, you look for your own advertisement, you look for other things. So, but those who didn't practice may not know what's going on. Those who practice know these things, and it's still going on even till tomorrow. Thank you so much. It was good to listen to you, and I'm sure that many people have been educated by what you've given us today. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And to buttress what you said, it is correct. There are many, in fact, most of the media houses are not paying salaries. quite a majority of them don't pay salaries. So you imagine it. If you're a media practitioner, how do you cope? How would you feed? So Nigeria is a case of the survival of the fittest. You have media houses who will tell you that I've given you a platform, use it to make money. And you're telling the person not to collect envelope. And that's why I said I cannot judge anybody who does. Because they have to keep their heads afloat. And just so you also know, some of the media houses, great percentage of them are owned by politicians, either by politicians or backed up by politicians. So now you see why it will be very difficult for them to actually be as expressive as you want them to be. It's not that easy because it's the person who owns the piper that dictates the tune or the tone, as it were. So I hope you guys understand this. That's why it's not going to be very easy to be as expressive and as independent as you, from where you are, expect them to be. Because of course, they have to also earn a living. They need a platform to earn a living too, some of them. Thank you, Mr. KJ.
All right. Hold on, Alba. Hold on, James. Let me get Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince, I know you tried several times. You wanted to get opportunity to talk to Precious. Go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Rudolph and the Hawks. Good afternoon from California. You know.
Yes, Prince Akwachi. Good to hear from you.
Yes, this is Prince. I would have been in the platform, but however, I have a game, Giants game. You know, in America, the thing that keeps us up is sports. So I am just getting ready to go into my sport. But I said, I must say hi to you, okay? I must say hi to you and keep up the good work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your support always. I appreciate you always. Thank you.
All right.
No problem.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Prince. Alaba, go ahead. Just a question. We are around it.
Yeah, Precious. That's KJ's submission that you supported. I'm not disputing it. But you have to understand that that is going to be the old way. The age we are now, we are in the age of technology, whereby no matter how strong the government wants to try, they're not going to be able to control communication and information. Now, that being said, you have to be a strong advocate if you are a journalist of the word that says the pen is mightier than the gun. While that is so unrealistic, as one commentator has called me out in the comment section, the pen is still mightier than the gun. Only Nigerians have not realized their power. They've not come to the full glory of what their intended destiny is, including our journalists, our lawyers, you know, the entire system. That's why the entire system is a mess right now. Because if a judge knows what power he holds in upholding the law, the politician will not be. If a journalist knows what power they hold with the pen, the politicians would not be a threat. It was Nixon that was removed by the article by a journalist. Well, that is a sane community. We know Nigeria is insane. But still, we shouldn't belittle the power that belongs to information. And therefore, we need to encourage it. Rather than, there was a time, there was this guy I remember when I was growing up. She can't hear me anymore, but I'll continue. Franco Lizzie. He goes from every village. And that's how I knew about different Nigerian villages that I didn't even know existed. He was reporting on behalf of the people. But what we have now as journalism is the echo of the political arenas, the echo of the politicians, the echo of the governor, the echo of the president. That is not news. That is not news. The news comes directly from the people. And we need to focus on this. So that's just what I wanted to say, that I want to encourage you in what you're doing. If she can hear me, I want to tell you that journalists, I don't know how much of part of what I said you heard. I want to tell you, encourage you in what you're doing. I want to tell you that journalists are very powerful, but Nigerian journalists have not come to the realization of their power. They're still beholden to the politicians just because of a paycheck. I don't know what we're taught in journalistic school, but from what I know here in the United States is that the journalist is the mouth, earpiece, and voice of the people, not the government. And that is enshrined in their constitution. So we, the journalists, needs to push, I'm not one, should push for that to be enshrined in Nigerian constitution, have a diabolic discussion with their colleagues. I know there are so many obstacles. We see them even on this panel. We have so many obstacles to the truth, to the voice of the people, but people have to fight through it and make sure it happens. Thank you so much for coming. You've made all your point. I'm not blaming you, but if you ever had a chance to attend your union meeting, please push harder for the rights of journalists to be entrenched in your constitution. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But I rather would ask you for a favor. Can you come back to Nigeria and practice journalism and help us?
I
Oh, yeah, come and do it now.
I can set up something, start something.
It can be very sweet to say things, but
I have freedom of speech here. Nigerians don't have. I acknowledge that.
I'll personally lead you. I'll personally put you through. I'll personally give you all the connections.
I acknowledge that.
I want you to come and do it.
I did when I was on campus, when I was in LASU. When I was in LASU, I was an editor of the campus magazine, but I left that behind to leave Nigeria. So journalism is in my blood. It's not like a new thing. I didn't study journalism. I studied microbiology. But everybody that went to LASU in my era knew me, knew my name. So it's not a thing of fear. I understand the problem. I'm not belittling it, but I'm not saying we should put fear forward, particularly in these urgent times that our nation is in crisis.
All right, thank you, Alaba. Let me, James, just a question or comment. If you don't have any, I'll go to show, and that will be the last one.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me 1 minute. I just wanted to say something.
I have nothing to say. Thank you so much. I wish you well, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, James. Show.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Damages or Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Rudolph, good evening. Good evening, Precious. Good to see you. I haven't got a question. I just came in, for the usual gist at the end of it. But thank you for what you do. I've become familiar with your work in the last couple of weeks. It's news to me. It's not something that I knew until a few weeks ago. But I've gone back to watch a lot of the things you've done, your shows and the rest of it. So thank you for the work we do. We appreciate it. I don't have the cojones to do what you do. So from the comfort of my home in England, I say thank you and watch your back.
All right, KJ, final word.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My sister, listen. Bob Marley used to say something: "He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day." I want you to always remember that behind your mind. There's an Igbo adage that says that the fool lives to point at where grave men, the grave of brave men. Okay, so anybody who is telling you to put your life on the line because you want to hear stories that you cannot defend, don't do that.
You didn't whine, brother.
I said that again. Hold on.
I say you didn't whine. I don't go if you put my life on the line.
Great.
Who don't like in life?
And all of us here. The guy who interviewed Kamala Harris and Trump, he gets 25 million a year. Is there any Nigerian journalist that pay that much? So when he goes out there, he knows what he's going for. He knows that he has enough power to defend himself. You can't ask a journalist who don't even pay. You know that some journalists are paid after every 3 months or 4 months or 5 months. Some never even paid. So my dear, God bless you for what you're doing. Keep asking the questions you can ask, and any other person who wants to do that can go and they can become investigative journalists and do their own. God bless you. Thank you so much.
All right. Precious, final words to us before we take a break and come back to review. Okay, I think internet is once again frozen.
It's frozen.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a break. When we come back, we will continue the conversation. But just in case she doesn't join us again, but I think if she can, she will join us.
I can hear you. I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. So want to give you the chance to say the final words, and then also you can use the opportunity.
Okay. So as a parting shot, I'd like to
go ahead. All right.
We need to ask Righteous Man to hook up everybody in Lagos. Righteous Man has the best internet in Nigeria. Full stop. Nobody can come close.
Yeah, it's also interesting, for those who are looking for what to do for journalists in Nigeria, maybe advocate for better internet. That's the first one to begin with. Yeah. But when she comes back, and if she can, she will have a final say, and then we will come back and discuss, including talking about the diaspora perspective, which is a new show that we are going to premiere next Saturday on Voice of the People TV station. All right, so let's take a break. Be right back.
Onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abụmma nwatara dosari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo abụmma nwe ilochila biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya Mazi wekoma odogu no kwere zineke onyo mani gadele mo Mazi ni bazi Ibu go with melody Odogu na chala noka Ezi wande mliga delemo Olagado ni pezigo Ma olagado ni pezigo Amama mwilo chilo Mikora muzo Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Mama wazara nesari Ibya muyana kwana mo ofube naru Mulaga doni biasugo Nazaboy Mulaga doni biasugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rafu zoro Anabazi Odogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele begia Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene Omogo ndi nso Chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene mi Ịlapụl ife nini na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom megaji Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Bama iyo iyo biko lapụ Nabasị Zoro, 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 zoro
It's just a pickup. It's not a waiting point. You walk through this place. Let don't
Sorry.
No, don't just bring that into the water. Just calm down. There's just like it is our right. This is a public place. So you cannot tell us not to go to where we're going in a public place. For what reason? Please don't make it otherwise. Who mentioned violence there? That you are taking us up from there. If you see violence, we stand. It is not a this is the video. I've already done it. I just came out. I drove in. I drove in. I came out. Nobody's going to stop you. I drove in. Ask the lady there. But the fact remains that this is the video. This is the last time that we did. Can you the last time? This excuse me. They were here last time too. They were boss. I don't know
this come over here and eléyìí rajà láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to 90 Minutes Africa for this Sunday. And we've been having an interesting conversation with our guest. I think she's gone by now. So let's do a review of what we discussed. We started by talking about Omoyole Sowore, who was detained at the airport today when he arrived in Nigeria. Later on, he was freed, and he has been speaking in Lagos. We played a little bit of that video along the way. I think I'll play more of that. And our guest talked about the state of the media and the challenges that the media in Nigeria is facing. So let me go to someone here who didn't get a chance. I think, Sho, I don't think you had it. Oh, yeah, Sho spoke, yeah. Olumide, are you okay? Olumide is...
Yes, Rudolph. Good day, and good day to everybody. Rudolph, I want to take you on.
Oh, you want to
because
take me? Okay,
I mean, what I want to take you on is kind of below your own very standards.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you a benefit of the doubt to clear the air.
Hold on. Don't do that now. Okay. Let's make sure that we will have time for that. Hold on. Okay. Just I want us to talk about the show we just watched, and then we can talk about other things. Okay. If you don't mind, Olumide, I'll listen to you.
I think this is a good, sorry. I think this is a good time for you to also plug in the. I think you mentioned the town hall meeting that's going to happen on.
Yes,
you advertised it, so maybe it's a good time to let people know.
Yeah. All right. So I shared on the comment section, and it's already in the. If you are in the panel, you can see it inside the private page. We're going to have a meeting of everybody. Really, it's open to everybody. We can take up to 1,000 people. But we are going to have a meeting of the panelists and those on the comment section. It will be an opportunity for you to come in, and we want to hear from you how things have been going. Whatever concern you have, we can discuss it in that meeting. That will be on Wednesday at 6 p.m. New York time. So that will be around 11 for those in Nigeria. I think it's the same in the UK. So it's open to anybody who wants to come in. Town hall, call it anything, town hall meeting. All our people will be there, so you can meet the people, some people behind the scene who run this thing we see here. I'm also trying to extend it to some board members of Iroko Post Media Group. So, but it will be an opportunity for you to air your view on everything that I know there are a lot of concerns from different people from different angles. But I will still listen to Olumide later on if he wants to talk on air. But let's look at the show we just had.
Okay.
Hold on, Olumide, before you do that. I think Precious wants to say goodbye to all of us. So when she comes in, we'll let her say goodbye to, because she didn't get a chance to have a final say. But let's hear from you, Olumide, while we wait for her. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I want to pick up from where KJ left off. KJ, please, you are somebody that I respect, and I would say that by and large, the way you've been handling yourself and the panelists and everybody else since you've been anchoring the program, I would say I would score you very high. But there's this very thing that when they raise this issue about journalists back home, the kind of defense you put up for them is it doesn't hold water. You understand? If you want journalists to be respected as professionals, they have to be able to self-regulate. That is the hallmark of every profession. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, name them. If you cannot self-regulate and put yourself in order, stop putting up excuses and saying that, oh, why don't you go back there? The economy is this, the economy is that. Are they the only professionals in that country, living in that country? Please, it doesn't hold water. We know our society has a lot to deal with, to fix. Journalism is part of it. We would not wish that one child that studies journalism is not well paid or is able to make a living wage, and then you put up a defense and say, oh, okay, let them keep writing rubbish. Let them keep writing fake stories and writing and putting up people's, laundering people's image. Please, we are not going to fix our country by brushing things under the carpet. Please. It's nauseating when you say that. And then some people say, go back home and do what? Leave my mudu here and go back home into that shithole. It's not going to happen. So, John long, leave the shithole and go back. I mean, leave my mudu here and go back to the shithole. It's not going to happen. You understand? We want every profession to function on behalf. Every profession has to function on behalf of the people and bring the best out of us in our society. Whether you are a journalist, whether you are a lawyer, whether you are a fireman, it's not just journalists that are having problems in that country. Almost every profession is run down. You have people who say they are firemen. I don't know how many fires they've put out in the last couple of days or months or years. They've been over 20 years of fireman. I don't know how many fires they've put out. I mean, that was what I heard, and that ticked me. Please, KJ, I respectfully don't put up a defense for bad behavior. Please, don't. We all have to speak out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Let me, KJ, you want to respond?
Yeah. Okay. First and foremost, Olumide, you don't know me, but I have never told my story here. But I have been in the crossfire. I'm not going to say more than that. And when I got into that crossfire, nobody, not those in Nigeria, not those of you abroad, that helped me out. Nobody comes to the United States to work after the age of 50. I'm one of them. I didn't make it by choice because of what the practice I was having. So when you get up and make this blanket statement, you speak as if there's a social security left for the journalist back home where if you get into trouble, or if you get sacked, or if you
Are they the only professionals back there?
allow
Are
you
they
to
the
talk.
only
I allowed
ones?
you to talk. I allowed you to talk. So let other people talk. So when you come and make those statements, Nigeria is not operating like the United States, where you have the right. The police will even if you call the police, they will be able to give you some fair form of fair hearing. Nobody will ask after you when you are taken to DSS dungeon in Abuja, Asokoro. Nobody will come after you. Nobody. I repeat myself. Only your family members who will start scrambling or scampering to find out where you are. Nobody is going to come after you. Sometimes your media organization may decide to help you out. Let me tell you. You see, sometimes we
Let's
just
keep lying to ourselves and let's expect that change will come. Let's keep lying to ourselves now.
if you want us to talk, we'll talk. But I won't get into this ruffle you are doing here now.
All right, KJ, before we continue, let's give our guests Precious opportunity to say final words, and then we can go back to our usual. Precious, unmute yourself, Precious.
Apologies.
No,
Thank you so much. So it's interesting listening to people air their thoughts. I wish that we had the opportunity to do this, but let's also remember something that allowing people to speak exactly how they feel and really have that outburst is perhaps one of the reasons why Rwanda told the line that it did at the time that they had that ethnic genocide, because somebody felt that they could come on radio and really spit fire. So that is also one of the limitations of the journalism industry. However, let me begin with thanking all of you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to come to your platform. I appreciate you guys. And I must say that I appreciate the interest, the immense interest you guys have in what's happening in Nigeria. You didn't just jackpot and run away, but you jackpot and still interested in what's happening in the home front. And that means a lot to a lot of us. While you may clamor for journalists to be the best that you want them to be, also understand that are first of all human beings before people who have a profession. Some journalists, as at today, earn as little as 200,000 naira. As little as that. Some even earn less. Some even earn as little as 100,000 naira. What can that afford them for people who have families? So I do not think you'll be fair to people whom you do not know how they manage and how they cope and how they manage to survive, how they even buy medication and treat themselves. We don't have life insurance. At the time, I sent my team to go and cover the End Bad Governance protest. My team were harassed by thugs at Ojota. We could not provide life jackets for them. Bulletproof jackets for them. We could not provide a lot of things for them because all of those comes with a lot of investment. But they still put out their life out there to give you guys a report you saw during that End Bad Governance protest. And one way to appreciate them is not to think that they're doing too little. I don't believe in that because these are people whose salaries range from 100,000 naira to 3, 4, 5, 600,000. What can that money do for an average Nigerian, for the Nigeria of today in this economy? So whilst you want them to be the best that you want them to be, understand that they have a lot of limitations. No journalist, I don't think there is any journalist with life insurance. You know the leverage and the liberty and what your journalists have, the backings that they have abroad. We don't have any of those. So nobody will truly put their life in the line for something that they do not have. And understanding that, look, anything can happen to anybody. Journalists have disappeared. It's not about Dadiyati alone. A lot of people have disappeared and nothing happened. Nothing happened. And nothing will happen. And all of you two talking now will move on to other conversations. And it ends. But the family would have lost someone. So why you expect them to do so much? Also understand that they have huge limitations that may stop them from doing that so much. And then it is a gradual process. In all, I like to say that the cost of nation building, it's not a one-day affair. It's not something that happens automatically. I do believe that it's a gradual process. And I do believe that a huge statement was made with the last election. It is not easy for for the election that had the greatest. I for one was disappointed at the outcome of the election in terms of the numbers of people who voted. Where you had this election, according to, from statistics and from facts known to me or facts that I'm privy to, the election that has the most awareness but then with the least number of voters. I don't know how it became that way. But then I do believe that for us to even have somebody who tried to contest for the first time gather up to 6 million votes, according to the corrupt system, then that means a statement has been made. And it's only going to be continuous progression if we allow it to be so. So giving up on our country and giving up on the cause of continuous conscious building, our consciousness building, it's not an option. It is only going to be giving playing to the gallery and playing to the hands of the politicians. So what we must do is to continue to build that awareness, continue to seek for information, continue to engage in conversations that concern the cause of Nigeria. And one day, we will get there. And it surely would come. Because they don't want you to be informed, and that's why they don't like this kind of conversations. But you can prove them wrong by continuously engaging in such conversations, so that you continue to improve and engage the minds of others who know little more than you do. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you so much, Precious. And we'll be seeing you, for those who will watch our program, on Saturday at 2 p.m. New York. And,
yes.
All right. So
thank you.
I'll see you next time.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye. All right, so let's go back to our analysis of what happened. Where let me start with KJ. You were saying something, so can finish up. Yeah. You are muted, KJ.
Yes, I was saying that it's not as easy, just like she has buttressed. It's not as easy as we put it. If you can seek redress, and like I've made this point many times, you can seek redress. Even when a policeman is trying to arrest you, you can still say what your right is. In Nigeria, you will receive slap. You will receive plenty beating for even trying to argue a point or even point out to the Constitution that this is what the Constitution says. Like Alba was making a comment the other time. You don't even have the opportunity to say, this section of Constitution, this is you look. The Constitution of Nigeria recognizes that the journalist is the fourth realm of the governance, but no other government official understands that with you. And that's why they can walk you out of their meeting. And that's why the police, when you say, look, esprit de corps, say, which corps? Which corps do you belong to? I have been asked many times, what's the corps? Which corps? And you say you're a journalist, say, I beg, move aside, So what we're saying here is this. The system does not have law. You should operate with your head, understand what you can do and what you cannot do. And when you see, even though the story may be powerful, maybe something that people want to hear, when you check it vis-a-vis what's going to happen to you or your family, not necessarily you, but your family, you will now step back a little bit. And that's why I have respect for people like Omore Sowore. Whether you like it or not, the man is a brave guy. Okay, and that's why I have people respect for people like David. Okay, whether you like him or not, whether you think he's reporting accurately or not, there are very few people who put their lives on that. I, for one, will not do that. Okay, so when we are talking about the Nigerian journalists, let's praise them for the little they've done, for the little they are doing. Nobody knows the pressure that somebody like Chamberlain is going through in channels. Or Seun Kimberley, you think it's all the questions he wants to ask that he's been allowed to ask? No, if he was being allowed to ask those questions, he wouldn't be having a radio program where he's more forceful and more direct in asking questions than he's doing on the TV. So let's understand these dynamics that are operating there. It's not everything that's happening here that we can. In the United States, if you are missing, people will look for you. In Nigeria, if you are missing, who will look for you? Who are you going to report to? So let's understand. It's not whether we want to, I see Alaba just, shaking your head. My brother, you were a student journalist. That one, a small fry. Okay? Now, small fry. So let's not compare that to what is happening in the real world. It's just like I had the opportunity of interviewing a friend who became a policeman. And he told me that the last training they have, and I'm serious here, the last training they have in the police forces, they'll teach you the accurate thing. Then when you get to the point of graduating from the academy, they will now bring, there's a special guy who comes to teach them what is actually happening in the outside of the normals, and they tell that is the one you should follow. Am I making my point? So what you learn in other places, you are giving when you go to the look in if those of us who did some form of electricity, you are told that egg doesn't shock, right? They tell that egg don't shock. Okay, come out and go and handle egg. You find out whether it shocks or not. Okay, because egg can kill you. All right, so this is the thing. It's not as easy as ABC as you are looking at it and saying these people, they are doing their best. I'm telling you the truth. They are doing their best. I'm not praising them, but they're doing their best. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. Sure.
All right, thank you once again, Rudolph. I'm not even sure how to address this because there's no way I'm going to address this and not sound controversial. It's quite interesting to see people living comfortably, and I'm quite happy with the way Olumide said it. At least he's not hiding. He said, I wouldn't leave the mudumudum, the juiciness, the comfort of my place in Canada and go to the whatever I called Nigeria and go practice anything. At least he's honest. If I ask people that, do you know who Daddy Yatta is? His actual name is Idris Abubakar, a journalist. He was picked up by armed men. August this year made it 5 years. Nobody has seen him because he went up against the principal of his state at the time. He's disappeared for 5 years. He had a wife. He had children. If I ask you today, do you know him? Or did you hear his story? Did you follow up his story? Did you do anything to support his family? Answer is no. Rudolph, I've had this conversation with you before when we talk about journalism and things like that. I have a nephew in Nigeria. He's one of the brightest 24-year-olds in Nigeria, full stop, period. But when I speak to him and I say, do you know who Dele Giwa is? He said, I think I've had the name before. Even the people who come here to speak about journalism, I've never in my life had one of them mention Dele Giwa and remember him and use him as reference point. He was killed in 1986. His family will still remember him every day. What have you done to support it? There's a saying, put your money where your mouth is. The people who opened Kudirat Radio, they were in their 40s and 50s. Do the same and speak your piece. Yorubas will say, you can send someone else's child and say, don't come back until you fulfill the mission, even if you meant to come back at midnight. You wouldn't send your child that. For someone else's child, you send them to go and do it. The lady made it clear, we're not saying all Nigerian journalists are good. Corrupt ones, of course, maybe more. But where there's poverty, there are chances that there'll be corruption. They're easy to bribe. Even if you see this nonsense Brian envelope we talk about, you'll be disappointed in how much they give them because of the level of poverty. They buy the vote in Nigeria because there's poverty. Can somebody come to you where you live and say, vote for me, I'll give you $10? I'm not making excuses for them, but these are lives that are involved. And Olumide, to address what you said, that are journalists the only professionals in Nigeria. You have to compare apples and apples. The journalists are going head to head, or at least you're trying to pit them against the government. The engineer is to build structures. They are not going against the government. So there's lesser risk. If you talk about the doctors, they are not going against the government. The risk is less. But you're talking about journalists whose job is to hold the government officials' feet to fire, and you want them to go and die. If they die, who cares? Do your face as you like. It doesn't bother me. You pack your bags tomorrow, go to Nigeria, buy a ring light on your way, and start a YouTube channel. Nnamdi Kanu has been picked up. God forbid he dies in DSS jail. Nothing will happen. Nothing. We'll move on to the next one. People will move on to the next story. Abiola died. Only his family will know the pain they bear, they feel every day today. He's dead, he's gone. And I'm not saying let's not do anything. We talk as much as we can. People are making sacrifices. Mayegun is somebody I listen to from time to time, but Mayegun has made it known. Maybe some of you don't listen enough to him. Mayegun said he has no business going to Nigeria. You think he's stupid? That's the sacrifice he's made. He speaks the way he speaks because he has decided nothing will take me to the shores of Nigeria. You think he's stupid? Buy a ring light, Amazon, Temu, £10, $10, go to Nigeria, open a YouTube channel and teach them. Lead from the front. Example. Peter B should speak. Peter B should say that. Peter B no get level reach Abiola when they carry Abiola, when they kill him, waiting happen. Peter B should speak. He should be bold. He should be this. He's fearless. Kenneth Okonkwo that talks like a retarded person, thinks he's impressing people with his nonsense type of speech. Peter B is not bold. If they kill her, what's going to happen? You don't get pick, you don't get wife. God help all of you. Show us how it's done.
Thank you. Sure. Alaba, you're next.
Until sheep become lions. Until sheep become lions, Nigeria is not going anywhere. There are people listening to us. Children, teenagers, people in their 20s, when they come here and hear old men push fear. Old men who should inspire hope, lift the young ones from the ground up, speak truth in terms of hope, raise hope. Until sheep become lions, we're going nowhere. When old men, when we come here, and all we say over and over is, you're going to die. You know hell is coming. You know they're going to catch you. You know, what hope have you given anybody that has listened to you? I became, in Nigeria, when we were student activists, it was because of people like Gani. We saw them acting. People like Fela, people older than us. I didn't even know who Stephen Biko was. Your condition in Nigeria is not as bad as what Stephen Biko went through. He couldn't even stand beside his wife. And here we have people telling us all we have is cowardice. Nigerians are cowards. Go home if you want to fight. Go. It's not us versus them. We are all in this shalanga together. And the moment we start to speak to hope, to inspire, to energize, then our country will change. All this, then go keep my people serve. They fear too much. They always get reason to fear. I know one die. I know one quench. Mama dey for house. Papa, so policeman go. Somebody, you are abroad. You are abroad. They can't do nothing to me. I'm here. And when I go home, when I go with my US passport, the US government will stand for me. Who are you to be afraid of these fools? Speak the truth to power. All this cowardice is not going to lead our country nowhere. What we are asking is for educated people to act educated, professionals to act professionals, journalists to do their goddamn jobs, lawyers and judges to do their goddamn jobs. How hard is that? If they are not paying you enough, why not go on a labor strike? They can't even go on a labor strike. And you want a good country. Tell yourselves the truth, Enyi. Tell yourselves the truth. We will all die. All deaths are certain. We live. All we need to do is to speak so that generations yet unborn would have a place called home. But we still can't do that. We have to throw fear. They killed Delegiwa. They killed this one. They killed that one. Until sheep become lions. I saw that in a movie. Nigeria is going nowhere. Let us keep parabolating and do this lamentation for Sodom. Babangida is bad. Buhari is bad. What's the name of the one here now? Tinubu is bad. Every day. Just do your job. Nigerian journalists don't even have pushback questions. Like you yesterday, KJ, you didn't have a pushback question when that guy was loading us with a bunch of lies. They didn't remove subsidy. Nigerian youth are lazy, and you are the moderator. Are they going to come here and arrest you? Even if they would arrest Precious at home, nobody's asking Precious to go die. We're just saying, to the best of your ability, to the limit that you have, do more, just a little bit more. Do that follow-up question. Don't let them spread propaganda. This is how we're going to be for the next 100 years with a mentality like this. You don't have, you will never have, and unless you ask, you're not going to have. I rest my submission. Thank you all for giving me a chance.
All right. Thank you, Baba. Let's go to Mr. James.
Rudolph, do you mind putting me in backstage? I've got a quick meeting for an hour. I'll join back again if you're still on.
Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My heart is frozen. May I sign out, please?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because the kind of things happening in the country is just too frightening. My heart is frozen. Please don't be offended. Thank you so much for giving me the time.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. If there's one thing I understand so well, one chapter or one verse I understand so well about the Bible is that that one that says there's time for everything. You know, there's time to just sit down and learn and just listen to people who are in the forefront and just learn, even if you don't agree with them, just see where they are coming from. But it's unfortunate that some of us in diasporas don't understand that part of the Bible, and again, instead of us to just focus on everything, she says a lot, right? And just digest it piece by piece. We find a way to turn it to a personality contest, right? Well, on that spirit I stand. I said, Olumide is not saying the truth. He's just ignorant of where he lives. And I will extend that courtesy to my brother here, Alaba. It's just pure ignorance. Why do I say this? If there's one thing our guest made us to understand, is that point that I point out that you don't, as a journalist, you don't have your opinion, which is coming from, NBC. Without her explaining in details, even her appearance here, explain what that means. She is a journalist. She has an opinion. That opinion matters where, when, and who is saying it. That's why, Alaba, if you reach Nigeria, nobody go carry you. Nobody know you. Your opinion don't count. If anybody walk carrying here now, Rudolph, but himself no dey fear. She came here from her utterances. You could tell that what she's saying, she cannot say it where she walks. That explains what that code means. Everybody have your opinion. It's about where and how. What we saying is that matters. And this does not apply to Nigeria. Anywhere in the world, I put it before you. This today, 2024. Journalism faith in Nigeria is the same in America, is the same in China, is the same any freaking where. If it's a lie, go and Google a man called who? Make a mention name for you.
Not true, but I will respond when you finish.
I'm not talk when you they talk. I'm going somewhere with this. Right? People have been kicked out of their place of work because of their opinion in America. Kashemu, the journalist, Saudi Arabian journalist, who's an American citizen, they butcher him like steak, suya, in Turkey. He's a journalist. Guess what? Head did not roll. He is an American citizen, a prominent journalist. They butcher him like chicken. Head did not roll. One of the biggest protests known to today's civilization took place in Canada. Right there. We don't know about them. Why? Are they not journalists? This protest carried out by farmers. Months. The same thing happened in Netherlands. How come we don't know about all this? Are they not journalists? That is because once they understand the journalism, media is the fourth estate of the society. And who controls that controls everything that you consume. So if you are in America, everything that you know, if it's coming from all this corporate news, you know nothing. Because they don't capture around way back in the 80s, in the 1800s. That's exactly what she just put before us. But because we live in a bubble, we are so ignorant of where we live. Tucker Carlson was one of the most listened watch voice in to date media history. Because of his opinion, is becoming overbearing. They kick him out. Can go on and on and on and on. These are not.
Can I respond now?
I'm not talking to you. See, that's the
no,
problem.
No, you mentioned me.
I'm not. Yes, I just listen. That's my problem. When you they talk, I don't call you.
Please. No, you said what I.
Can I finish for God's sake? That's the problem. My mama talk say it is not. It is bad if you don't want to learn, but it's an act of witchcraft. You are denying other people that opportunity. What has she say here that is so controversial that we'll go personal about? The reality is that because we are in a bubble or we are so ignorant of where we live, that's why we've turned this into personality contest. Because nothing that he said doesn't happen in America. Everything happens the same thing in America. There's a reason why Joe Rogan is the most listened to as a media go-to in America. Why? Because they know that all these copy missiles are just pundits. If you are listening to CNN, you are listening to an opinion. Nobody cares about your opinion. I don't care. Say the news the way it is. I have my own thinking. That's what journalism is about. Nobody cares about your opinion. Say it the way it is, then you have your common sense to judge. But because guess what? We have given our brain to our patient is solely like that of the TikToker. We've given our brain to few journalism. We cannot reason anymore. So we wake up every day, we listen to them. I don't care what, and your opinion doesn't count. What NBC is just give power to the corporate medias, right? What the medias are doing, I say, come, as a journalist, you can have your opinion, but just come, don't just come here. That's what happened everywhere in the world. Unless we are ignorant of reality or we are in a bubble, as I said, we are just dumb. Come on. Not be everything. She came here to lecture us. Lecture us of the reality of a journalist. The only difference here is that she's a Nigerian. She practices in Nigeria. She can as well come from America, and the same thing she will be said, and she won't be wrong. So not be every time we go to argue, the world is not black and white. The world is not black and white.
Can I respond now? I'm about to leave. All these going around in circles.
It's not your platform. I don't think you understand that. You had your time.
Can I respond now? I gotta go.
Yeah, man. You had your time.
All this going around in circles. You're giving me enough time.
My brother, this is not your platform. You had your time. You spoke your mind. Nobody stop you. See, that's the problem, right? Or just want to argue. Only people that have narrow view want to impose that view. Say some people that have broader view on some issues. That's why I said it's not black and white. You are hell bent on employing your narrow view. Journalists must be journalists. They are also human beings, as everybody here says.
Can you, Rudolph, can you tell him to state exactly what I stated that was a narrow view? What I stated?
Ovie, thank you. Let me go to Lumide.
Thank you, Rudolph. You mentioned my name. And I
let
thought
me respond.
And I thought so I thought it appropriate for me to respond to. Thank you. So, Ovie, if anybody is ignorant, it is you. You are very, very ignorant. You live in the US, and then you espouse the kind of life that does not befit any human being. For those who are in Nigeria, that is the kind of human being you are. And anybody who will take after your advice, that person will be very stupid and very silly. So what we are saying, listen very well. And you too, KJ, listen very well. We are not saying that the journalist practicing in Nigeria is not endangered. They are not the only endangered profession. There are so many endangered professions. Even those, there are good people working in the police service. There are good people working in the army. There are good people working in the judiciary, trying to do good daily. They are not saying there are no good people. There are people like Rufai Hosseini, we see him on TV every day. We see they are trying their best to speak out the truth in the best possible way. Maybe not as much as I would say it bluntly. You understand? So we should have common sense. I am able to be blunt because of where I am. You understand? The society that I'm in that respects human rights. So but there are still people there. So does it mean that because you are living in a shido That means you should collect bribe to launder somebody's image, to write wrong stories, to paint white black. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be a part of that society. I won't be a part of that nonsense. And you can't speak the truth just because you want to be able to go back home and take care of your investments, take care of your family, and you're afraid of speaking truth to power. That's your business. If you want to go back home, go back home. For me, this is home. Canada is home. I'm Canadian. You understand? You want to go back home, go laugh. You understand? I'm not going to go back to an environment that treats people like shit. And you are laughing. Don't worry, 2027 is coming. You will vote him out now. You will vote him out. I want to see how you will change that environment. You are laughing. You are a kid. Ignorant.
máa bá pèmí lábúrò ẹ̀ mọ́ wọn bí wálé kan náà nà àbúrò ẹ̀ báwo
ẹ má jẹ́ abúra wa ẹ jẹ́ àṣẹ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má jẹ́ abúra wa there are important things láti sọ. No.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ wá ignorant.
No.
So who says that the journalist is the only endangered
Olumide, no.
back home in Nigeria?
Ludov,
who says that when you come here, because of that you want to come and paint white black, and then you want to change the society, and you are telling me to go back home and start my own YouTube? Why would I go back home and start my own YouTube and get locked up for look at the lady in Canada that they were saying said threatening their life. She's been granted bail, she's been released, she goes to work every day.
No, you are the one exposing. You're the one saying that if you go home, you'll be locked up. You're the one saying you'll be locked up if you go home. You're the one exposing.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. I think you made your point. Let me. Olumide, I think you made your point. Thank you. Let me go to who is I forgot who is next.
Let me respond. I'm going. Please let me read. I have it written down. Please let me just clear that.
I'll come back.
It's not about personality. I'm not going to do that personality nonsense with them.
I'll calm down. I'll come to you. Just righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph and the panelists. Sorry, I'm just driving in now, and I just joined. And
you don't
actually know the topic that is on ground. Yeah.
All right, thank you. We'll go to next person. No, I'm coming to you after it goes. I'll come to you. I have to be fair to people.
Me, even come here every day. We come to talk. Is this I don't get work with it? Come here, come to me.
Rudolph, I beg you, let me go now, please, Rudolph.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not attacking people. I want to lay down points.
Because of that, Ime, yeah, I know I can't pronounce it. I'm messing it up again. But
Dr. Rudolph, you're pronouncing it like an Igbo man, so it's understandable.
Okay. I'm not denying that I'm Igbo. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course, no, and I think I appreciate that.
Yeah,
but it is hey me, yeah, actually.
Hey me. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Good evening, and to everybody. I was just spawned to come up to also give my own 2 cents to this discussion. I think from what I've heard so far, I think we are not really doing justice to the topic of the issue of this journalism, especially from our homeland. And I understand that we want to fight. Yes, we have the right to. We want a nation that we can really call home, where rule of law, logic, morality is what we can see all around. And we don't have that yet, at least. But please, I want us to really understand what is happening, especially with the issue of journalism in Nigeria. The best we can offer these people is support and not too much criticism. They are not finding it easy, because they can easily disappear. And trust me, Nigerians, we can forget in the next second that person has disappeared. Look at the issue of a pedo, for example. It took 2 to 3 weeks before the news even came out that he has disappeared. And nobody knew. And if not for the fact that he had 1 or 2 connections that perhaps they check on themselves, maybe every 2 days, that if you don't hear from me, just don't say something don't happen. Or let me say 2 weeks. Otherwise, it would have just gone like that. We have the issue of the Daddy Yata person. Look, you see, if this thing is not happening to you, you won't understand, except you just try and put yourself in that shoe. You understand what kind of pain those people will be going through. And you think that, well, they are sacrificing for the nation. It's fine if they can sacrifice for the nation. You know, everybody wants, at least we need this kind of sacrifices. But the truth is that the nation you're trying to sacrifice for, the people are not even aware. They are not even appreciative of that sacrifice. Not that maybe you are expecting them to pay you anything, no. But at least so that they can know that, okay, this person has died in this point, and that person mustn't die there again. We must make sure that we achieve all these debts. You get the point. The kind of result that this debt has paid this price for this particular result. So this result must stand. No, it doesn't happen that way. So we need to just give these journalists, especially the ones that are trying to speak out, moral support. Even if you are going to criticize them, please moderate your criticism with them so that they can understand that, we understand your issues. And especially if you are based abroad, that is just all you need, all you can give them now. And funny, you can talk well from abroad, yes. But if all ends with just talk alone, then it is nothing. It doesn't do anything. So I think for now, I will rest my case because I still have some other things to talk about. But
all right. Thank you. Thank you, Hemi. Igose.
Good morning, everyone. Rudolph, thank you for this great opportunity, because I have been in a comment section listening to everyone and the kind of tackle they are facing KJ and some journalists in Nigeria. KJ, let me tell you the truth. It's out of wisdom that you used to handle your job and make it to their life today and have their freedom. Apart from that, it would have been in Kuje prison or it'd be in the hell. Yes, I'm saying the truth. Sometimes some of us who are in the diaspora don't understand what people are passing through in Nigeria. Journalism in Nigeria is one of the deadliest and riskiest jobs in Nigeria currently, especially under the regime of Tinubu. Let me say APC. If you are the type that want to expose their secrets, they will go after you. They don't care whoever you are. And they will not think twice to pick you up. Forget about Aisha Yusuf that is in Nigeria, that is fighting all this. Forget about Falaro to me. Forget about Rifai Yosemi. Everybody have their own way they are beating drum for them. If you don't have a strong drummer behind you, cannot dance a strong dance in Nigeria. You have to tell ourselves the truth. Rudolph, God bless you so much. Most of us that is in diaspora, especially in US, Canada, saying that journalism, they have to speak up. At least, Rudolph, I give you a platform to become a journalist to speak up. Speak your own in this platform. Rudolph will edit the video and post it. Somebody like me will help you and post it in the Facebook and everywhere. Use this platform of Rudolph Okonkwo and speak against APC. Say their mind. Say whatever they want to say. Rudolph will help you and edit it, and we post it in social media. Leave those in Nigeria that are passing through hell. KJ has said it. He don't know the kind of thing that he has passed through in Nigeria. He don't know the kind of punishment, the kind of treatment he received in Nigeria as a result of a journalist's work. Some of us are here making noise, shouting. That muscle that they are flexing in this place talking against journalists in Nigeria. Use that muscle right now and speak against APC and co. Rudolph will help you to edit it, and I will post it for you in social media, every social media. So please, if you want to criticize all the journalists, you take it light, because it's not easy. It cannot be in a pharmacy shop, or it cannot be in your office, or be in an airport where you are working, or be in your office and begin to shout and shout and shout. At the end of the day, you keep calm. Then those of them in Nigeria, they will come and pick them up. Nobody will go stand for them. Nobody will speak for them. Only their family members will suffer for it. So please, that muscle you are flexing here, use that muscle and face APC. Say something tangible. Rudolph Okonkwo will help you. I did it, and I will share it for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Igose. Alaba.
Yeah, thank you. After denying me. When some comments that I've made here was not, at least initially, personalized. It was not personalized towards anybody. And I never criticized Precious for what she's doing. My question to Precious was, and I was very clear, what is the Association of Journalists doing to change the laws that is holding their hands? But some panelists, as usual, heard my question, interpreted it as criticism, personalized it through their own cowardice, and comes here to present the fact that if I'm attacking Precious, maybe they need a playback for them to be reminded of what exactly my point is. My points were very valid and should have been what panelists should be discussing, not everybody throwing in the towel and carrying the coward placard. That's not what we are here for. It wasn't criticisms against Nigerian journalists. I praise their effort, but I say they can do more because their condition is not as bad as some people want to make us believe. And then there comes Ovie, and that's the problem of educated people. And I'm not going to go deep whether they smoke or not, but that's the problem of educated people. Educated people, we say there's a problem in your country. It needs a solution. They will come with an argument, to them it's rational, but that problem exists in England. But that problem exists in Japan. But that problem exists in America. I don't care about America. I want to go back home. I want to go back to my country. I want to fix my country. And I don't discuss America, Japan, and all the other places. And those problems doesn't exist there. Because we saw in America how a journalist took out Richard Nixon from office. Because a journalist knows the power of a pen. Those are the type of stories we should share. So that Nigerians journalists will be emboldened, not be cowardized. Those who say they are not supporting them, sometimes criticisms help, but we are not even criticizing them. We're giving them ideas, but some people wouldn't let that idea flow. If they won't let it flow, and that is the problem with this panel.
Alaba,
I keep telling Rudolph, let me finish, Olumide. I keep telling Rudolph, you have some Trojan horse among you.
I'm not even
we can talk in the West. They cannot talk at home. So people are still here. They won't let us talk. They won't let us talk, and we want to fix Nigerians' problem. How in the world do you think you're going to fix Nigerians' problem? Acting like this. Let's talk truth to ourselves. You all might have time to waste every Saturday, and so I don't. If my suggestion, as precious has been here now, I hit on the issue of your group, your union. What are they doing? You know, yes, she didn't give me the answer I want. I didn't go back on a follow-up. But I want her to know that there is power in her. And I want her to come to her full glory. It's not me versus them. It's not you versus me. I don't care about all that nonsense. Oh, no, you people, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you know, Nigeria is not going to change with this attitude. It's not. Because we always find an excuse. We always want to make it personal. And that's the thing the educated people do, people on this panel. Yeah, but there's corruption in America too. But the people in America have lights. Not be lights be this. They have internet. Yeah, but the petrol gases, what is wrong with us? Who do this to us? I didn't personalize any of you, KJ. I was mad with you yesterday that you let that man spread propaganda, but I didn't personalize you. But I felt sad hearing you talk for 5 minutes and all you push out was you're taking away hope. I can't stand and listen to that. The same thing, show came, pounce on that hope. Eagles here came, pounce on that hope. How are we going to change a nation if you don't give hope? The people are already down. And here we are, all we share is misery. Check 10 Nigerian headline, it's all misery. Don't you all want things to change? It's not about me going home with this, that, and all the rubbish comment from them Kulata and all those dumbhead in the comment section. This is supposed to stimulate intellectual reasoning, give suggestions, help our community, save our... Nobody's coming to save us. I don't know how many times I will shout this to you all. We have to do it ourselves. And we do it by talking, by attacking each other, by criticizing each other, by condemning each other, by coming up with better options. I rest. Rudolph, I got to go, Jerry. I'm tired of talking with people who don't get it.
All right. Thank you, Damage. Yeah.
Damage, maybe I do my last submission. Go my house.
No, hold on.
No. Yeah, can I speak?
Who is speaking now? No. So we have to move away from this topic. I want to restate. I think I've spent more than 3 hours now. That was my target time. That on Wednesday, if you want to join our conversation, we are giving an opportunity to all our panelists, people in the comment section, people who are watching at home. If you care a lot about what goes on here and you have issues you want us to discuss, you want to talk to the management or people who run affairs here, let's come there and have that conversation. We also have a message that we want to pass across to you too. We are trying to reform what we've been doing for maybe 3 years now. I think it's old enough to kind of be more mature and to do more than what it's doing for us at this point. So we invite everybody to join us. It's going to be like something like a webinar, but it's open to anybody. I will share again the link so that you can take note of it. But those who are on my WhatsApp group, I will also share it there. The other thing I want to mention at this point is that from next Saturday, we have one of those ideas that we've been talking about here. We have a show on Voice of the People TV. It's called the Diaspora Perspective, TDP, from home and abroad. So we're going to be sharing ideas with people at home about issues at home from the perspective of us abroad. So we have the flagship show, myself and KJ as panelists who will lead that conversation with people at home. And when you come to the meeting on Wednesday, we'll talk about how you can be involved and the whole idea of what we plan to do. All right, Righteous Man, I will let you speak, and then maybe KJ. Go ahead, Righteous Man. And sure.
Yeah. Good evening. The bitter truth is this. Journalism has been watered down in Nigeria. It has been watered down in Nigeria. It's a bitter truth. There is no industry that doesn't have its own negative impact. Are you talking of being a soldier or an engineer or Air Force man? Sometimes the plane crash and the body scattered. So it's not only peculiar to journalism in Nigeria that you say that they are being harassed or whatever. Innocent Nigerians who went on protest too were harassed. So journalism has been watered down in Nigeria to the level of receiving of brand envelopes. So our journalists in Nigeria today, they have failed. We are the people on ground here. We can tell you, tune to TV, tune to radio stations. They engage in, they have succumbed to the pressure of the federal might. What they do now is to talk about female and male issues, play music, then do one-man play for you to win a lottery and whatever. That's what is going on. Hardly do you see meaningful conversations. And even when I feature in 2 radio programs in Lagos on Mondays and Wednesdays. You know, when you want to bring a meaningful, educative topic, you will see the anchorman will water it down and tell you, no, they shouldn't go to that towards that direction. You know, because of the fear of losing her job and possibly a fan from the NBC against the media outlet. So everything is watered down here. Our journalist is no longer the journalist of those days that dared the military, you know, and wrote excessively that, you know, that opened the eyes of the people. We don't have good, not that they are not good journalists, but the practice of journalism in Nigeria has been watered down. They are good individuals, but they are no longer effective as they ought to be. Like in the days of Delegiwa, you know, in this platform, I have accused Dr. Rudolph, I think it should be last year. I said, you guys use Sahara reporters to finish Jonathan regime. And there were a lot of things that were reported against Jonathan via Sahara reporters. That Sahara reporters, where is it today? Why are they not reporting against Tinubu? They are no longer as efficient as they were during Jonathan regime. So that is the kind of thing we are facing here. Our journalists are not working at all. They are ready, they're after their stomach and the well-being of their family. That risk that every industry takes, that risk that involves every profession is not exclusive for journalists. It involves every industry. So let it not be reduced or limited to the journalists, maybe when they die. Many builders are dying. Many engineers collapse from, the house will break from up and they drop dead down. Many truck drivers died on motor accident. Does it mean that it's only journalists that their lives are at risk because they are doing their job? It's not true. So Nigerian journalism have been watered down. They are no longer efficient and effective as they used to be. And that is a bitter truth. Take it or you leave it. I am in the state. I'm a contributor in radio program in Lagos State. I can give you the TV station, the radio stations. I'm a popular contributor there on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I know what is on here. So that is just my contribution today.
All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. Who did I say I was going to?
You call me now.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you.
It's not of you, it's me now. It's me.
Yeah.
Come on,
You're not journalist. Allow us quack to talk.
I need to respond to what some of the, especially
allow the quack to talk first. Let the professional take back seat, okay? Our people say if you give somebody rogue long enough, that person go hang himself. Abi? So I don't know, but maybe not English, Some people go say Nigerian journalists. I don't know, show now they breathe to correct me. When you use Nigerian journalists, you are implying that they are in competition with another people, another country, Ghanaian journalists, UK journalists. That's what you are implying. Abi, I don't know English is that one. But in the same vein, you go say, every small team will compare Jamaica to America. But you go, only you in the same sentence, you go say, where I dey, I can speak freely. But where you dey, cannot. Where you dey? Na Ibadan you dey? I'm not be America you dey? Not be Canada you dey? So when I talk say some people are ignorant, I meant every sense of it. You are ignorant of where you live.
But you quick to use that as an example. And when somebody pointed it out, you think it's an insult. No, it's not insult. Because it's obvious. Julian Assange, no be Yoruba name, no be Igbo name, no be Hausa name. Eh? Snowden. All these are journalists, so they are not Nigerian name. Google them, then you understand what our guess, where she is coming from. That's why I said, if you don't want to learn, that's good. But stopping other people want to learn is an act of witchcraft. Right? Google today, put it on Google, 1.8 billion nice Americans don't come out for propaganda campaign against China around the world. Google them. Google is a law in Canada today that says as a podcaster, when you get to some kind of subscriber, you have to register with the government. They want to know what you think and what you say. That is not in Nigeria, it's in Canada. Right? When I say you are ignorant, I meant it. Today, every media organization in America is infiltrated by CIA. Google them. That's why I say you are ignorant of where you live. Of course, if you stay in your bedroom, talk anything for Chicago, for Soso, for Enugu, for Japan, you can do all that. But what you should factor in is that who are you, what are you saying, and where are you saying it from? I said it here. Anybody worth picking up by any agency here in Nigeria is the Rudolph. Nobody knows. We don't count. Whatever we say, don't count. And again, explain what our guest pointed out. That she can say whatever she said on this platform, but on her own platform, she cannot say that. That's where that rules apply. Again, ignorance. Not because you live for America, England, and IBDT. No, you live in a bubble. Now, the same people that control the way they control Nigerian media, that is why they control America on. That's the point that she's trying to make. I mean, why is it? Chris Cuomo, a Democrat, came out and said only 7% journalists in America are registered Republican. That should tell you everything. He is a Democrat. What are you guys saying? One of the most quoted intellectual in known to human history is Professor Noam Chomsky. How come we don't hear him on any of the national television? Why? Because his view no correspond with what the owners of the media want to also hear. Again, our guest pointed it out. But because English now go destroy us, we quick to use Nigeria journalists. We think everybody will go with that narrative. No, some of us understand what you are implying. If you don't know, when you are a product of a mainstream media, that's how you will speak. And when you hear a different narrative that you've never heard from any of your journalists before, we become a conspiracy theorist or we are stupid. You live in your country, you have no clue how the system works, and you come on national TV, you say Nigeria, and you think everybody is dumb like you. No. This work there's a reality out there before everybody. Now, who control the media? Control what you know and what you hear. She clearly pointed out, and that's why I asked her question. Do you think the conversation we have in the country is fair? She said no. Do I have to go ahead and argue with her? But again, before they say ignorance is a bliss, today not lie. Ignorance is a choice. It's a word of information. Everything is out there. If you don't know, say you know the come public, they shout like Mumu, saying that journalists come out Richard Nixon. That is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in recent time. That's wow.
All right,
but
thank
again,
you.
You're a product of CNN.
Thank you, Obie. KJ.
Sorry. Elon Musk put 44 billion for Twitter. Why? So that he can have a say to some extent, though. He's the richest motherfuckers in the world. So that he can have a say to some extent. It's just something he can still not say. That's why I put 44 billion. That's how much and how dangerous that profession you guys think it is in Nigeria. If you think it's dangerous in Nigeria, venture out of Nigeria and you see, they go butcher you like a shoki.
All right.
Thank you so much. Ovie has said almost everything I would say. I would just want to add, even with Elon Musk's money, now 9 countries right now.
Ovie said nothing. No, he said jargon.
For this man,
I didn't even understand what he was ranting about.
I spoke to intelligent people, no be dumb. I don't talk to dumb, so you know go understand.
Okay, so now, thank you, Ovie. I appreciate your contributions. If I went out to give us multiples of examples. Now, even with Elon Musk's money, 9 countries have already banned X right now from operating, okay? Because they don't feel that they'll be able to control the narrative coming out of it. And as for me, my personal opinion is this. when you hear this what they call it now, when you hear fake news, when you hear hate speech is simply when the government don't have the ability to control what the publics are hearing, and so when that information they're trying to guard against is released by an independent journalist, they will now call it hate speech, and they will now fast check it. They'll do all that stuff just to keep that information from going around, because you see, the role of the journalism or media is to carry out, is to publicize the culture, what is going on in a society, the culture. Let's leave it at that. Okay, I don't want to break it down, but it simply means that we keep the wheels of information running around, and sometimes those are the top of the affairs want you to keep only their own information running around the people. Now, if you step out of that organized government information, you become an enemy of state. And when you become an enemy of state, especially in a country like ours, where laws are not respected, nobody cares who you are. They will take you in. I'll give you another example, and I will not call the journalist's name. In Abuja, they have been looking for a way to get that guy, and they were trailing him. He went into a barbing shop in Asokoro to go barb his hair. As soon as he got in there, they brought two. Sorry, Rhoda, I'm taking your time. I just want to explain this thing. They brought two Agro people who came and we are fighting. Whether they are Agro or no, we don't know. But they were fighting in front of that that barbing shop. And the guy came out and was trying to say, hey, what's going on there? What's going on? Trying to divide, separate the two people fighting. And before you know it, the police, they just mobbed, or the police, mobile police came in. The police arrested everybody, including him. And he was saying, no, I only came in here to barb my hair. He said, no, you go along with us. Look, here's my ID card. I said, what ID card? They took all of them. That guy, we didn't see him for more than 2 months. He was in a dungeon. And he wouldn't have survived it. The only reason why I survived is just God. I'm telling you what happened, really. I don't want to call his name. Now, this is somebody who left his house, left his wife and children, and had gone to just have a haircut. So now, I'm not saying that there are no other profession that is bad and all that. I'm not even saying that in America, journalists are safe. But I'm saying that you are paid enough money, you can be able to give your family. So when eventually something happens to you, your wife and children will not have a reason to go begging for food, And you see, you look, let me say something here. You see, you cannot but praise the Nigerian journalists. So Ferrari said something about Sahara Reporters. Sahara Reporters was acting almost as what the News Watch was acting those days when News Watch came out. When News Watch came out, I remember those days our parents used to go and rush to go and buy News Watch, because you know that News Watch is going to give you a hot story coming that week. Now, after the death of Delegiwa, news, even though it spanned to people like Tel and all that, which was a division of News Watch and the rest, but eventually we now got something close to that, which was the Sahara Reporters. I used to think that the Sahara Reporter guys were crazy, I must confess, because some of the stories I read, and I said to this guy is going to go home and sleep. But they did that all that time. And of course, the people cannot continuously remain there. Those people with hot heads eventually move on to something else. Okay, because especially if the pay is not, what you can take home, you eventually have to go look for something else to do with your life. So if we want to help the Nigerian journalists, just like Precious now, let us form a post where we can give her and tell her, you know what, when you get those stories that you cannot publish, get independent publishers, pay them this amount, they get it for you, write it, then they can send it somewhere else and be published. That's what some of us used to do those days. Some people used to do that. So if you want to encourage Nigerian journalists, please form a post for them that you can use that to help them out to get those news you want out there. Thank you so much for that opportunity, Rudolph.
Thank you. Sure.
All right. I'll make one last attempt to see if I can get my point across clearly, and I will try to be calm this time, because it's the way I operate, from the very civil Little England. So my point is, there are corrupt journalists everywhere in the world. So they exist in Nigeria. There are journalists who are trying the hardest in Nigeria as well, right? So, and I'm all for, encouraging them, nudging them in the right direction and all of that. What I'm saying is, let's not send people to their early graves unnecessarily just because we want news. And also, I talk about Twitter a lot. In fact, there's one particular gentleman, that would laugh at me and call me the Twitter, whatever. Oh, I should go on to Twitter today. You can get news from Twitter. Not everything will be on Arise or NT or whatever. There are so many independent journalists. One of them, Pidom, the 99% whatever guy, has been locked up. Allegedly, for the first 6 days, his hands were cuffed and he wasn't fed for the first 6 days. No food. When they eventually, arrested him, I think he went to Nigeria for that August protest. And that's why we're telling some people who don't get it to say, go and try it as well. But I like Olumide. He keeps saying things that make me think, are you listening to what you're saying? He said, I'm afraid because I want to go to Nigeria. I'm afraid that's why I don't want to criticize the government. What do I do when I come here every weekend? Sorry, please remind me, what do I do when I come every weekend? But I don't criticize them the way you want me to. So as far as you're concerned, I don't criticize them. Now, you said I'm afraid, but in the same breath, you said you would never go to that country so that they don't arrest you. Who is afraid? I go to Nigeria regularly. I'm going very soon. And I criticize them. So you are the one who's saying you can never go to that place. You have no business there. And I respect that. I have no issues with it. But I'm saying, let's not just tell journalists who are trying the hardest in one of the most hostile environments to keep digging.
No. Sure. You are the one mixing apples and oranges.
Let me
I am saying what I am
saying. Let him finish, please.
Don't worry. I've calmed down my tone. It's fine. Let's discuss and maybe
stop twisting what I said. What I'm saying is that the ones doing wrong, don't put up a defense for them. That's what I'm saying.
Is. I've said it many times. I said the bad ones. Those
are the ones I'm referring. But what
yes, I'm with you on that.
KJ is giving a cop out.
No, it's not a blank defense.
Those are the ones I'm referring to. Don't twist my words. Okay?
It's not a blank.
If you want to go
them a blank
and tender to your business, go home and tender to it.
No.
I don't have any business in Nigeria.
So okay, that's what I'm saying. Let me try and explain it. At least my position. It's not a blank defense. That's why I started with there are corrupt politicians, journalists, even in the US, even in the UK where there's freedom, they're still corrupt. And in Nigeria, there are many corrupt. And it's easy to corrupt them because of the level of poverty and the rest of it. But I'm saying the ones that are trying. And I'm also saying, let's put our money where our mouth is. David Udein, some of us like his work. Some people don't. He's written books. How many people have bought his books? He wrote one recently, The Jungle. Who's bought it? Who's read it? Pidom was asking for money after a while. Who donated to him? When people talk about Righteous Man, I don't know. Maybe it's me missing something. Righteous Man said, journalists are not the only ones who die in Nigeria. Engineer falls down from a skyscraper and he dies. Did the government do that? Did they go after him? We are talking about people who will get their door broken down in the middle of night. Comparing that to somebody who died while driving on a bad road. If you are the insurance company and both men came to you for insurance, would you charge them the same premium every month based on the risk they face? It's different. We're talking about the people that will be going to bed. They probably don't live in the same house as their families, trying to protect their children, giving them a different name so that they don't link them. You're comparing that to an engineer who dies at work.
No, those are not the ones I am referring to. Those are not the ones I am referring to.
I'm not talking. Need to move on, my brother. Okay, need to move on. I'm just saying, Righteous Man compared, somebody driving Dangote lorry died on a poor road. It is bad. But I'm saying you can't compare that to somebody.
No. See, you are belittling what even Righteous Man is doing. Righteous Man is an engineer. The fact that he comes on here to talk shows his brevity. You see what you're doing. You think you're talking smart. You don't think that what Righteous Man is doing is brave enough.
Are the government looking for engineers?
Continue to play safe. You don't have to say anything blunt. We on the DSS list, we know ourselves. We on the DSS list, we know ourselves. Play safe. You will take Nigeria. Don't worry, you will take Nigeria now.
Olumide, congratulations. I'm asking you a simple question that the most stupid person can answer.
What question? What question are you asking?
Are the government actively going after engineers in Nigeria?
We are not talking about government going after engineers. Listen.
You don't say he's a brave man for coming to speak as an engineer. They
are going after people speaking out. You don't have to be a professional journalist
at this point. Let me
you don't have to be with those of us on the DSS list. We know ourselves.
I'm not entertaining you
You are a
anymore.
politician. I know you.
Yes, I'm a politician.
You are a politician.
You can't join. You have to have something to offer for them to even pay me.
I am not a politician. I don't play politics. I'm going to speak the truth to power. Continue to play your politics.
Speak sense to power. Don't just the medication you are selling. Are you the one using them?
If you have a problem with what I do and how I speak, you go and up transformer.
All right.
Please let me address this boy. Please let me address him in a very calm way. The medication is meant for your customers. It's like you are the one taking
go
it at this
transformer.
point.
If you don't like how I address the
no,
people
back
bro. The powers that be, go and hop transformer.
You said, listen for a second. I know I can't help you with comprehension, but think about it. You said righteous man is brave.
Wait now.
All right. Thank you very much.
You've managed to bring some of the most crazy people around.
So,
the question, maybe righteous man, you can answer this question. As engineers, are the government actively after you people?
Keep quiet there. That's not what we are saying. Don't divert question.
Okay.
That's not what we are saying.
Sure. What I was saying is that every profession has its own risk.
I agree.
Every profession. So journalists are trained and they should know what they are supposed to encounter. Just like an army man that has been trained, he knows that when he goes to the battlefield, these are the possibilities. He can lose his life or he can retain his life while at the battlefield. So any well-trained journalist should be brave enough to do his duties, not minding what is going to come after him, because every profession has its own risk. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I hear you, but you are the one that drew the false equivalence when you said engineers are dying while at work. That is different from people actively looking for you. You can see where I don't agree to say it's different risk. There are risks, but what presents the risk is different. One is accident happens at work. One is the government might actually look for you based on what you say. And this is why I'm saying, it's two different types of risk. Just to put the false equivalence, it's not fair. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm not saying
government do look for us. If I handle a project now and within the time period it collapses, my license will be withdrawn and I will be declared wanted.
All right.
So it is part of the risk of my profession.
All right, thank you. I have to go, but let me hear Okija, and then I'll leave. Okija, go ahead. Unmute yourself. We can hear you. Okija, we can hear you. All right. So when you figure it out, we'll bring you in. I speak the truth. Welcome to the show. It appears as if everybody here, they've been speaking lies. So let's hear Speak the Truth. Maybe he has something to tell us. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I was listening on the other side. Okay, so Show's laughing because he knows I'm about to grab.
Oh, sorry. Just one last thing, because now you came on, you reminded me of our chat. Let me just remind our people, I'm spreading more fair. Please, if you have dual nationality and you say things you cannot prove or defend, the day you go to Nigeria and they carry you, America won't fight Nigeria because of you. Let me just tell you that they've borrowed you their passport. The United States is not going to fight Nigeria because of you, or the United Kingdom won't come and fight Nigeria because they've locked you up somewhere. And I'm not spreading fear, but that illusion of they borrowed you a passport, you were not born there, you obtained it whenever, and you think the United States would. You're not a neurosurgeon. Even the US has about 4,000 neurosurgeons. If one is gone, they will be fine. So all I'm saying is don't get that false sense of importance. I have an American passport. America, and I'm the kind who don't get British passports. Correct me if I'm wrong.
All right. I speak the truth.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I've been listening to everybody, and it's been funny, having fun. You know, I think for the entertainment factor, it's been good. But I think one of the things people are missing, if you are instigating people, you're telling people to go back home. There's nothing wrong with you picking up the gauntlet and fighting for your people in the same way. Now, if you say you can't, and you saying, well, we have to protect journalists, we are in the age of new media. Okay, so I think a lot of people are still dealing with or having the impression that the world is still based on the old school type of media. No, it's not. Like Shaw rightly said, you can easily set up a YouTube account and you could easily go online and have more outreach than established old age media. So if you really believe in what you're saying, if you really believe in what you're doing, you don't have to come on here and pontificate. You could just set up something, and even if you're reaching 5 people, how many people does your channel realistically reach? It's not like there's 100,000 people listening to you, and this is not to denigrate the good work you're doing, but you reaching as you trying to build. So you don't know. Maybe one of the people saying go back home and trying to encourage everybody to go home and start something. Maybe you might become big. The founding fathers of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe, people like Michael Okpara, people like Herbert Macaulay, they came after studying here. They went back home and they set up print media. So what stops you today in the age of the internet, like you said, to just pick up your phone, set up an account, and do something with it? So if you can't do that, then there's really no reason you here just screaming and yelling at us and just, you know.
All right. Thank you. I speak the truth. Okita, can you hear me? Okita, we still cannot hear you. Next Sunday we are going to have Prince Adewale Adebayo. Most of you know, presidential candidate in the last election. He will join us on Sunday for 90 minutes Africa. I hope you will join us for that conversation. And Okita can you hear me? Just so you know, Okita works in tech. I don't know why people like that have they have tech problems. All right. But on that note, I have to take my leave. I want to thank everybody that joined me today. I appreciate all of you. Remember, on Wednesday, we have a meeting for everybody, really, but panelists and people on the comment section. We want to talk about behind the scene issues and how to make this place better for everybody who is here. And also, what else? For the show on Saturday, if you want to join us, you can join us on Saturday, 2 p.m. New York time. And to be a regular show. See you. And of course, our usual Saturday, have your say 247. We start at 12 New York time. And that's it from me. Thank you, everybody who joined. I appreciate all of you. I will hand it over to whoever is taking over from me. Nobody responded to me, but I have 2 moderators here, Show and KJ. Take it on. See you guys next week, next Saturday. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Rudolph. So, sure. Are you ready, or I should just go ahead? I'm not in my moderating clothes.
It's fine. You can moderate it. Today is Sunday. It's the last day. Moderate. It's okay. Let me just be contributing as the spirit leads. I will leave very soon. It's Sunday evening anyway. It's almost 10 p.m. for us.
Okay. Okija, can you hear us? We can't still hear you. We don't know what's happening.
So maybe drop off and join again.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. What do you have to say before we change gears? I don't even know if you are going to change gears at all.
I mean, no, it's been a wonderful show. Heated up just like yesterday. It's, you know, sometimes it happens. We'll disagree to agree. I still maintain my position. I am not saying the journalists should not do their jobs. I'm saying they're doing their jobs with their hands tied behind their backs. I've seen people say risk is risk, but what I'm saying is the risks are different. You understand? All die and I die. But what I would insist is one profession, your job is literally exposing the evil of the government, which I support 100%. Keep doing it as safely as you can. That's the caveat for me. As safely as you, especially because of where you live, where there's no data. When I say data, I'm not talking internet data, where where you have people's record stored somewhere to say this person is gone, this person is gone. You talk about the Nigerian military as well. You would see the attitude of an American military guy, a British soldier, is different because they are paid well. When and if they pay the ultimate price, their family is catered for. So they go with a difference. They go to war with a confidence. It's different in Nigeria. How people cannot see this, I do not understand. So when I want to condemn a Nigerian military guy or lady, I'm saying it knowing that there are challenges. So I'm kinder with my words while I admonish them. But if a British soldier is slacking, then I can say with all the things in place, with all this, whatever you would get, your family, all the whatever, even when they finish, all the benefits of all the retired military guys, all the benefits they get in the UK, at least I know of that. So I know these things exist. So while you're on active duty, if you're slacking, then I can come to you and say, bro, no, that's not on. But if I'm talking to you've seen some of the videos our Nigerian soldier posts and say, this is where we live, this is where we eat. Look at the amount of money they give us. And I want to criticize that same soldier the way you criticize an American soldier. Let's think about it. Is it fair? Is it just? Is that the way we should do it? If Dele Farotimi in Nigeria is telling our journalists off the way some of our people are doing from the comfort of the Western world, I would support Dele Farotimi and say, you know what? You're in the same Lagos. If Dele can do it, then he can tell you to do it as well. If Femi Falana is telling our journalists you are slacking, I can say Femi Falana is in Lagos and is telling them, if I can do it, you can do it. But I will be a big hypocrite to be in the comfort of my home in the UK and be harshly, for those who harshly accuse them, I'm not saying everybody have, but for those who are not seeing the danger, almost like pretending like the danger does not exist. And people are saying if they don't want to do it, they should resign. So you rather have 0 than this 10% that you have. Are we not getting news? Is the problem of Nigeria shortage of news? The news.
Sure, can I ask you a question? Sure. Can I ask you a question?
I'm going to finish in a second. The news we've
I just want to ask you a question, please.
Let him finish now. You can
ask me. If I can answer, I'll answer. Go on.
Sure, you are a very good person. I'm not winding you up, but you are a good personality, and I just don't want you to misconstruct the ideas of other people on this topic, or the belief or the feelings of other people. You see, a soldier, somebody who signed to be a soldier, who have been recruited and he undertook the training and commissioned as a soldier, he or she knows that he can die in active service. A journalist that have been trained to be a journalist should not tell me that because of government will go after him or her, then he will not do that job, execute the assignment given to him.
What's the question?
Because of fear of being harassed. Then why did you take up the work of journalism?
Okay, is that the question?
Why?
All right.
Yes, that's the question. Why?
Let him answer, please.
Okay. I think I answered the question when I spoke about it, and I said I want them to do their job, especially the investigative journalists, as safely as possible. All I'm saying is I want them to go complete this mission story, leave to give us more stories. That's all I want them to do. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. The risk is there. They know. But I'm saying, please, our journalists, do it as safely as you can so that you can give us more stories. I don't want to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. That's what I'm saying. You know, I can even take it from a righteous man. He's in Lagos. I can take it from him. But for me to listen to people who are saying they have no business in Nigeria, they will go everywhere apart from Nigeria and be telling people in Nigeria how to do. Even when it comes to protest, I say it all the time. When the Nigerian people who live in Nigeria, who face most of this burden, when they've had it up to here, at some point they will revolt. It's human nature. I always say it, they will do the needful when the time is right. But I'm not going to come and say, if you don't go and protest, God will punish you. You're a coward. You are this. Go and fight for your right. I'm not going to tell them, especially if I'm not going to join them. But I always encourage it to say, when the time is right, Nigerians know what to do. That is where I stand. I won't hog the mic too much. But thank you all very much. I'll be listening, but I'll be preparing for bed and, for the next week. Thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sho. And thank you for that question. Let me just get this off my chest so that I can move into my moderating mode. You see, it's when you compare the journalism with a soldier, both people have different training. When you are training as a journalist, you're not trained to carry AK-47. You're not trained and told that you are going to go and die in the war front. Peradventure, something happens, you will die at the war front. You are trained to be able to listen to information, get information, analyze information, and write about it to the public. It's supposed to be a non-risk involving job. Now, just like Precious said this afternoon, there are different levels of journalism, different genres of journalism. If you are a journalist in a war situation, you have a different training. You are also ready for that's what you're going to counter. So you have, protective gears and all that which you carry. You are also trained how to be behind, behind not in front of the enemy, but behind the enemy line. In other words, you are told where and what is safe for you to be able to operate. Now, if you are trained as a soldier, you are going to confront the enemy. You're not being trained to be behind the. Even journalists who cover wars are behind the army. They are behind the firing line. They're not in front of the army. The armies are trained to face bullets head on. We are not trained to face bullets head on. We are trained to be able to tell a story to the people, especially those ones that the people cannot ask. We're supposed to ask the questions and get answers for the people. However, it is not the same thing as it operates in Nigeria, because laws are not maintained and lines are very blurred, very blurred lines between you being a free journalist who can write what you like and being taken in and nobody knows where you are, where you've been taken into. So what she has said is just in a nutshell, being able to expand for us what has happened to some good journalists who you don't hear about today. Do you know that even journalists are being removed from certain bits if the people complain they don't want you? For instance, if you are reporting for Aso Rock and you write a story that doesn't go down well with the chief press secretary and all that, you can actually tell the organization, we don't want KJ coming back to this office tomorrow. And if it's not a very strong, media house, they will remove you and put somebody who will write the story they want to see. And then they will send you to the market to go and be covering tomato and the crayfish sellers. You of course, you don't want to take that bit. Okay, so sometimes you have to learn how to balance the act. You dance to their tune. Sometimes you don't dance to their tune. So when they say, "Oh God, sorry," and some journalists, let me tell you, I have a documentary I've not been able to publish. It was a documentary on the killings in the Benue. Okay, till today I've not been able to publish it. I can send you a copy if you promise me I'm not going to release it. All right. It was when the buying people there by the Fulani terrorists was on the height. That documentary was done. So these things nobody will come out and tell you, but every day and let me even tell you something. It became worse during the Buhari's regime. But that time once you are Igbo and you are a journalist, you are termed IPOB. So any slight thing that you write that is contrary to what the government think you should write, you are picked up. And the only thing they're going to see, they will keep introducing you as, look at this guy. These are the IPOB writers. Okay. These are if you remember the first time I came to this program, I said, let me say something. I am Igbo. I'm indigenous. So when you say I am IPOB, it's true. I'm IPOB because I'm Igbo, indigenous people of Biafra. I'm Igbo. I'm indigenous. I'm from Biafra. I'm from Igbo land, the part called Biafra. So let me say this. I'm just simply telling you what the intricacies people go through. I'll give you another example. By a very good oga of mine in AIT, Benga Roba. Remember, he had that very popular program where he was, asking the pertinent questions. When the government felt that the guy was going too far, they went behind to remove him. He was taken off the program and given a program that was going to start at midnight. Nobody, was watching his program any longer. That's how he left Face the Nation. Okay. So these things are not hidden. They are there for anybody who practice in Nigeria. You will know these things. You may not come out to say it, okay? But nobody who has practiced and who is anything that will not say you have not met that. You must have received one slap or the other sometimes during the course of doing it. So don't compare it. Don't see them also of not being able to put their ideas forward. Chamberlain or in AIT, I mean in channels. Do you know how many times I've been harassed? Do you know that there was a particular time they stopped the program, didn't even air for like 2 or 3 days or so because they were taking off the program. They were taking to DSS. So I'm just simply telling you that some of these things, they don't tell you daily what they face. They don't tell you, but they are doing their best. Some of them who are good. And let me tell you something again about brown envelope. I said this sometime when we talked to a Nigerian journalist. Sometimes that brown envelope is not only for you. It's for everybody in your office. So if you go to that brown envelope, and I'll give you, I once was a media assistant to one of the northern governors. I won't call his name, and I was supposed to hold a media briefing for him in Abuja, and I was giving, I called the guy who is in charge of I'm a member of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, so I called the guy who's in charge, and I said to him, I am going to give me 10 names of media houses that are going to participate. Do you know how many we got? Well, I got 10, which was what I prepared for, but they were 30 that came. 30 people came, and they met with Oga. Even if it's just small, whatever it is, will just give us. Okay? And being a journalist myself, I felt ashamed to give somebody 5,000 naira. Okay? So I had to split everything, make it about 10,000 and put in the envelope for everybody, because I know that when he goes back, his Oga will say, nothing for, you go come on from that one, give your Oga, you go come on from that one, give if it's a media house, the cameraman, you will give the person with the audio guy, you go give the person who will edit, then you go carry small and put for your pocket. That is how some journalists survive in Nigeria. I'm just telling you the truth. Okay? Some of the newspapers, when they go also, they will have to look for somebody who can at least pay their transport. I'm telling you the truth. If you like, take it. If you don't like, take it, don't leave it. They have to go to a program that at least when they're living there, they know that at least their transportation is being paid. You are in a system. So when the Nigerian journalist is writing the story, when they were talking about, it's not as open as people are thinking it is. All right. Some of them go, look, some have been sacked because they insisted a story must be published, and the story didn't publish. They took it and published somewhere else, and they discovered that they were also sold the story to those people, and they sacked them from their office. So let's be fair and let's accept where.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. You can ask me a question.
Okay. Good afternoon.
But I'm a moderator, so don't think.
I know. I'm going to ask you a question. Because you are a journalist, not because you are a moderator. Okay. I've been listening to the discussion from Ferreira to Olumide position on our politics of here. So my quick question, right? So you just accepted right now that what you guys were doing, what you guys used to do in Nigeria was collecting brown envelopes. That is an open admission, to be honest. I understand the difficulties of journalists. I have friends that are journalists in Nigeria. And It's sad because I'm somebody that used to read Nigerian newspaper a lot, even as a little boy in high school. I follow Nigerian newspaper. I read a lot of Nigerian newspaper and listen to TV news also. When I was growing up, I used to think like, I used to take this news very seriously. I don't know if you understand the danger of putting out a story that is not true. The second thing is I want you to comment on is, are you saying like as Nigeria start today, the highest bidder get the news they want to get their news out they want out there? Is that what you are saying? Like then what happened to the common man?
Okay.
Like what should be the source of our authentic information?
Okay.
As Nigeria system. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if I understand you well. You're asking if the news you're getting now is authentic, or secondly, what's the second question? I didn't really capture the second question you're trying to ask.
So are you saying that the highest bidder get the day, like in terms of bribery as it regard to journalism in Nigeria?
Okay.
The other thing is for the common man that don't have money, that want to that the whole source of information. I know we have a lot of social media,
okay,
right? So what should they rely on? So like this information, people are relying on them every day to read, to know what is going on. And somebody put out wrong information there for people to consume. Where should the ordinary man get authentic information from?
Okay, I want to correct. There's a comment I'm reading on the listener that says that is it that I'm taking part in brown envelope. Let me tell you something. Just like Precious said earlier, everybody who is in journalism in Nigeria or doing any form of media work has other things it does. When I was working in Nigeria, I was working for an international organization, so salary was not my problem. I can tell you upfront that I was receiving more than 250,000 naira at that time. So, and I don't want to mention the time, so you don't estimate how much and what. However, I also I had a media outfit. People were working for me in the media outfit, and those media outfits are hired for people for sometimes they meet us to do jingles. I remember I said here that I did jingles for Lex OT, and then they also hire us for to try to do PR for them and all that and do stories. I also did a lot of stories for state governors or governments. So you do a lot of things to be able to make your ends meet. It is one of those that I had the opportunity to be called as a media assistant to that governor. It was just a consultancy, and I had to organize media people to run that. So having cleared that, I want to say again, no, it's not that the stories you have are lies, but they may not all be correct. What I mean, they may not all be correct. It may just be that they tell you to the story that they will spin the story the way they want it to be out there. So the story may not just be that, this is, for instance, if the media did their handiwork, they would have found out that the plane that we were debating for many days and time in Nigeria had already been paid for, was already ready to be picked up. Okay, but nobody gives you that access. And now people like David, who could go behind and get those access to those information, are treated as enemies of state. So you are running one way, trying to get information to the people. At the same time, trying to make sure that you don't overexpose yourself, because only person when they're alive will write story. Okay, that's two. Thirdly, I hope I can remember the third one you asked. The second one you asked. It's not that every Nigerian journalist is doing something that is hanky-panky, but we are saying that it is difficult to get a story the way you will want to write it. And the Precious said something here. When you have finished your story, there's a person called the editor who decides which goes out and which does not. So you could come with a very interesting story. You are written the way you want. The editor can decide to spin it the way it will fit the organization, because every organization have their own way they want a story to go out. So what you finally submit you submit at the end of the day may not be what comes out. And again, the story about the ordinary man is there. We call it, water cooler stories. You can do water cooler stories of the ordinary man, how a small child is selling, of 9 years, selling water, what do you call it? Pure water in the city of Lagos. That is a poor man's story. You can do a story of maybe an Accra woman who has been there and used Accra to train her children, to a enviable level. That's also a story. Okay, but nobody, no media house will send you, go to Agana Abode, go and interview Mama Sikira. Nobody, because that story will not give them any money. You don't understand what I'm saying? It will not even elicit public consumption. That is, the selling may not be. But if you are doing a story of Dangote, Dangote was entering his factory and he almost fell down. People want to see it. They want to read it. Okay, what really happened? If you do a story of, today Pomo was falling off the presidential table, the people will want to see. But if you go and write about me, say Pomo was falling off my table, who cares about me? It doesn't make any sense. Who is he, self? So they always look for those hot stories of the rich and the powerful that will sell their magazines. Then they'll look for ordinary stories like Baba Sikira's story and put in between to help also make you believe the ordinary man also is not left out. In the media space, the one when we introduced that word, change the narrative, it was a media conference where we said we need to change the narrative. Okay, and then when we had that conference, the intention of changing the narrative was we move the story from the big people to the small people, but it was hijacked along the way. It was hijacked, and they refused to move the story to the ordinary story. Because if you watch other channels, you see other outside of Nigeria channels, you see ordinary people having their own stories told. It's very rare in Nigeria. If you also listen to other channels outside, look, sometimes if you are those of us, like I grew up in Benue, sometimes in your transistor radio, you get some soccer match going on. You be listening, thinking it's a serious soccer match, only for you to come and say, this is northern side of Cameroon against southern side. Cameroon primary school. Primary school children are playing finals. It is on their national news. They are even covering it. Okay, we don't do such things in Nigeria. We don't. Well, in fact, we're forgotten that level of people. So this is what I'm saying. So it doesn't bring money, and the media houses are not interested in doing such stories. Did I answer your question, sir?
KJ, thank you. You really, you did justice to that question. Thank you.
KJ.
Yes, sir.
KJ. Please, can you give me the interpretation of this? Ekweko amaba. What does it mean in English?
When the gong hits, the truth will come out.
So, does it reflect in your journalism?
Not really. These things have been there before I was born. I'm only following what I come to me. So I don't know what you mean, but that is what it is. Let me go on to Eheme. You will have something to say. Or you have a lot to say.
I do have something to say. And, I want to start with this. What can we do to help? What help do they need in order to do their job diligently? Okay. I think that should be a question that we should be asking now, and especially the ones that we can tell they are trying their best. Because there is something that I disagree with, and that is why someone like Mr. Ferrari finally get his point, which I didn't get earlier. But the way it was presented,
what's that noise in the back?
The way it was presented made me lose his line of thought. But the thing is that these people, they are already facing the Red Sea. Or let me know, they are already being pursued by the Pharaoh's army. We shouldn't be the Red Sea for them. Rather, we should be like the path where they pass through, and they pass safely and securely. But if we now become the Red Sea for them, and thinking we are trying to query and criticize them in order for us to bring out the best in them, You are getting it wrong. Because they have no moral justification. I mean, they have no justification to even serve us in a society like that. So when you have good eggs, you take care of them. Not by giving them money all the time, but by the words of your mouth, by the way you criticize. In a book I read, it always says something that you should praise heartily, and you should praise lavishly and approbate heartily. Meaning that when you want to praise them and make the air to swell. And when you want to correct them with your heart, so that they know that no, this correction, this is how you see, But when they feel like the correction is from a place of they don't know their job, or they are inept in doing it, or they are also greedy people, you're already losing the war, not just the battle alone. So I would say for people like that, even if we want to appropriate them, we should do it with conscience. We should do it heartily so that they can see that, okay, these are better ways you can do this thing. These are ways you can. And sincerely, this is what this kind of platforms should offer. What can we do to help? You remember this? There's a story in the Bible where, sorry, I'm quoting the Bible here. But that is what I believe. But this story is a principle where they wanted to build the gates in Jerusalem again, and they required Nehemiah to go back. He had to gather his people. While they were building with one hand, they were holding the sword with the other hand. It is telling that there is a way they should do things. You just don't do things brazenly. Everything is not black and white. It's either you are black or white. No, in this life, it is gray. So we just have to understand this dynamics before we just make things blank and from there discourage people that are even trying their best to serve us properly. So I would say we should ask, what can we do to help? If they want to be the voice, some of us should be their weapons. And when I mean weapons, I'm saying AK-47 here, please. It is just a parry with an app, to what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
To support.
Yeah.
That is.
I speak the truth. Hemi has asked a question. What can people in diaspora who want to help journalism in Nigeria, what is the best way to help? Yes.
Well, for me, I'm still going to revert to the same thing I said earlier when I first came on. And it's the only way you can help is to lend your own voice to whatever struggle you think you want to inspire. So whatever struggle you think it is that you want to get involved in, listen, the internet is here for everybody to use. You don't have to set up a media house. You don't have to there's people, like I said, there's people that start up just with their phone and they have more reach than media houses that was built with millions of dollars. So you can use your phone. You think there's something you can say, but go ahead and put it on your phone and broadcast to the people and set up a time. Dr. Damages is here. Believe it or not, we're part of the new media. Everything we're doing right now is part of the new media. In the past, people like me and you we're not getting invited to Arise or Channels or NTA. We're not getting invited. So this is a way, I think, if you really are adamant that you want to lend your voice to whatever you think the struggle is, then you can start your little bit by going on social media or YouTube or a forum like this and set up something and get on with it.
Okay, thank you. Righteous Man.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you, KJ.
I think KJ is Righteous Man, probably you can just go ahead. KJ is talks.
Okay.
Righteous Man, you don't have light? You are not
My brother,
bad,
this is what I'm using.
Rich men like you supposed to be in bad day. Bad day, they don't take light. Why are you living in bad C?
That band A, there are some areas it works well, and there are some areas you answer band A just theory.
So are you saying you are bad A?
Everything in Nigeria is just a joke, you know. It's just the way we see it, my brother, you know. So, honestly, what would I add again? Mine is that if you are in Nigeria and you listen to this journalist, honestly, you'll be so much discouraged. I know what I'm talking about. They have so much watered this profession. It's like now they are selling, they're just articles in trade. You know, they give good report to the highest bidder. That's the journalism in Nigeria today. It has formed part of the corrupt, corrupt institutions in Nigeria. It's no longer what it used to be. It has been watered down so much. Tune to any Nigerian television, any Nigerian what do you call it? Radio station, and listen to the programs coming out from there. You will discover that journalism has been watered down here. And no thanks to the politicians, because it was better during the era of the military. I'm telling you, it's worse now that we have democracy in Nigeria. The journalists are not there to say the truth again. In fact, do you know that this flood in Borno, the Nigerian journalists or the television stations and radio stations first reported that it was rainfall until Al Jazeera reported that it was the dam that was broken that caused the flood. You can imagine that. All the TV stations in Nigeria reported that it was rain until Al Jazeera said it was the dam that got broken, got damaged, that caused the flood. So,
okay. Yes. Okay. I hear you, but I'll come back to you. I just want to again buttress what Precious said. Precious said something that is interesting, and that is that everybody writes to suit who is paying them. Al Jazeera in itself, as a television house, is writing with the mindset of promoting the Arabic lifestyle and all that. So whatever they're going to write and report is tailored towards their own society, also projecting their own society as a better society than the Western society. Now, having said that, I want to say also that every other media that you see writes in support or against. Now, remember also, now coming back to Nigerian factor, remember that there was a time, I was still in Nigeria at the time, when government gave directives to media houses that they cannot say Fulani herdsmen, they cannot use Fulani terrorists, they cannot use all those terms. You know, they were refused them to use those terms as reporting any form of attack or kidnapping. So is the same government still in power and probably have also said to those houses, you cannot say it's a dam that have broken. You have to say it's a rainfall. So sometimes let's also know that the journalist in Nigeria is operating within an environment that may not be also that does not accept the truth to be told the way it's supposed to be told. You know, and I'll come to you. AY, you have heard what Mr. Righteous Man said. I see your hand. I speak it true, but let's go to AY. Mr. Righteous Man said the media house couldn't even report that it was a dam that broke. They said it was rainfall. What do you say to that? Do you think it should have been reported as it were, or why try to spin the news?
Yeah, So, so here, okay, let me give a general opinion of this journalism Yahoo Yahoo. The journalism Yahoo Yahoo this start today. Actually, I know of somebody that was a journalist that was very poor. He started working with one of the richest Nigerian billionaire, and overnight became a billionaire. I know a lot of story this man cover. Of course, if I mention his name, KJ, you definitely gonna know him. He's a top journalist in Nigeria. He's close to somebody that is really close to me. So the thing is, I think the journalist, I would say the failure of the journalism, good journalism in Nigeria, it's not out of place. It's just the failure of the country, I would say, because the importance of good journalism cannot be overemphasized. For example, how can a dam destroy a place? Somebody is saying, go and write it was a rain. That's a problem right there. So what happened to the independent journalism that we actually look at for the real story? They are able to challenge the status quo. I said we go in the right direction. I know Sahara Reporter used to be in this line. I don't know. I've not been really following up with them. I don't know the level of their integrity right now. But they used to do a very good job. They expose a lot of things that were going on in Nigeria, especially during President Yaradua, down to Goodluck Jonathan, down to Buhari. I think they did a very good job. I don't know if the journalists there also have some kind of benefit from these our politicians, but I think I just feel the summary. I just feel it is the general problem Nigeria is facing. The journalists are just part of the system. It's also affecting them. That's what I'm gonna say. But there is no. I don't want to make excuse for journalists or any other person that is running the country aground. We need to do what is right. We need to focus on what is right to build
Please,
the country.
who was that alarm?
Okay,
From journalists to the to every sector in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Loco P, I've heard what you said, and people are asking questions whether the Nigerian journalist is performing what the role is supposed to be performing, or is the one also helping to run the country aground, or that we are unprofessional. I don't know. So which one do you see? What's your own part?
Meanwhile, hello, how you doing? I've taken a keen listen to everybody, including the guests and other stuff. See, sometimes when you're looking for excuse, not to blame yourself, you don't want to take a share, partake in the in sharing blame or blame sharing, so to speak. You're looking for like, hey, yes, it's risky. Now, look at the word journalism. We have different departments in journalism, right? We have those who go to the feed, whose I think their life are risky. They want to be on the feed, gets on time reports. You understand? While there are some in the office chilling in the AC, those are the presenters, the OAPs. You understand? They come and they spin whatever narrative that they want to spin. You get my point? So if Nigerians are complaining generally, I guess I believe, not that I guess, I believe it's wrong to paint all the whole journalism with one brush, because those in the feed, those ones, they are at risk. They might not be well funded. The different circumstances might be affecting them, and they may not want to give the appropriate report. But those in the office, like the Abatis, the Rufai, the MGD in TVC, all of them, those are the ones who sit in the office. I think those are the ones that are the problem with journalism. So if those people are going to the field looking for news, no, nobody's blaming them to say, okay, no, they are working there and they are not being paid. You said they have to go and look for money on their own outside. Yeah, those one can be like, yes, those going to the field can say, okay, yes, those are doing, those cannot be blamed, and those are still risking their life to go and give us on the spot reports. Yes, those who are doing well. But like I said, those in the studio, Those are the ones that have the tools to twist any narrative that the people wants to hear. You get my point? So if Nigerians are complaining about journalism, they're complaining about those on this in the studio, not any other department of journalism. Because when you are saying that these guys are not well paid, whatever, who are these guys? The owner of TVC, is TVC. Okay, maybe that one is Tinubu. It's not a journalist. Okay, I can understand that. The owner of Arise, Obagbena, isn't a journalist. Is he looking for money to tell us the real truth about the profession? You understand? Who is the owner of channels? Is it not Jomomo? Who is he? Is he also a journalist? You understand? So which money are those ones looking for? If you are blaming those ABS, there's no money. What about Obagbena and Jomomo? Are they not journalists? Are they not millionaires in their own making, their own feed? So why would they not write good reports? Who are they afraid of? They are so because of money. That's why they are spending narrative. So sometimes that's why I blame those in the studio. You understand? But I also blame those that owns the media, because those ones is not. You can't blame poverty on those ones because they are rich. You understand? Because they've soiled their hand with who goes do whatever. So they want to spin a narrative so the people will not turn against them because they know who is their paymaster. So like you see people praising Rufai. Why are they praising Rufai? Why are they not praising Shehu Okinbaloye? Are they not doing the same job? You understand? If somebody said, I think like an hour ago, 10 minutes ago, that if in the studio he says something, like if he's doing his own podcast, whatever, he says something different, why can't he put his foot ground and say 100% about journalism, totally different from what he's saying in the studio, because of he's working for somebody? No, he's not doing this. He's not doing that. He's doing the same thing. He's just only asking questions. You understand? I want to talk about opinion. Look, even if you're not meant to put your own opinion there, you understand? But you can argue common sense. You can't force your opinion to say, okay, no, I think it should be like, We're talking about common sense journalism. So if a politician come and talks rubbish, whatever, can't you just ask simple questions like, stop, please? Like common sense would have been this and that. It's not about opinion. Like, no, is this what I believe in? You're speaking of like generally just the common sense opinion. Not your own opinion, just common sense. Like, you don't need to even be educated to know A plus B is equal to C. Just general common sense. That's what we expect them to even do. But you see them not even asking the question that they're supposed to ask. They would, I know, yes, they will say maybe if they ask these questions, the politicians will not come to the studio again. But like, so because you want them to come to your studio, then you now spew rubbish out there. Then you ask me not to blame you. Because look, when they say social media is a powerful tool, these guys, they are on air, they're in the studio. They also have a powerful tool too. Because it's whatever they spin out there that the people will take. Because a word that you spin over and over and over, you put out the over and over and over again, it becomes the truth, and people start absorbing it unconsciously or unconsciously. So if we're talking about, don't blame journalists, yeah, those in the feed, writer going to interior places and risking their life, entering boat or going to cruise or bring reports, yes, those were thumbs up 100%. They are doing their best. Even if they are not well equipped, they are still trying. They are still, maybe because of the love for the job, they are still there, keeping their head. I hoping one day things will work, or maybe they go to a better media, a better TV house or whatever one day, and they will get well paid. But they love the job. Yes, those ones are perfect. The people that are complaining about, especially me myself, are those in the studio. The Rufai, the Abati, the Jide, the Jide of the TVC and their crew, the what's it called, the Chicha TV and what's it called, the Chamberlain and whatever. Also, those are the ones that we are complaining about. Nobody apart from journalism. Then maybe in the print media, yes, they can also put headlines sometimes to catch people to read or whatever. But like I said, the most important tool for journalism is the TV, the media, the TV, the TV aspect of it. You know, the OAPs and TV presenters. Those are the ones that can spew rubbish. In fact, their journalism can even turn the nation upside down, because they own the greatest weapon. Because you see it on TV over and over and over and over and over, and you start to believe it, and you react to it. That's why people are using social media to cause mayhem, because you see it and you believe it, and that's what it is. So if people are complaining, please, nobody should come and tell us, no, journalism, say it was journalism is big. We have different aspects. There's some aspects that are doing fantastically very well, and there are some that are doing arrogant nonsense, rubbish, And we should call them out. Nobody should come here and be telling me, no, your line is go and get your change. No, it's your job. It's your job. You chose it. It's your job. So if you still want to do it well. But if you choose not to do it well, but at least let's all see some common sense. You can do it in a way that we can say that, oh, I believe it sounds tight. That's why it's not speaking like this. But when you interview some politicians, there's some common sense I expect you to ask. Common sense. It's not your opinion. It's just to ask so that they can buttress, maybe they can argue that case very well.
Okay.
So nobody is doing that. Are you asking me not to blame them?
Thank you. Yeah, AY, I saw you raising your hand. Are you trying to argue?
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly say something. Okay, he made two things. Make me sure to see. I just want to make comment about one of the first one is the owners of those channels that you call journalists. They are still journalists. They are part of the business.
Yeah.
That is one. They are part of the business of highest bidder collecting money. The second thing is, I don't know why you trust Shehu. Shehu, in my opinion, is a way more complete and more professional journalist than Rufai. That is left for you to argue. I like Rufai too. Rufai is a very good journalist, but I think Shehu is doing a good job on Nigeria. I don't know why you say people don't like it. Millions of people like Shehu.
Look, I'm not saying, look, I'm just bringing all the journalists there out there. People have their preferences, you understand? Shehu might be calm, maybe this and that, but my problem with journalism, like, ask, it's not your dominion. Ask the questions, ask the common sense question, not to put them on this. In fact, put them on the spot so that they can defend what they are saying.
Okay, let me say this. I didn't want to intervene, but at this point, I have to say it. Sometimes when you're bringing people to your studio, they will have told you, based on this question, don't ask me this question. Don't ask me this question, don't ask me this question.
Yes.
And then you are now, some of them accept you're interviewing them based on that you have accepted that you won't ask them those questions.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Whatever question you are asking, whatever question you are asking, right? Do that. The agreed questions that both of you agree to ask, right? And whatever to discuss about, do that to its fullest with common sense.
Some of those things, that's why I'm going.
I'm not there to say
I'm trying to say. So some of those things that you, the audience, will want that person sitting there to ask, are those questions that you have been told that you cannot ask.
See, whatever you're discussing
whatever
you're discussing about.
I'm coming. Listen again. Some of those things that the viewer is expecting the journalist to ask, before he got to that point, you have been told not to ask that question because you don't want to answer it.
But KJ, going back to what AY just said,
let me give you
what local P is asking. What local P is wait, hold up, local P. What you're asking for is exactly what Sheung does, actually. Because if you watch Sheung, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I'll give you an example. I'll
give you 10 examples. So what Sheung does, what Sheung does is he actually he's one person. I might not watch them a lot, but he's one person, unlike Rufai. I don't even know why people praise Rufai, because Rufai is partisan garbage. He's very partisan and he's very unprofessional in the way he carries out his journalistic duties.
On that discussion.
Well, yes. So, but for what you was requesting, Sheung actually does that. I've never seen a politician on the questioning seat not having his foot put to the fire. Sheung actually carries out his duties like a consummate professional. If you ask me, I'll say that's the best journalist. Now, again, I might not know a lot of them, but I'll say that's the best journalist that I know of presently in Nigeria. You know, so, but to compare him to Rufai, so to compare him to Rufai, I do not even think they are in the same class at all.
Okay, so the example I wanted to give yesterday, what I was talking about was that when Wike went to their studio, you understand? We were saying something, and we're like, okay, if you are talking about structure, where was the structure that was handed to you? Were you control the structure? Yes, okay. The one that was there when you came, where was that one? You understand? And Wike didn't answer the question. You understand? Then he now has another question again later during the discussion, like, okay, whoever is the state governor is the chief which is the political term they use, like the highest office, political office order in that state. Yes. So Wiki was trying to tell, like, but you know, Fubara, being that the father is the state governor, is your political boss. Wiki want to, like, no, I can you say my boy is my boss, something like that. Yourself. You ask me, Wiki just waved it. My own, like, see, sometimes you bring them back. You're like, hey, see this here. Until they tell you, no, don't answer the question. It will be obvious that you asked the questions and they didn't want to answer that question. No problem.
But look, sometimes in journalism, you just got to move on. If not, you're gonna if not, you're gonna derail the conversation. So you ask the person the first time, they ducked it. You ask him the second time, he's weaving in like son and listing. What are you gonna do? You're not gonna put a gun to his head and tell him, hey, you got to answer. So what you got to do, you just got to
you clear it out there. Okay, but it's like you don't want to answer, but let's move on. You get my point? No. Like, you don't want to answer, but let's move on. So there's some things, like I said, sorry. So in the whole conclusion, what I'm saying, like, it's those, if people are complaining about journalism, surely, please, nobody should paint the whole journalism with one brush or say, no, if it's easy, go to the field. People are dying. Like, I think what she was saying about Delegiwa journalism is different from what we are complaining about. His own is even different. He went to, like, okay, he's trying to expose somebody, trying to bring somebody down, and the person like, no, you can't bring me down. For me to go, you have to go. And that was Delegiwa's issue. You understand? But I'm talking about those in the studio. And those are the journalism that people are complaining about. Nobody else, no other department of journalism that people are complaining about. Everything about journalism people are complaining about is those guys in the studio.
All right.
That was just me. So
thank you so much. Let's welcome Mama Hecho. I'm sure she has been listening and she probably have her own view on this issue.
I'm not listening.
Okay.
As Dr. Damage do today, I Vespa. I can't go my meeting. I can't make sure I spend time well there. So before I go yarn, Dr. Damage, you sabi me well. You see what you do me today? You do me during election. I overlook. I come back. Some of my children here, they reach out to me. They complain the same thing. I call you. I tell you, say plenty complaint that we need to talk. I say we go get meeting offline. Up to today, you and KJ will not refuse that meeting make it hold. Then I come inside. Before I come inside, my brother, my pikin, my uncle, anything when he want to call himself, pastor, he talk. He just a talk. You know mute am. You allow to pour in heart.
Yesterday or today?
Oh yeah, he dance, go there. You let am.
Yesterday or today?
Today.
Oh, he come back. I think he'll come back again.
When you let am finish, because in my meeting with my team, he go hold by 8 PM Nigerian time. I can't beg my pikin when he reach in tongue. I say, I beg, make I use in tongue. He can't agree. And I know, say, I get to pass that message to DSS and federal government before I go ask my pikin when he come for interview. Because I hear my pikin when he come for interview. Because he there for VOP, and I they go VOP. Because they talk, say, plenty things there when they're supposed to talk. But because the company, not they let them talk, because they follow federal government rule of make them not shut them down. Now that that will come, he can't begin to put fire inside my bone when he does every day. Inside my bone, when he don't catch fire before, he can't be like say they pour petrol inside fire. And you know, say when he comes to my children and he reaching justice like this, the warrior in me, the lioness in me, they come out. You know, like that. He said, make you match break, make you allow me vibrate, finish, make I calm down yourself. You can't begin to calm me down. And yet you don't do that one to Pascal. So how dare you, Dr. Damages? Are you a partial person? If you are partial, come out of this your partialiness. Because you not go work with me and my children with you. This has to stop.
Gang.
You didn't hear?
Gang.
Okay. Thank you, Mama.
Let me finish, KJ.
Okay.
Because you do the same thing. All of una report them at dossier. Una dossier them at hand. So if we must work together, first of all, to achieve your dream and desire for your platform, Dr. Damages.
Why you call Dr. Damages now? Call him, Abi.
No, he didn't hear me.
No, she wants to call him out. She's calling him out.
And but he's not here on this panel.
That be at calling her. Yeah, not be record. They be at calling her. At calling.
She's calling her. There. Me and Dr. Damages don't discuss before now. He knows me and don't talk before now. But for her to come pretend say the thing when I talk, he enter here. He call public. He can't look me finish. He can't say he won't continue waiting do for 2022, 2023 matter. Plus, say my children they complain the same thing. It is time for me to call you out, Dr. Damages. Because for you to achieve your dream for your platform, which me I don't discuss with you, say, I don't come with my full chest to make sure you achieve that dream. Then you won't come do me waiting. Anything. I'm not saying man, you not do me, okay? I'm not saying man, you not call me to order. But if you they call me to order, you must call person like pastors to order.
Pastor to order.
You must also call one man went to others. You must call Sam to others. As long as you people will not do that nonsense, I will advocate for myself and my children. Because if I don't know how to advocate for myself, how I go to advocate for my children?
Okay, Mama Echo.
Well, make a round up. Nobody go tell me to round up.
You have taken enough time now to address this.
I'm not going to take time.
Yeah, round up. Yeah, mother, round up.
Let me round up.
Round up.
Like I said, every one of you that are hosting, if you are the host, and they respect you, but you must respect yourself first. If you won't give time, give equal time to everybody. And in moving forward, you will not allow others to interject. Anyhow, because if me, I won't contribute to what that person talk, and they raise up my hand. And at the time when I call me, now I they do. You know, I learned that thing again. Because during election, I know that they offend Dr. Damages, and most of the crashes when we crash, now because I they interject anyhow. So me too, I can't go school myself. No say this is of offend this man or any person when they host. So I can't go teach myself, say, no carry they jump like that. Put your mouth down, raise your hand. Have you people not seen me since then that I'll raise my hand if I talk? But they allow some people, they interject anyhow. Who get monopolies like that? So henceforth, panelists, all panelists, if I catch you, interject without raising your hand and they give you permission, now me go carry you come up on the platform. Because they talk for people say, what is good for the goose? It's good for the, is it
Okay. All right.
Ganduji.
Let me round up.
So you see,
let me round up. Nana, for now, I won't speak.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I'll give you enough time to round up.
The people when they host, they deserve our respect. Any person when sit down for this seat, when they host, they deserve our respect. So the respect when you go give Dr. Damages, let una give them. And any person when he violate this law, this is Mama HO law. Now they hear me? Any pikin when he violate her, any papa when he violate her, I will come for you because you be enemies of progress. Thank you. Get your office.
Okay, I just need to make this, even though I need to put this out there. The program we're having, what we're having, this panel is not an entitlement to anybody who is a panelist, that you have the audacity or the right, you must be given 5 minutes or 2 minutes, or you must be called to speak. It's a program. It's being recorded. It's a production. It's being produced. So there's somebody who owns that right to allocate time and the period of speaking. Now, if I speak the truth, is saying something that I think me as the producer would like, I'll probably give him more time to speak based on what he's saying. If it's in line with what is advancing the conversation to the direction that I want the conversation to go. But that should not mean that if I want to speak, if I had given I speak the truth 5 minutes, I must give AY 5 minutes, even when he's now talking about his village meeting that is going to hold in the evening. Now, guys, you guys need to understand this. Make it easier for us to be able to monitor it, so that nobody is taken out. And then if the person monitor or the person moderating says stop, you stop. You stop, for crying out loud, so that somebody else can speak. If all of us have a fair time of speaking, everybody will speak more than once. But if you are going to force the hand of the moderator to now be able to yank the person off or shut the person down, it will not be fair. It will not like it. I will not like it. I don't want anybody to take me off when I'm speaking or shut me down. So if you give me 2 minutes to speak, I say within that 2 minutes. If I need to go beyond 2 minutes, it cannot be more than 3 minutes, and I will stop. Because the person have said, okay, stop, and I have to stop. Let's make it easy for everybody who comes to this panel. There's no special guest. There's no lesser guest. Everybody's view is welcome. As much as your view is welcome, so is also my view. I don't know whole entitlement to knowing everything. So I don't have all the monopoly. I don't even know anything. I come and I let people speak. And if I feel like interjecting, I will do that. Please don't make it look as if somebody is trying only to allow one particular person speak all the time or is being partial towards another person. Yesterday, what was the problem? This other guy came here and he was saying, particularly, this is an Igbo channel. My brother, we are Igbos. I'm Igbo. I can't come here because of you. I will say I'm not Igbo. Why would I do that? Okay, so if you don't like the Igbo music I'm playing, I'm Igbo. My brother, I'm Igbo. Okay, and I have played other people's music here. If you come here, my name is, I don't even want to call my name because I have an Igbo name. Okay, so it's not hiding anything. Okay, so when you come, know that you're coming to a panel or a program where it is moderated by Igbos, and we will not deny identity because of you. We will not deny attraction because of you. We will accommodate every other person. That is one. Two, don't come and call people's name. The guy was talking about calling people's name and said, nobody only you go school. All of us go school. And even if you don't go school, we can insult you in our own language. At least you can't prevent us from insulting your language. You can insult you in Igbo, in Tiv, in Igala, in Idoma, in Agatu, or Basange, if we choose to. Okay, so let's leave this thing and let's try to advance forward. I beg una, I beg. Okay, Mama Hecho, calm down. And the same way he removed Pansa, he also removed you. And so I don't think he was being impartial on that. And the rules have changed. We are saying that if we ask you to stop once, twice, and you don't stop, we'll shut you down. If you come back, we'll take you off. Because we want to bring some sanity to it, irrespective of whoever is speaking. Stop, you will stop, because somebody has to moderate. Thank you. Yes, Kenen.
Thank you, Mr. KJ. Good to see you. I speak the truth. Just yesterday, I was like, where's this guy? And I have not seen him for a long time.
and here you are today. Welcome. I was actually trying to call in to contribute on the nature of journalism in Nigeria. And so kind of, I speak the truth, said something that I wanted to say, which was when it comes to Nigeria as it is right now, this guy, Sheung, has been the one that I've picked to be, I mean, very outstanding journalist in Nigeria. And if I should rank, I think the second should be Rufai. And every other person there is, I will classify them as journalism, journalists. My reason being that just few months ago, Sheung was punished for speaking out the truth. And then his fans started calling for his return. And I think that was what made Chanel to return Sheung back. And I haven't seen that happen to people like Abati or.
But, sorry again, he denied. You say it's not like that, yeah.
We know that he's saying the right thing. Would you want him to come and say anything against Chanel? But when it comes to Nigeria, right, the mainstream journalism is a brand envelope media. Where you will find a little of the truth is when you follow people like David. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. So those independent journalists is where you find a little of the truth, not completely factual, but they are better than all those mainstream media. Mainstream media are on a pay list of the politicians. Now, we're talking about journalism. We should be talking about ourselves as well, because I think Rudolph is a journalist, right? And this platform is has to do with journalism. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Or do we come here to gossip? Now, we are here as adults. Let's be very clear with this. Nobody is under 18 years here. And for that reason, nobody is a child here. So if we come here with our opinion,
Gen Z.
So if we come here with our opinion, in as much as we know we have Gen Z here, but Gen Z is not even a child. It's more than 18 years. So the thing is, if you are making your presentation, please, that is your opinion, and you have your right to hear your opinion. But while doing that, be cautious enough not to insult your fellow adults that may have a differing opinion from yours. If you do that, you are not only contravening the policy or the law or whatever, the rules guarding this platform, but you are actually looking for trouble, personal trouble with that adult. And you are lucky enough to be on the screen, because if you are face to face with this adult, I don't think you will do that. Do you understand? And some of us, we do have our family on the background listening to this. A lot of people that are well trained, that have self-respect for themselves, watch this channel. So for you to come here and be insulting your fellow adults, it simply means that you don't even have respect for yourself in the first beginning. You don't have respect for yourself. And on this platform, it's not yours. It belongs to somebody. It belongs to Dr. Damages. So you don't come here with your own rule or try to overshadow the moderator or even the owner of the channel. You don't do that on other platforms. Some of us on this platform, we have been banned from contributing on other channels. Dr. Damages is very lenient. He's very kind enough to allow some crop of people come here to insult people freely, just the way they like. They can't do that on other platforms. They can't do that with Meyagun. They can't do that with Niger Watch. They can't do that with one man went to more. That one I trust him because he doesn't take rubbish. Now, you now come here and you want to impose whatever your opinion or whatever your lifestyle of control and autocracy on people, on your fellow adults. No, it's not going to happen. See, I was here yesterday. Dr. Damages, not only he gave me 2 minutes, right? And I felt that the 2 minutes was not enough. I was angry, right? He went ahead and muted me straight. But I did not insult him. What I did was I just log off. And then when my brain calmed down, I came back again. I shouldn't stand here and start arguing with him or start insulting him or start insulting others. No, nobody, I don't have that right, and I shouldn't do that in the first place. It is called respect, self-respect. You respect yourself. Now, I made mention that I stated that nobody is a child here. And so therefore, nobody should be called a child, children. You refer to your fellow adult as children. And because of that, you tend to speak to them as if though you are speaking to your child. Nobody is a child here. So please, I'm referring this, I'm taking this to Madam Esho. Please, if I should advise you, stop calling us your children. I am not your child. Nobody is a child here, please. Please. So, and because of that, and I've noticed, because you see everybody as a child here, you talk to us and you behave as if you are our mother. No, you are not. Please, learn to respect your fellow adult here. Please, nobody is a child.
Okay,
I'm not one, and I will never be one. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you take the word out of context?
No. Stop. Stop. Now, I'm trying out, Mahecho, before you speak, I'm trying for you not to make it an argument back and forth, that it's just an advice I've given you. If you're going to respond in that order, okay. If you're going to go beyond 2 minutes, I'll probably have to cut you off. So you have the time.
Kenneth, I'm not born you. Okay? I'm not born you. And you not be my pikin. But you see, I took the title of calling the younger generation my children for a reason, for a purpose. Because having interacted with many of them on Facebook, on social media, when I was trying to undergo this journey, I discovered that majority of them, even though they have mother, the role of motherhood, they don't feel it. It's absent in their life. That is why they are in social media doing some things while in their parents' home and their parents are busy snoring. So, when I interact with them, I started interacting with them as a mother. Because I know they needed it. Then there are some grown-up men too I have also interacted with. I realized the place of a mother in their life is empty and they are yelling for it. So when they accept me as their mother, I place myself in that role. So in my own, the experience I have gone through in my life prepare me for this. I also lack that because my father is gone. He got missing. My father got missing December 16, 1985. Ever since he got missing, the role of a father is absent in my life. So what keeps me going is the moment I spent with him. Everything he told me, I didn't know he knew he would lead me on time. So when I want to make any decision in my life, I ask myself this question. If Papa is here, will you do this? And if the answer is no, I don't do it. That's what I'm using to have a role of a father in my life. So that makes me understand that a lot of this young generation, some of them, they have parents, but their parents does not really know them. And they are lost. They are doing what they are doing. They wouldn't have done it if their parents were really there. Some of them, they carry Christianity for head gadagba. Instead of spending time to know their child, they are busy with church activities. Some of them, they are pursuing money up and down. So instead of looking and giving the child a listening ear, because every child that become who they are today, as soon as they are turning teenager, their life changes, their body system changes. Certain things are beginning to come into place. They want to discuss it with daddy. They want to discuss it with mommy. But mommy is not there. Daddy is not there. And the only thing that is available to them is their peer group.
Okay, Mama Heche, you have taken actually
Sorry, sir.
more than 4 minutes.
That is it. Why I assume that role, Ekene. So, if you don't want me in that role in your life, so be it. Let those who want me accept me.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, so can I, if you don't want that, you have said that, it's okay, let's move on. Yes, I speak the truth. I come to you. Can we just move on? Let's change the narrative.
Right.
Yes. So discuss on the Edo election. Let's use the Edo election as, because by the time we're here next week Saturday, the Edo election would have been on. So tell us, what is your take on Edo election? And that will be our last discussion for today.
Oh no, I'm gonna skip that because I don't know nothing about it. So.
Oh. Okay. All right. You may want to make your contribution as what has gone on. Just 1 minute for that.
Yeah. So, well, I was going to go back to something you said about how they framed the narrative with Local P and AY was talking about. And I just wanted to bring up that as much as we talk about Al Jazeera, we have to know that even every media house, every media institution on earth, regardless of where they are domiciled, does the same thing. They frame narratives according to what their interests are. Sometimes with the acquiescence of the government. So it's like now you rarely see on CNN or any Western media information about what's going on in Gaza or what's going on in Yemen. You don't see it, but if you go on Al Jazeera, you will see it. If you go on certain Indian channels, you will see it. But if you go even Pakistani channels, if you have VPN, but if you go on like Western media, even if they tell us anything about Gaza or the West Bank or Hebron, they frame it in such a way that it only tilts towards the interests of the West. So that was just what I just wanted to bring up when y'all was talking about.
Thank you so much. That's very true. Every media has been to the interest of the side they represent. Mr. AY, you are from Edo State. Who is going to carry the day? Is it Akpata? Is it Adam Shomole's man? Is it the PDP guy? Is it the unknown guy who is from AAC? Who are you rooting for?
I would have actually allowed Igbo Basic to speak. You know, since we have Mama here, Papa is here, so let Papa speak first.
It's not a Mama and Papa channel. Go ahead.
Let's even with the respect our elders.
No, I said go ahead. Igbo Basic is not in a hurry. Go ahead. When you finish.
Okay. Sentiment apart, right? I'm gonna just try to let you guys know what is happening in Edo State. So, Edo election, to be very honest with you, is between PDP and APC. I would have really loved, if I was in a position to vote, I'd definitely vote for Olumide. But the temperature of Edo State, the political temperature, every part of Edo State wants an Isha governor. So Isha, they are the Edo Central. So the PDP candidate, the APC candidate, they are from there. That is one part of it. The second part is, this election is in a form of judgment for the atrocities and many errors committed by the governors, from not able to deliver to Edo people. Edo people fought in 2020 to make sure he retained that position as the governor of the state. He went ahead, demolishing houses, people houses. He doesn't obey laws. For example, he refused to swear in 40 House of Assembly members, denying some constituency representation. He refused to swear in the judges that were sent to Edo State. After a lot of battle, he swore in 5 of them. Disrespecting the Oba of Benin, fighting for artifacts that probably his grandfather was not even giving birth to when they took those artifacts away. Disrespect the Oba of Benin, is at loggerhead with the palace. There are a lot of issues. When you look at the candidates, I will give it to the PDP candidate. To be honest, in terms of qualification, in terms of experience, from what he's saying, if he's really going to carry them out, it would have been the best. But I will tell you, Edo people will punish Obaseki. The issue of the APC, there are, as we speak today, there are only 2 politicians in Edo State with capacity to control number of votes in Edo State. One of them is Adams Oshomole. The second person is the deputy governor of the APC. The deputy governor of the APC, Deco, he has been in House of Rep for more than 8 years. He has delivered to his constituency. People really love him. He can command the vote in that region. The current senator, the APC candidate, is a senator in the hot area, which is the Edo Central. I think the people of Edo Central will also vote for him. The reason is that he's the one that is on ground, is known in that region. The PDP candidate is a foreigner to that region. So it is a problem.
Okay.
He can't even speak his language. So these are going to be issues. In my own assessment, I don't really see how the governor of Edo State, to be honest, local people will tell you, he cannot win his local government. To be honest, he cannot win command vote in his local government. So I think the APC candidate will win the election. We need to leave sentiment. The APC candidate, so let me quickly say this. It is actually sad that APC, I have issue with the APC candidate because I don't think he has done enough to speak to the people. I don't think, I feel in general, I might be wrong. I don't think he has the technical know-how to govern Edo State, but that is left for the people to judge. But left for me, I will vote for Olumide Akpata. Thank you. That's my assessment.
Thank you. Well, I come to you, DMX, aka Loco P. Okay, sorry. Before I come to Loco P, Igbo Basic, do you want to come? Do you want to speak now, or I should go to Loco P and come back to you? Because we're talking about Edo election now. The guy that AY is talking about is the one they've said he does not know how to speak English. So the question now be not about knowing how to speak English. How do you appropriate things in the government? How do you run the administration? How do you understand the law of the country? How do you understand how to budget and allocate money? How do you now know the difference between government money and your money? Bearing in mind, there used to be a governor in Nigeria called Bakinzuo, who said government house, government money in government house, what the difference? Are we not going to have the same Bakinzuo situation in Edo State?
I didn't really want to speak now, but if you want to start with, we have plenty of minerals here, including Coca-Cola. then I will go to back. So it's been fun watching everybody speak here. And in the morning, I said a couple of things, a word or two about the Edo elections. I used to be on the ground, let me put it that way, in Edo. I could almost tell you anything that was happening in the backyard of Edo. And that was when my friend, Dr. Stanley Okogu, who was right from there, when he was on ground. When he was on ground, I was on ground. Of course, as some of you may have known, that Dr. Stanley Okogu, he passed away this May, just at 55. And that was a big blow to me as far as the Edo politics was concerned. I would have been giving you a blow-by-blow account of what's going on there. That notwithstanding, in fact, I can't tell you more than what AY has said as far as the Edo election is concerned. But people on ground, if it was Abia State, when it was the turn of Abia State, I was able to speak and speak authoritatively. I was able to speak on this same channel and asked Okezi Ikpeazu, who was then our last governor before Alexoti. I was able to challenge him to come out here or come out anywhere, as I used the word throwing down the gauntlet, even though he was supposed to have gone through my same secondary school that I passed through. Even though we are the ones who, when he got in there, we promoted and made sure that our old students went out there to give him support. But the rest is history, as far as that is concerned. So in line with that, I would say that to Edo, what happens in Edo happens in Abia. What happens in Edo happens in all other states in Nigeria. The same game that is being played out there. But the bottom line is this. You cannot come to Ibere and tell me about my backyard. No matter how much you think you know, it doesn't matter. But the person from that particular backyard knows the nook and crannies. You talk about Asian North, Asian South. When my friend was alive, I was following up everything about Edo as to whose turn it was to produce. And you can equally liken it to what happened in Abia State, in which case we knew that Abia North, it was kind of written and unwritten zone thing that Abia North had to be the people to produce next government. And subsequently, that is what happened. There are power blocks in every state. Whether you like it or not, if you like, I don't know the Lagos, so if you like bringing your military might or whatever, rig me, I rig you. If you tackle me, I'll double you. I'm speaking the older language. Bring all those things on the table. I was just hearing something that you, either in this or the earlier channel, about somebody challenging, saying, if this is not Bini, what if you want fire, we'll go show you fire. If you want water, we'll go show you water. I listened to that, and they said it's war. They have declared war, because that's what politics has come down to in Nigeria. But I'm not going to delve into that, because, like I said earlier on, it is a big pity that we are where we are as Nigerians today. The 70s is beginning to look very glorious. Even during the Civil War, it's beginning to look very, very glorious.
Okay.
So what we have come down to now, let me just try to sum up.
Yes, sum up, sir.
I'm listening to what we've been talking about in this channel. It's all about respect. Mama Echo, I still put my heart for you. I know see you when I go do my retirement. but it's okay because we're on vacation somewhere, which is fine. If we watch American channels, CNN, ABC, whatever, we see how they go. It's a privilege, let me put it that way, for us to be here and having the voice to speak. It is a privilege. It is not a right. And for that reason, we should taper it down. You don't hear me come here to call anybody names, to insult anybody, to go and log ahead with anybody, to quarrel with anybody. There is enough quarrel to go around. So again, what I'm coming down with is to all of us who have the privilege of coming here. You don't have to come here. When we come, sometimes let's put our emotions aside, because if I go emotional, I could start crying. And if I find out that I'm going to start crying, I back away because it's not necessary. I will only end up immediately and I'll end up with that. So, Mama Echo, it's my appeal to you. I will not quarrel with you. I will not quarrel with Dr. Damages. I will not quarrel with anybody on this screen or anywhere outside. I will not. I make it a point of duty so that my blood pressure will continue to remain what it has always been. On the calm side, I will end up with this. A couple of weeks ago, I pulled into a gas station and I was talking my bushcraft business way in Nigeria, and I shut off my engine. Some Igbo man just jammed my car as I parked and parked in the gas station. He jammed my car from the side. I look at him, I come out, I say, oh my God, what happened? The man went up, he came down. He went up, he came down. I told him, calm down. You could just say sorry, and then we'll call it a day. The man called police. As he called the police, he put on a speakerphone. The police say anybody got hurt. Bottom line is that the police showed up. When police showed up, I said to the police, I don't want to have anything to do with whatever happens to this man. This is a life experience 2 weeks ago. I gave them my papers. The guy gave his papers. In the end, because immediately police come, they look. They don't need any double eyes to see what has happened. They said I should go. I parked on the side and I looked. Next up, they were putting this man on handcuffs. They tow him car. They put him for handcuffs. Now the person will call police. Now the person who I've been talked to just a moment ago say, make you calm down, because I've already seen he was under some kind of influence or whatever. So all in all, when we have been celebrating Nigerian independence, this year, I have not found a cause to go celebrate Nigerian independence. I have not found a cause. If any of you have found a cause to celebrate Nigerian independence, please let me know.
All right.
It is so painful. So for that reason, I would say may we all take a chill.
Okay.
Let's not insult one another. Let's not insult Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages has given us an opportunity to be here. If we don't like it, we can go and open our channels. I don't go to any other channel because I don't have that time. I'm sorry. I don't have that time. Okay, keep on the good work you're doing. Come on, I will talk to you on the side. If you find me trouble, I go call you for phone. We'll go talk.
Thank you.
And we'll go box for phone, okay?
Voila.
That's where I end it. Anyway, keep up the good work.
Igbo Basic. Thank you, Igbo Basic.
All right.
And I speak the truth.
Basic. And that's it. Yes, he touched on many things, but I think the one that's most interesting for us to continue with is not the aside has talked about, but the Edo election. And Lokopi, who is also from that, is he from Edo or from River State? Okay, so Lokopi is one of those who are the princes.
Lokopi is fake Edo. It's fake Edo. It doesn't go home.
Edo State. So he will tell us which do you prefer: the governor that will not understand what is mineral resources, like those days we heard of one governor who said, "I have the mineral resources," and then there's another governor who some days ago told us that he had bought a lot of industries and life is moving very well in Aba because there's Mr. Biggs there, and he has brought Mr. Biggs and all that. If you go there, which one do you prefer? Which one will you want? I see your hand, Mama Echo will come to you, but let's do the other people. Yes.
Ideally, yeah. Sometimes the people of Edo State, where AY is from, sometimes I don't know, they are behaving as if they don't use common sense these days. You understand? Edo State politics used to be different from Nigerian politics. You understand? The Edo State politics, I thought they were clever people. Like they know what is best. Because seeing somebody who has nothing to offer, which is the person of the APC, you understand? I don't see reason why he should have a chance, even if they have, even if he's riding on the back of Oshomole. Oshomole is gone, is past, and that's we're talking about who is coming next. You understand? He's not going to do what Oshomole is asking him to do. Everybody knows that whenever that guy, as soon as that guy enters that place, it's all about sharing the money. AY himself knows that. He was talking about Dennis Denko, the guy is running mate. I mean, what's special about the guy? Because he knows people. Everybody's doing most guys in Benin, maybe they are doing 419. He is also a retired 419 guy. So because he knows people, doesn't mean they will put their faith in the sand that yes, he's going to lead us forward. No, is he going to share the money? So why should people even give him hope if they have sense? Why should they give him hope? Like, oh, this guy will take a step forward. No, he's not going to take a step forward. You understand? There's somebody like what's it called the PDP guy. Well, it's unfortunate that it's coming from the private sector, the so-called technocrats, and I don't know why we should need technocrats to take a step forward when taking a step forward is just common sense. You understand? Why do we technocrats? You understand? You come speak on the English or whatever, no problem. But it's like because he's riding on the back of his predecessor, which has failed woefully. You understand? That is on its own disadvantage. That's why for some time now you've not been seeing the governor even campaigning with him. He's been the one doing all his own campaign, this and that, because the governor knows that the people are angry with him, so to speak. So if he's lucky, he can get the vote. Then for Olumide Akpata, he has a chance of doing well. Why? Because if he can gain the trust of the obedience in from those states, the way they did it for Peter Obi, if they can do it for him better, if he will succeed, yes, I think he can, because he's a guy who can be stubborn to fight anybody. You understand? So, and nobody can even fight him. You understand? He can be that. You understand? Compared to the other two guys. You understand? So, I think if the people from Medus, if they're sensible enough, they should give it to him. Yeah, because he can. Because at least there's Alex Oti there that will caution guy, not feel also. You understand? Don't feel me. I'm trying in my state. I think if we can go to the federal, have more say in there, I think you have to do well. And he knows if he doesn't do well, definitely he's not going to get the second tenure. And he knows that. And so this is a chance for himself to put his name and his party on the map for those people to say, okay, yeah, this is our son that have done well. You understand? Unfortunately, like AY said, the pointer has been pointed to the Edo Central, which is where the APC and the PDP guys came from. You understand? But at least, is it time we should go beyond this? Is my turn? It's not your turn, because we have seen where this turn by turn has put us. It hasn't taken us anywhere. You understand? There are still a bunch of the same people. You understand? Whether you are here or you are there, you are the same philosophy that they are both the APC and PDP are preaching. You understand? So if Akpata can promise that yes, he can copy the template of OT, and he needs OT support. You understand? OT will be there with him no matter what it costs him. Peter B should always be there with him. You understand? But the only advantage I see in Labour is what their fraction they have there right now with the so-called beautiful bride, which is what's his name? Yes, Abure. You understand? So the only thing disadvantage I have right now is like, oh, how can we vote for a party who their house is not even in order? You are campaigning and your party chairman is not even campaigning with you. Are you sure you will win the election? So that alone can also be disadvantage on him for him to fail the election. But like in a nutshell, your question to say if it's language or no language, yeah, my brother, come. We're in 21st century, man. We should not be speaking as if we are biased. Like language, language matters. If you don't speak, get out. Go and do something else with your life, man. We have people who can speak language. I can also do better than you. You understand? Speak what you speak, you can communicate. Communication is key. Because I can't see you coming out here, you're speaking something I cannot understand. You say you cannot speak English. You understand? And you're talking like, I mean, I would feel ashamed that you cannot represent me internationally. If you go abroad to go and get some foreign investor, what are you going to be speaking to them? So, look, we've passed all this. It's high time we tell ourselves, look, if you are not a professor, or at least a second degree, a second degree holder, you have no business in politics these days. I mean, we should up our game, man. Come on. We should up our game.
Okay,
Why are we just still going back in this remembering you want to be a president, the minimum is a primary 6 living certificate. Same thing. Why? What is the warriors? When we want to grow, then we get ourselves that the country is failing the way we can't even tell ourselves the truth and speak to the power.
Thank you so much, Logopi. Logopi says that we should face people who can deliver. Mama Hecho, what you want to say? Is it in line with the Edo election? Because I don't want us to go back again to those other issues. If it's on Edo election.
KJ, I'm not invisible. I hope you know that.
I'm sorry, I thought you are coming as a moderator. Okay, when Mama Hecho finish speaking, you will speak. Mama Hecho, please don't go back. Let's just discuss going forward. Ma?
Allow me to be myself today.
No, that's my
don't know why. So when I beg you for something, make you let them be.
Okay, let me tell you why.
Why?
Oh God.
Now, where did they cause our trouble with this?
Mama Echo, you have passed the stage of begging for anything.
No.
You have passed the stage of begging for anything.
Wait.
Anywhere.
Daddy.
You shouldn't be begging for anything.
Daddy, I am living by myself as a disabled individual in US. My family are back home in Nigeria. I left the scene after the election because of this you people are doing. And it made me to have psychological trauma. I'm just getting out of it. Because I was able to cry the last Monday of August because the pain was so heavy here. Nobody to talk to because they won't understand, they won't listen. My family, they know me. That in my own dictionary, water is thicker than blood. Because it is water that stood by me after my father got missing. They are working so hard to make me believe that blood is thicker than water. But in my own dictionary, water is thicker than blood. So today, I cry for the first time. Over a long time, I've cried for my father. Because you people press that button once again. Do you know what it means? For the man that lost me so much, protected me with his life. When I know nothing. I used to carry first position when I was in schools all throughout. Primary school through secondary school. But when I come back home, my father will say, with my report card, he will beat me up because I have to come from a polygamous home. My mother was his second wife. I am her first child. I come out with the first position, Papa will beat me up. Why did you come with 31st position? When I open my mouth to ask Papa, but the moment I say but, I will hear slap. I will cry to my mother. My mother will say she's protected protecting you. I didn't know Papa was protecting me until he got missing. It is he got missing. I knew all this. My father was protecting me from the evil people around. My stepmother looked at me one day when Papa was gone and he was having her usual quarrel with my father, my mom. I was supposed to return back to school, but I couldn't. The money was not there. So I was quarreling with my mother this fateful day. And he looked at me and said,
sorry, phone is ringing. Yeah, whoever phone is that, pick your phone.
I thought you stay long.
Who is the first phone that is ringing?
Then he hit me.
Hold on, Mama H. Hold on, Mama H. Whose phone is ringing? The other time my channel was checked. Hold on. The other time the program was pulled down because someone's phone was ringing and they said that we didn't have right over that sound. So if your phone is ringing, please stop it. We don't have the right over the sound on your phone. And so they check it after a while and they pull down the whole broadcast because of your phone.
KJ, just mute everybody.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mama Echo, if you sum up, I will volunteer something, Mama Echo. Hold on. I'll volunteer something, Mama Echo.
Okay.
When it goes to this stage, you have my number. Please give me a call any moment, night or day. I think we will achieve a lot of stuff in the background. Mark my word.
Okay, Mama Echo.
Unless you want make all of us join you, begin cry.
Mona, let me round up now, Beguna.
Okay, round up, ma.
It was my phone that was ringing.
Okay.
My bond Dr. Gomez was reaching out to me. So I'm sorry. Until my stepmother said, after us, we know in our first position you did carry. That was when he hit me. That, because of this woman, that was how Papa was protecting me. How does she know I carry first position when my father always beat me up that I carry 31st? So I begin to understand my enemies. So you see, that was the same man that got missing. So you see, I tell people, there are only two reasons I am doing what I am doing. First, for my biological father. His name, his native name, Oviomodiowo. Person when born pikin, na be person. So if you know my papa not there, I want to leave his name for him. So for his name's sake, I am doing what I am doing.
Okay, thank you, Mama H.
Other reason.
Can you round up?
Is because of those whose destiny are attached to my destiny. So I knew that if I don't fulfill my destiny, they will not fulfill their destiny. So okay. I must fulfill my destiny so that they will fulfill their destiny. Thirdly, as for me, I am ready to go home today. If Papa God, if Papa God say, you ready to come? I go tell and say yes. It to say he allowed me to buy myself. I forgot buy myself. So those of you that will come for me, say waiting that they do. Now for waiting I won't get. I have nothing to get. You know what? Naked I came into this world. Naked I am going back.
Okay.
KJ, I'm sorry. As a medical practitioner.
No, Adama, please, no. Thank you so much, Mama Hecho. Thank you. And please. Like I said, no, Adama, hold on. Like I said, you see, I don't want to cut you off, so it doesn't look as if we're not sensitive to what you're saying.
No, but KJ.
No.
Adama is a medical practitioner, and that's what she's trying to bring.
It's not, we're not in a lab here. Hold on, please. So what I'm trying to say in essence, there's time for everything. Now, this program has an allotted time for each speaker. Now, when we go into this and we take much more than we any which way I react will show that I'm insensitive. If I stop you, I'm insensitive. If I leave you to go, some people are saying I'm also not doing the right thing by letting you go. And we don't want to trivialize what you're saying. What you're saying is a personal experience which is deep. You have my number. You have most of our numbers. You can give us a call anytime. The last time I spoke to you for over 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes. I checked my phone. So it's not as if we are not there for you. So reach out to us. Instead of us discussing these things, we can discuss these things outside of this channel. We are here to support you. You are here to support us. You are not doing what you are saying is an advice to every Nigerian child, and every one of us is won't take it for granted. Please see yourself as that. You are playing a role as much as every other person is playing a role, one way or another. All of us here, if you go out, we have people who call and who meet and say, "Oh, I like this person's comment. I like my HO comment. I like the people like different, just like going to the market. There are plenty different clothes and different colors. You choose the one you like. That's how the program is. So let us all work to achieve our aim, which is what to make Nigeria better." Dr. Adama, you're just coming in. I'm not sure I want to give you the opportunity to speak.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I can wait, but
okay, just wait. Yes, Mr. Everybody loves what? Electricity. Okay. Everybody loves electricity. Can you speak?
Thank you, moderator KJ, journalist KJ. Good evening, all. I appreciate. I send greetings to all. Respect, they said, is reciprocal, and until we get to that point, we will continue to go in circle. I think I will use this medium to give my apologies to a very good friend of mine who is listening in the background that I offended. Name and names withheld. I'm a little bit confused. Hope you will help my confusion here in terms of this Edo election. Olumide Akpata, people are saying the Edo shoe. I don't see personally, this is me personally seeing Labour going ahead in taking the governorship election in Edo State. I don't see. It's not. Is it the case that I don't want them to win it? Of course, I want them to win it. But the damage has already been done when Tinubu won the election. I mean, the presidency election, and it has the wherewithal to ensure that APC will win the Edo regardless of people who comes out to vote. So I don't hold any hope in that regard for anyone saying such a thing, hoping that Olumide Akpata we win the election. Doesn't matter whether P2B goes there or not. And until we go back to the foundation and start to fix our electoral systems and ensure that things start from up to the bottom before we will get it right. So, in respect to the Edo election, I'm not holding my hope that they will Labour is going to win that. That I don't think is going to happen. But I stand to be wrong or to be corrected. So I want to be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong in that regard. A lot of insults are thrown on the platform. If we can refrain from such insults, that would be very helpful. And this is applicable to all including Mama Icho. If we all can just stop insulting each other, that would help. So that is all I have to say for now. Thank you, KJ. I will. If you are tired, you want to leave, I'll take over from you just in case.
Okay. Oh, that's good. If you are volunteered, that's very good. Okay. Thank you so much, Ibo Basic, for your contributions. Yes, I speak the truth. Are you ready now, or should we move? We're still on the day election.
Well, sorry, I want to ask one question. Where is Forefather? I hope he's okay.
Forefather, he is in his house.
I know. I'm definitely will he be in the bush? I said, I hope he's okay. Have anybody here for me?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's
As long
fine.
as he's in his house.
Yeah, now bush one day before. Sure.
Gentlemen, at this point, Dr. Adama, if you are there, we'll take your view. But if not, we'll move to Ferrari. Ferrari.
How many minutes do I have, KJ?
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. That's
Yes,
enough.
I am, sir.
That's enough.
Let's
let me finish, please.
We'll come back. Hold on.
Let me finish. 2 minutes, I'll be out.
Okay, 2 minutes. Please, Dr. Adama.
Unless you want to give me 6 minutes and then I'll wait. But
no, if you wait, I'll give you 3 minutes. If not,
no, I'll do my 2 minutes. I'll be done. Okay. When she comes here and addresses the word "my children," that's her way of talking. That's how she addresses the Nigerians. Some people call it Nigerians, the Nigerian people. I don't remember her mentioning Ikene, my child, or pulling you into the argument, or directly.
If you want to talk, take my name off from your mouth.
If
you want to talk, take your name off, because I saw what you. I saw the insult you were giving me on the comment section. I saw the insult. Take my name off.
Let me talk. You can't
take my name out of your dirty mouth.
Right. Everybody, hold on.
Hey, I have the time. Why are you muting me? You should
hold on, please. We just said this thing now.
You insulted me on the comment section, and you are here to mention my name.
Hold on. We said no insult. If you guys continue this, I'll take you out. So no insult. Please, if you want to talk about it, talk about it without mentioning anybody's name.
Now, but KJ, let the topic go. We don't even need to talk about it because he's only going to rile up Kenny.
Yes.
Just let it. It's over. She's stressed out.
Have your say. Let me have my 2 minutes. I didn't.
Listen.
The whole topic.
Why are you letting him talk? You see how you're biased now.
Listen now. I'm not letting anybody talk. Both of you are not talking. Hold on now.
How many minutes do I have? 2 minutes. I need to use my 2 minutes.
Your 2 minutes is for talking about Ido.
It's not to, as long as I don't insult him, you cannot take away my 2 minutes.
No. I said earlier on, we'll move beyond this discussion. I'm moving to
breaking your own rules. I didn't insult him. I'm making a speech. 2
my
minutes.
brother, at least I am the one controlling
You're
this.
making it complicated. Let me make my speech when my time is up. Anyone can respond.
I want the temperament to come down. I don't want us to go back to Mama Hecho. You have a number. You can address that.
This is me down. This is me.
No.
KJ, let him take his 2 minutes. Ferreira, please don't.
This is me down. This is me calm.
You take your 2 minutes, discuss Edo election. Let's move forward. I've already said that before.
You can't tell me what topic to talk about. 2 minutes. I take my time.
Alaba, you're wrong in that.
Yeah,
there's no need to go there. Let's not go there. I can do. In fact, I can take everybody out if I don't want to. So please, Doctor, go ahead.
Greetings to everyone. Uncle KJ, I came in specifically because of you. I just want to apologize for what happened last night, sir. Ndewo. And you and Sho was moderating. I couldn't take the insult going on. And to Mama H, I just want her to know you're loved. And whatever you're going through, please seek help. Therapy is an option. It's okay not to be okay. I wish I could be in the meeting on Wednesday. My schedule is packed. I wish I can. But one thing I want to know, let people know, the people in the comment section, things are going to change. People are going to be banned. People are going to put on the timeout. We are all adults on this platform. If you have nothing nice to say, please log off and do whatever personal things you have to do. Whenever the moderator is in charge, let's allow whoever that is in charge to moderate. As a moderator who has moderated on this platform, I have my weakness, and I know when to come in and say, I'm sorry, which was last night. And Uncle KJ, I'm sorry, sir. I just had enough. It was too many nonsense going on, and I'm sorry. So I just want you to know that's not who I am, and I'm someone who takes accountability. So for those people attending the meeting, this is not a meeting where you come and do whatever you want. You don't have to like what is going to be said. But we need to learn to respect each other in this platform. You don't need to like Adama. You don't need to like Uncle KJ. You don't need to like Electricity. But when a moderator is in charge, allow the person to do his job. We cannot display this foolishness in other platforms. When I am moderating, just because you don't like me, please log off. I respect that. But at the end of the day, we must apply decorum to this platform. It has to happen. And it starts with me. You have to be that change you want to see in Nigeria. We all have our shortcomings. I'm not an adult person, but I'm monitoring it. I have learned so much coming to this platform, listening. So let us be aware of one thing. We have teenage kids, youths, kids. Our kids are listening to this channel. So when we come here and make a fool of ourselves, it's on the record, it's a live broadcast. So before you type anything, say anything, everything you're typing can be pulled up. People don't know that. We're on a live, people don't mute themselves, they have phone ringing. And Mama H.O., I love you, Mama. I love my dad, but my dad is going through Alzheimer's. And I just want to tell you, ma'am, you have all the resources. If you want to get my number, Dr. Rudolph has my number. You can reach out to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I have to go. Thank you, sir. Dalu Ekene, please, you have to apologize. We do not insult
Apologize for what?
others.
I did not insult
Ekene,
anyone.
Please, Ekene, can you listen to me, please? Ekene, we have to apologize.
Adama, it's okay. Let KJ take over now.
Yeah, can I
No,
speak?
AY, I'm speaking. Please don't interrupt me. I didn't say anything to you, please.
Can
That's
I speak?
exactly what we are saying.
Can I
Let's
speak?
learn to allow people speak without interruption.
Stop talking to everybody like they are your children.
Come on, guys. Come on. I mean, hold on. Okay.
Yeah, can I speak? Because she asked me to do something that I think I shouldn't do because I did not insult anyone here.
Okay, it's okay.
For the past few days, I've been insulted on this platform by the same person I called out, but I let it slide. You insult person and you laugh over it. I did not bring it up. So what I just said was,
hold on.
You can't give some people time to talk and you shut other people down. If you can't take everybody off.
Hold on, I said we don't want to go back to that topic. But since people have not made it a topic, maybe we should go back there because there will be no need to stop Ferrari from talking.
KJ, there's no point going back, bro. Listen, this woman is stressed out already. Let's talk about something else.
KJ, let's not go back.
I like people to talk and nobody to talk and be saying this and that. If you don't want to do, just short period, let's go rest. You some come talk this, talk that. I don't understand. Sure?
KJ, please. You see, you can't allow Adanma to be doing what she's doing to us on the panel.
On this faithful note, I want to end the program. But since Electricity is here, I want to end the program. If Electricity is ready to take over the program,
end it.
Thank you, KJ.
I sign up.
I'm not the moderator, please. KJ,
Good.
thank you very much.
Please end it. How can you allow her to come on air and be talking trash to everybody? This arrogant piece of shit.
Gentlemen, respectfully, KJ has handed over the broadcast to me. So I am the moderator, and as you know, I want decorum, 100% decorum. And if you know you cannot abide by that decorum, then it would be advisable you excuse yourself from the platform.
Electricity, can I just ask you a question, please?
No, please.
Why
Please,
came in for
no,
don't.
It's me.
Okay,
No,
it's me.
Don't.
Okay,
When I said don't,
Electricity, can I go first?
I said no, please. I'm still speaking. So if you don't interject, don't interrupt.
Please, sir, can I go?
It doesn't take me much to, you know me, I don't waste time. I'll end it if that's the case. So I have another broadcast schedule that I'll do. So respectfully, the way things are, I don't know how we get it. So following off from what KJ is talking about, we're talking about the Edo State election. And I want every one of us to stick to that. If you know you cannot stick to it, KJ is gone. I'm taking over. I am the new moderator. So Alaba, I can see your finger. I see you raising your hand. I can see your hand when I come to you for this office. So I'm going to start with I speak the truth. I speak the truth. You have 2 minutes to weigh in on the Edo State. If you still have, if you don't, you can yield your time to somebody else, please.
I'll give it to AY.
Oh, you have 2 minutes.
Okay.
On the Edo, if you don't have, yield your time to somebody else, please.
Yeah. Let me quickly say something about
You not to me, wish. You not to me. They don't give you.
Electricity, can you remove him? Can you see what he's doing?
Local P, let's say what talk, please.
Okay. On a more serious note, please, let everybody calm down, please. Let's be let's be brothers. On the do election, right? Like I rightly said, I love what Electricity said when he said the electoral system needs to be fixed, but if I'm speaking on the do election, I think I'm speaking as somebody that know a lot that is going on there.
Anyway,
the governor.
I have to interject. There's another broadcast schedule already. Supposed to have started by 11 p.m.
Okay.
1 hour behind time.
Yeah.
So on this note, I'm bringing this broadcast to an end. Gentlemen, you have a lovely night. God bless you.
Gaga. Okay. Yeah, you not bacha. Shoo.